Come on, let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Hello and welcome to Day 2's broadcast of Rise of Valor, a Valorant Ignition series powered by Alienware. My name is Vandy and I'm joined by my co-caster Xenox. We are casting live here today from the amazing studio at Fortress Melbourne, which is the home for all gamers and Australia's largest gaming venue. Xenox, we had day 1 yesterday, but how are you feeling day 2 today?
I'm excited. I mean, we saw a lot of really good games of Valorant played out yesterday, so I'm hoping the quality stays the same. If not, maybe even gets a little bit better. Excited to see 2 new teams that are going to be able to make it through from the qualifying matches at the end of the day.
Absolutely. As you said, today is day 2 of the qualifiers. We had an action-packed day 1, so we can only see what day 2 is going to bring us. But before we jump into that, of course, I did want to remind everybody that Rise of Valor is going to be a 5-week competition with 10 broadcast days. As said, we're on broadcast day number 2. But as we know, there can only be one champion. We already had a few teams yesterday qualify for our play-ins. So Mindfreak joined by Team Overpower Strike. So we're wondering who will be the lucky 2 teams to join them today for play-ins. And speaking of which, you don't just get participation prizes. There's also, for playing, there's also participation prizes for watching at home. So we've partnered up with Alienware, as we spoke before. We have $70,000 worth of prizes for players, including a cash prize pool of $15,000 and 200 Alienware peripherals to give away. Yeah,
there's also 100 Alienware peripherals worth $30,000 for you spectators along watching at home. So you can win some prizes through those means as well later on. And of course, we'll have the explanations for that, the codes and the exclamation marks and all those things later on throughout the broadcast.
That's it. And I can also confirm that over 500 players today have registered to qualify. So all around Oceania to qualify and play in today's open qualifiers. I know I said that word a lot, but that's just how excited I am.
There are a lot of open qualifiers, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. There's 6 of them. But also 300 teams in total have registered so far for Rise of Valor. Registrations are still open if you manage to miss out this weekend.
Yep.
Of course, we still have registrations open for qualifiers 3 to 6. You can head to fortressmelbourne.com/riseofvalor to sign up still.
So we have, of course, 2 more weekends technically of play. The teams themselves, they only get 4 out of 6 chances, though. So we've already had 1 weekend go by. There's going to be a couple of teams that we saw play yesterday that are going to return today. Would you rather play at the start or would you rather play at the end?
I think I'd like to play somewhere in the middle. I'm not really a person to get involved at the very, very beginning unless I'm overly confident or at least I need to get it done. But it also depends on scheduling. Maybe I can't play the first couple of weeks and I need to play the last couple of weeks. I like to be in the middle. I don't want to be first, but I don't want to be last. What about yourself?
I probably agree with you there. I'm not sure if I would want to be playing maybe the first qualifier, let some of the big teams go out of the way, like Mindfreak and Overpower Strike, and let them take that and then come in maybe. Third one, fourth one. Yeah, I agree. I think the middle's probably right there. But if you're watching along and you have watched yesterday and you're watching today and you want to get involved, of course, you can still sign up for next weekend and the weekend after that.
Now, before we jump into the tournament explanation, everything about that, I also wanted to share with viewers at home, because this might be the first time that you're tuning into this broadcast, I wanted to take you through a little bit more about Fortress Melbourne, about this awesome studio that we're currently broadcast from. Behind us is the Alienware Arena. But if you didn't know, Fortress Melbourne is a 2-story entertainment complex for gamers with the capacity to fit 1,000 people. When it's open again, you're more than welcome to come check it out. We have a ground level featuring the sports bar. There's a 200-seat grandstand behind us on this level. The basement level features this awesome medieval tavern with a restaurant and bar, PC LAN lounge, 4 dedicated streamer pods you can rent out, and a private private function space called the Hall, which you can also rent out.
Mm.
So, I mean, for me personally, I definitely enjoyed it when it was open. I had the privilege of coming down here with my mates. We just rented out one of the pods, played some games together. It was a good time.
Yeah, unfortunately though, of course, with everything going on, it is currently closed at the moment, but you can keep up to date with the socials at Fortress Melb for the reopening dates later on in the future. So, of course, hopefully it won't be too long.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. But we're going to focus on, of course, our games today for qualifying match number 2. Let's go and have a look, though, at the bracket, at the tournament format.
Welcome to Rise of Valor, the largest oceanic Valorant tournament. Over $70,000 of prizes to be won. 10 game days, 3 pathways to the finals, and ultimately, 1 champion. Rise of Valor begins with the open qualifying stage. 6 qualifiers open to all teams of any skill level. Each qualifier consists of a single elimination best of 1 bracket, with the top 2 teams advancing to the play-in stage. All other teams in the qualifier earn points, with more points given the further they progress in the bracket. Every team can play in up to 4 open qualifiers, giving teams multiple chances to qualify and earn points. The top 12 teams from the open qualifiers will progress to the play-in stage. They will be joined by the final 4 teams from the Oceanic Valorant Open. The play-in stage is the first of 3 pathways to the finals. Teams battle it out in a single elimination bracket, with the top 2 teams advancing directly to the finals. For teams who finish 3rd to 14th, the journey is not over. They advance to the last chance qualifier, the second pathway to the finals, for teams on the cusp of competing with the best in the region. They are joined by the top 4 point-earning teams across the open qualifier stage. This is the 3rd and final pathway designed for amateur and semi-pro teams. The top 2 teams in the last chance qualifiers will take the final 2 spots in the finals. We've now found our top 4 teams. They will battle it out in a double elimination best of 3 bracket to find the top 2 teams for the grand final. The final 2 teams will go head-to-head in one final showdown, a best of 5 grand final. The winner will take home the lion's share of the prize pool and ultimate glory as the champion of Rise of Valor.
Little bit of a recap there for how this tournament is going to run. The part that really interested us yesterday when we were discussing was the fact that with the 4 open qualifiers that you can play in out of the 6, if you are the team to achieve the most amount of points during that duration, you also have a chance to make it to the last chance qualifiers, which I find to be such a great tournament structure because of the fact that you might have a bad day, right? And because it's a best of 1 format, you might not be able to play your best. But that's why we invite you to come back and really just join in and partake again, because we get it. Everyone can have a bad day. You might be off your game, you know. Everyone's playing from home. I know it's a busy, busy time, especially for Victorians with everyone being crammed there. It might be a busy environment. So I really like that.
Yeah, it provides that multiple pathway structure for this sort of tournament, which is really, really ideal, especially when you're playing best of 1s, because best of 1s are in so that we can get through a large amount of games, because there is a large amount of teams and players. So being able to have second opportunities and third opportunities, and in this case, technically even 4, 5 opportunities, because you've got 4 ways of direct qualifying, then you've got the points after that as well. So you kind of get like 5 real chances of getting into the play-ins. It's really open for everyone, and I guess that's also the nature of this tournament, Rise of Valor, is that it's a tournament for just about everyone to participate in.
I think you're right. That's exactly Fortress's tagline, right? A home for all gamers. Same with what they're trying to achieve with this tournament, which I really love to see. We've welcomed gamers from all different skill levels. We've had some friends competing in. Fireball Esports yesterday gave it a crack. I didn't see their name on the brackets today, but speaking of the brackets that we did see, a couple of teams that we wanted to start to discuss.
Yeah.
Obviously, Direwolves, they were due to play yesterday. They postponed it to today. And would you like to inform everybody of how their run's gone so far?
Well, it's over.
It's over before it
Before
began.
it
Round 3.
Well, yeah, they unfortunately have been eliminated in round 2 by Chosters. I believe it was something like 13-9, 13-10, something
It was
like
still
that.
a close game. And I remember...
At one point, it was 12-6, apparently. So, look, very unfortunate. We won't be seeing Direwolves today. But knowing them and knowing the people in that team and around that team, they'll be back most likely next weekend, I guess. And then they'll have another crack at it. The other thing as well, to note, the team that beat them, Chostars, didn't play in the last Ignition series. There's not too much knowledge around them. So they've just kind of come out of the blue here and shocked the world.
By the world meaning, Direwolves world, right?
Well, Direwolves world, yeah.
Yeah, just absolutely cut their run short, but that's exactly it. There's a lot of unknowns still coming through, a lot of dark horses, Chostars being one, so they were randomly seeded, but to come up against one of, I guess, these emerging organizations in the form of Direwolves and to take them out early in the competition, for Direwolves, plenty of learnings, and as you said, their run doesn't end. Obviously, it's ended for today, but they still have 3 more open qualifiers, and we expect to see them hopefully in some semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very much shocked if they don't come back at some point and have another crack at it. And look, the thing is, the nature of the best of ones is, sometimes maybe they got a bit of a shock. Maybe Chosters just really caught them out the gate, and Direwolves just didn't have the capability of being able to respond in the quick manner that, of course, a best of one kind of requires. If it's a best of 3, maybe they can have a bit of a break, go to another map, try again, and get back into it. So we won't be... And they were the team that was seeded first as well to really put that home for you guys watching, that Direwolves going out in round 2 certainly was a surprise. So a couple of other decent teams to keep an eye on, though. 3 Kings Esports, Kraken Esports Club, Kingsmen. I also believe Mystery Inc. is back today, which we saw them go all the way to the qualifying match on the first qualifier. So I actually did mention that I thought that they'd be able to get through eventually, either through points or qualifying directly. With Direwolves gone, they probably feel like they're a shoo-in.
Yeah, they could just be the next favourites, right? And maybe we'll see another sort of qualifiers matchup being between them and maybe Chostars. We really want to see what Chostars can do from here because, as we said, they've managed to take out one of the favourites in the runners. As you already mentioned, there's also a few other teams. So Scuff Boat, we know that Two Tap Tony, another fellow caster, is on this team. We saw how Conky, a team made up by a caster yesterday, performed very, very well, gave us our closest match of the day versus Over Palace Strike, went in to basically sudden death.
I don't think Conky's team's coming back today.
No, it doesn't look like it.
No.
Or at least they might be just skipping a week because that's the beauty of it. You can kind of pick and choose. You don't have to do a block of the weekend. You can maybe take a day off. And we know that Conky was up to some other fun shenanigans after. I believe
probably
he did,
still asleep.
Yeah, he did a 24-hour stream, so mammoth effort to him. But that just kind of shows some of the fun stuff. Streaming his point of view from the tournament, streaming some activities after. It's just all in the name of a fun weekend for us, right?
There's a couple of fun names. One, though, that was unfortunately eliminated already was Team Bra.
Yes. The right IDs for this were Bruh, and Bruh. Yep. Okay. I mean, I'm speaking
all
Bra
hashtag
language.
Bra as well.
I wonder if they're all Chads IRL. Just have to ask now.
Maybe. And then there's also I'm Gutted.
Yeah, I'm gutted. You got to say it.
I'm gutted.
Thank you.
There you go. That's just
Yeah,
because you asked nicely.
Thank you, yes. I mean, I feel like for everybody at home, if you didn't say it that way, I feel like we would have had a riot on our hands. In terms of, to recap some of the results from yesterday as well, or some notables. So we also had McTeam, who managed to make it to the qualifier finals. They did eventually get beaten by Over Palace Strike. As we said, Over Palace Strike securing their ticket to the play-ins. Fury, they managed to reach round 5. They were beaten by Mystery Inc. They've seeded 3rd today. And some teams that we didn't get to see, Rip and Tear, they reached round 5, quarterfinal. They were beaten by Mindfreak. Rip and Tear, of course, they have participated in most of the community tournaments around, but also the last Ignition series that was broadcast, and they did quite well. So just keeping tabs on teams like this. But also, as we said, we're really interested in the up-and-comers. So teams like Chostars or teams that haven't been able to participate in before Ignition series or previous Ignition series, we want to see the stuff that they're made from.
I really hope we get to see Chostars today because of, obviously, the fact they've knocked out Direwolves. We don't have them coming up for this first matchup for our round 3 that we're going to be popping into, but at some point down the line, I hope we do run into them and pop in, see what they're up to, because obviously there's a little bit of that unknown factor about them, but now the fact that they were able to eliminate Direwolves, you kind of want to sort of see, can they back it up? Is there real credentials about this team? Can they go all the way, have a sort of fairy tale qualifier, knock off a few of these teams? Like you said, Rip and Tear's on here. Fury's a team that I think can do well. Like, they played well against Mystery Inc., who's a team that I would say can very much qualify today. So there's going to be a handful of teams that all probably think they can qualify. Then you got the unknowns like Chosters now. You've got new teams that didn't even play yesterday that are coming in.
And Scuffed Boat, who are doing really well in their run.
3 Kings Esports. So look, today is going to be a lot of fun.
That's it. That's it. I mean, now that we've kind of set the scene, though, of course, we do have our round 3 game coming right up. It's worth noting as well, today it was 117 teams, and now that we've brought it down to round 3, we're down to 32 teams. So again, we're bringing the action from round 3 onwards. No Direwolves, unfortunately, but we do have our next match coming up.
Yeah, first match of the day will be the round 3 matchup between Icarus and 3 Kings Esports, one of the teams we sort of mentioned of notability to watch here today. So I think 3 Kings Esports may just have a little bit of slight favorite in this one. We don't know too much about Icarus. This is, of course, the nature of round 3. Still very early days in a tournament like this. It's only best of 1, though. So if they feel like they back themselves in, give them every chance of moving forward. So excited to see what we got here today, because one thing we saw yesterday in the first qualifying round was there wasn't a lot of real shutouts.
No.
No real stomps. We didn't see a single 13-0. I think at worst, maybe it was like a 13-4 or
13-4, yeah.
Something like that. Most of them were about 13-6, 13-8. So we had a lot of really close matches. So as we head into this round 3 matchup, I'm very much excited.
Me too. And I mean, speaking of this round 3, though, we're going to jump straight into the game. Of course, the map that we do have will be Split. You were asking for some Split yesterday, and we've got it.
Yes, that's exactly what we want. Just we didn't see Split at all yesterday, as you mentioned. So
mostly Haven. All of it was Haven with one bind map.
There was one exception, which was bind. That was it. It was, as you said, all Haven. So very much excited to see a bit of Split action today. Of course, it is only one match, but who knows? Maybe we can have a bit more variety today.
Speaking of variety today, we'd love to hear your voices. Feel free to jump into the conversation at home. Tweet at us using hashtag RiseOfVal, and you might be seeing your tweet up on the screen, up on the broadcast. We want to hear your thoughts of this game. And as I said, it's all about cheering on some teams, getting fans for some of these teams that maybe we haven't seen before. As you said, Icarus, relatively unknown to us. 3 Kings Esports, if they have been picked up by an esports organization, of course they've done their work to scout out this roster. Coming in and feeling like the favorites for this one, but we have to wait and see because it is a best of 1. It's just who can show up on the day.
Exactly right. Who can show up on the one map? That's the thing, right? Like, if you can show up and maybe one team prefers Split, maybe the other team doesn't, and that's really just the difference maker. The Vote going to find the entry frag onto Ace. This round, of course, not very indicative of how the entire round is going to play out, but that's just a bit of an idea. Feels dash away towards Ramps. We'll just smoke off, push back over to Heaven. So Icarus will be on the defensive split. 3 Kings Esports currently trying to push in. A lot of the focus towards Ramps with the spike. No, surely you just want to send the spike straight onto A side.
Just still trying to test out the weaknesses, and as you can see, they've rotated back onto B for the side of Icarus. They came across for the initial push, and because 3 Kings Esports didn't quite commit to it, they're anticipating that there will be a rotation coming along. So great read on the situation by Icarus, and just making it that much harder for 3 Kings Esports to try and punch through the defenses put up so far.
It's not a full rotation, though. Kiwi just going to push into mid, while the other 3 remaining members of 3 King Esports still hanging around A, expecting those A defenders of Icarus to rotate off-site going towards B. It's not going to be the case, though, of only just the Phoenix. I mean, Evoke and Screams can literally just see them all pushing onto A. Bruce with a nice headshot onto Fields can open up this site. And there's going to be a rotation coming in, though, from the remaining defensive force of Icarus. Jaeger with a nice headshot onto Kiwi. So I'll say Icarus are actually in control of it. Even though the spike has gone down, this can be a relatively easy retake as they jump down from Heaven. Reyna can heal back up, gets the double. Now 3 kills for Jaeger, looking for the 4th one, just shooting through that dark cover. Goes for the pick up onto the Classic rather than reloading, doesn't matter. And we'll be able to get the defuse, and Icarus will get the first round.
Something that's really notable to me about 3 King Esports for this roster is that we have a very, very aggressive comp coming through. We picked up 3 duelists. We have the Reyna, we have the Jet, we have the Phoenix, which means that you are actually sacrificing a little bit of utility for that kill pressure, for that entry frag kind of positioning. So I'm glad at least they are able to attack first, but I do kind of worry when it does come down to defense or when it does come down to holding onto these sites. You don't have a lot of utility. I mean, Jet really being your only utilization to be able to smoke. It's about, for them, the way their composition reads is very much aggressive. We get onto site, we kill all the defense. That's it. We don't have to worry about retake. We just need to get them down and dusted.
This goes
We
here.
didn't see a whole lot of Reyna on day one. A little bit, but not really a significant amount. I'm more surprised at the fact that actually there's no Cypher on the side of Three Kings Esports.
Well, that's what I mean, because if you're running the 3 duels, you are sacrificing another spot, say to run the Cypher, to run the Omen. So like I said, it just reads to be a very, very aggressive composition. And I mean, in a tournament like this, I definitely would prefer to play an agent I'm comfortable with as opposed to playing subpar and an agent I'm not familiar with. But I'm saying it could hurt their chances in terms of you need to have some sort of a situation or some sort of a plan when it comes to defense.
Pretty normal formalities here in this second round. Of course, Icarus winning the pistol round. They've got the higher economy. Nice little style jump elimination from Jaeger. 4K. Straight off the back of the 3K from the last round. But this is, of course, going into the third round where we kind of need to see Three Kings Esports just bring it back a little bit. They should be able to buy into the rifles versus the SMGs. Apparently, 77% of Twitch chat thinks that Three Kings Esports will be able to win this matchup. So, good start for Icarus, but of course, first 2 rounds don't really tell the full story just yet. Jaeger, though, is the one to watch for the Reyna of Icarus. 7-0-0. Great start.
With Reynas as well, I mean, you were saying we don't see a lot of them, especially towards pro play, even though pro players do seem to think that Reyna can be overpowered in those sorts of solo queue matchups. The reason being, as a duelist, she can really shine, especially with Empress. It's set up to be that 1v5 clutch tool. You can seriously just make sure that you're running and gunning and getting everyone out, increase reload time, healing up as you go. But for a Reyna that's doing bad, that's when you kind of come into trouble because you don't have that utility to fall back on. So if you can't consistently frag with her, she can almost feel like dead weight.
Yeah, I agree. But typically speaking, if anyone is of course getting frags, you're generally doing something right. So here we get the opening one. It's back though. Potato, in fact, gets all 3 pushing through Garage. Spike on the ground as well. Brucey with the wall, but it's too little too late. In the back of sight. He's going to pay dividends for Tipsy Potato.
Three Kings Esports now. Of course, they're just waiting out for a little bit more of that utility. They've already lost 2 members very, very early on, but they're still happy to try and take the push. The rest of the members, though, you can see the rotation is there. All of Icarus now onto that B side, and you do have the flank coming across too, just boxing them in that garage area.
Wow. Well positioned, though, from Tipsy Potato. Back of sight, but from that position, spraying into the garage, you can obviously get quite a few frags because they're all bunched up close by. I'm thinking with the rifles, potentially a bit of a mistake from Three Kings Esports funneling into that close range encounter. Would have preferred to see them try and take mid control, where there would have been a bit more of a difference and distance between the SMGs and the rifles.
Well, that's it. I mean, generally with those B rushes, as I said, you set them up, you've got the Sage Wall, it's great. But with the smokes, as I said, you also need smokes so you can actually safely push in from heaven or really retake the site. They were unable to really commit to that, lost a few members. No one was watching out for the flank, the biggest thing, because you always have to anticipate there will be someone anchored in mid, and that's always something that you need to keep in mind because you end up getting pincered and boxed in, as we saw. But I mean, you won't be making the same mistake twice as well. Still very, very much early days, and all of these should be learnings that hopefully we can see Three Kings Esports start to really utilize.
Dark cover going to be thrown out from Evoke. Not sitting at screens, but just around the back of A, close by to screens, waiting and watching. It's always just about that timing. Does throw out the Paranoia. Leah, though, is going to cancel that out. It's going to basically flash Evoke themselves. Rico and Bolt to bounce around, see if he can find any target. It's not going to be successful as Tipsy Potato gets the headshot of the Brucey. Jaeger up close has been the star player thus far for Icarus, and a bit nervous about Three Kings Esports pushing into heaven with Jaeger sitting there.
You can see for them, a lot of it is coming down to can they get those entry frags, and for them, for Three Kings Esports, it becomes a little bit harder, especially when those members are used, because now we do have, as I said, the Jet, the Sova. It comes down to just going and playing for picks. But for the way of Icarus as well, because they do have the Sage, they do have the Cypher, they still have plenty of utility that can slow a push coming through from Three Kings Esports. Essentially, you can control the tempo of the round.
Nice headshot from one. Immediately traded back by Tigger. Sitting up in heaven. Can heal up as well. Recon Bolt's going to be used by Scuba Steve, 835. That tag is basically going to just bring them to a standing halt. 4-0 to Icarus though. Great start here on Split.
Very, very dominant on Split so far. And, I mean, you do see Three Kings Esports able to get those picks, but unable to really push on it. Tigger was there to really secure the trade. Also, time running down the clock. It's very, very awkward. I mean, you can see Sova, the last-ditch effort to try and get onto site, but it's a very easy read on the situation for Icarus. So, for Three Kings Esports now, they're going to have to save up this round and really just then come back the next round. I wonder, we've had a few teams actually prefer to play on low economy. Doesn't really mean much. I mean, yes, technically they're at a disadvantage, but their kit works well. As a duelist, your kit actually works well for a situation like this. I mean, when already using the Blade Storm, instead of having to get a gun or in to supplement the Ghost as well. So it has a little bit of that long range option.
Definitely feels like Three King Esports are just more focused on grouping up, pushing this A. This time they're actually going to push up into ramps, try and gain control of Heaven, which is a little bit more ideal situation, but when you've only got Sheriffs versus Vandal or Fields and Xander finding one onto Scuba Steve, it's all kind of difficult. 4 versus 2 is going to be really hard here for Three Kings Esports. In a best of 1, you're going to be down 5-0 already as the spike is down. Tipsy's in a great spot here at Heaven.
It really just leaves the Jet now. We've got Wen being the last member and really unable to push on through. No more utility off the bat, no more cloud burst. Has recovered the spike though.
Not really that much time though. Can go for the rotation over to the B site. It's a 2 versus 1, 30 seconds.
Look at Sage. Sage is already, of course, rotating on, so they'll leave one anchored onto A side and the other one slowly making their way to B side.
There's a trap point down there as well, so that's going to catch one off guard. Just gives the confirmed notification to the Sage Tigger, who obviously just sits there and watches from stairs. 5-0. Icarus have started exceptionally well here. This is the nature of these Ignition Series tournaments in the early days of Vanda, where we don't have the knowledge and information of every team. We learn as we play these tournaments and see, well, Three Kings Esports right now are on the back foot, and Icarus are a team to watch out for.
That's exactly it. Again, the best of 1 format perhaps for Three Kings Esports as well. As I said, their composition was all about aggression, but because they're failing to find some, you can see they're really starting to struggle a little bit. They're getting the picks, yes, but they're unable to close the deal. And so far as well, they haven't been able to plant, which is also very, very notable. Even if you're able to plant, as I said, you can then prepare for the retake. It's been a great read from Icarus and great team play to really anticipate how the game plan from Three Kings Esports is going to be. They're really anticipating the rotations.
It was a really good lead that was placed at the top of Mail, just makes it difficult for Phoenix to run it back to actually push up into Heaven, so that just denies that ultimate a little bit from that ability. Neural Theft's going to be utilized by Tipsy Potato, just gives them that information, knows that Phoenix is there, still loses the trade though. High ground advantage is superior for Kiwi and can heal up. Much better now from Three Kings Esports. Not the round over just yet, as it's a 2 versus 3, and the Phoenix is quite low. Evoke may catch one off guard, and does. Brucey did get a revival to Ace though, and Brucey then picks up the headshot onto Evoke, saving Kiwi, quite literally. Feels over with a couple of cloud bursts. The Leer, look how effective it can be. Blade Storm really just going for the round win, misses the shot though with the right click. That's going to use all of those knives, and then Kiwi with the headshot onto Fields. Three Kings Esports are on the board.
There we go. That's exactly what they need. They bullied their way onto site, and then they played for the retake, but also having that trust for the cross angles. Kiwi, Cat with 9 lives, it felt like, coming back in to secure that final kill. Finally now, they are able to open this up, and that's the aggression that they need to play with. That's the game plan that we like to see them do. And as you said, they're finally awake now. It can sometimes take a few rounds to really stop the momentum, but it's good to see that they have managed to take around. It also bolsters your confidence, right? Like, there's nothing more disheartening than just losing a bunch of rounds in a row. This hopefully gives them back that confidence and they can repeat that. Wen, I have to say, is very, very noticeable in terms of how confident they are with their gunplay, and has been crucial for the Three Kings Esports to really open things up for them.
The other thing as well is they finally utilized mid a little bit more, rather than just sending everyone over to A or trying to funnel through Garage or going into B. Tactic definitely working out. Mid control on split, very important. Mid control on any map is always going to be important. Get 2, but Brucey was watching from behind to get at least Fields. 2 for 1, going to be the advantage to Icarus right now.
That's it. Unfortunately, just looking away, trying to clear out vents, meaning that they did have to pay the price of a 2-for-1 trade.
Patience from Ace, which is really what they need when slow walking up through ramps into Heaven. Can go down ropes. If they're going to go for a B push, it would make the most sense. If you want to go A, though, you want to continue to hold this position over at Heaven. So they've got options. They haven't cleared out B, but considering how much... considering how much they've got position into Heaven, A could have been an option. Jaeger, though, well placed. Defends the side spawn. Chris probably in control from here, I think.
That's it. Audio cues as well, giving up the plan. Here's both footsteps, has an idea of where they would be, but unable to push up too much more. Rather would go for the retake with their team, and that's exactly how it worked. Evoke got one, Jaeger got the second. They'll take this round back from 3 Kings Esports.
Just feels like they had to be a bit more decisive there with the action. With Ace over in Heaven, you had knowledge that you had control of this high ground position overlooking the A site. Send everyone through vents, overwhelm Jaeger, trade 1-for-1, so you get rid of Jaeger. Yes, maybe you lose someone like Ace, but then you can take the A site because they didn't have any sort of positional footing onto B side. They hadn't cleared anything out on the B side. It was always going to be the best option for them, but there was indecisive nature. Still just sort of hanging around vents for too long.
That's exactly it. And even when they were trying to push through vents, it was just one to kind of scout out. No trade occurred. Then the next 2 together. By then, you couldn't really use your numbers to any sort of advantage. There's too many angles to try and cover. Too many unknowns.
In saying that, though, what we saw yesterday was that sometimes teams would switch halves and the script would just flip. You know, we saw it in the Fury versus Mystery Inc. matchup. It was 6-2 at one point, and the final score was something like 13-6.
Well, I'm really glad you brought that up because Split is a map, as I said. The data seems to show, again, it's not down to player preference, the data seems to show that this is definitely a defender-sided map. But on the side of 3 Kings Esports, as I said, in terms of how their composition read to me, I would be hoping that they could at least get a few more rounds on the board. So at least it's not such a big difference because you still are having to make up a lot of rounds in a row, which again becomes a lot harder to do. Whereas if you can at least take a few rounds here and there, maybe, you know, go, let's see, like 7-5 or something, makes it a lot easier.
Really well-placed paranoia from Evoke, knowing that Fields is watching it ramp as well, has that crossfire. Still seeing inside of the Cloudburst is the Jet, not Fields, but the other one is one. Actually, I could have just left it at the other one.
I was waiting for you to make that joke, and there you go with it. Unfortunately, Brucey getting caught out just trying to do a slow orb there. Tipsy Potato had a good read on the situation, just peeked at the right time for Tipsy, wrong time.
So the idea is with that sort of push from 3 Kings Esports, the way I'm looking at it is they want to send 5 in and try and just maybe trade 1-for-1, 1-for-1. So you kill 2 defenders, maybe you lose 2 as hackers, but then you got 3 in a good position on the A site, and then can of course then deal with the other 3 defenders who are coming in for the retake. So that doesn't work though when Fields and Evoke are really well placed. They're set up, they're expecting it, not with their guns, but with their utility. The paranoia really helps Evoke there. Dark cover early on, but again, back to mid here for 3 Kings Esports, I think is the right play.
Exactly right. It's all about that mid control because it really unlocks a lot more different pathways. Even if you said if you can overwhelm who's generally standing, the defender who's generally standing in vents, it opens up. Like you can either then go to Heaven straight onto B site, you can push through onto A site.
Oh, they won't expect this. The Lear though does help out. Means Fields has to fall back. The Cloudburst in front of them to just provide that little bit of extra
Both
cover.
down.
But the thing is right now is 3 Kings Esports are very split because they sent 2 over to Garage, but then because they pushed on Fields, they forced Fields back over to Heaven, so they feel like, okay, we've got Vents control, but you got 2 over in Garage. They're ages away.
Well, that's it. I think they're still playing for picks, but also now by leaving one person anchored in Vents, they can try and pick someone off on the rotate. They're still yet to open up and pick off anyone, but there you go. Finally, Ticket is down.
Push B, push B, push B. That's the way to go right now. You've unlocked Heaven at B site. Yes, there's still a Cypher over there. In fact, looks like already Icarus have just rotated as quick as possible. I think even they were ready for the rotation, more so than 3 Kings Esports. The Jet actually pushing through over to A Heaven. Going for a very long rotate to defend the side spawn may actually come back to work depending on how this plays out. Finally now, they're going to be pushing through Heaven off B side. 1-for-1 trade. And finally, it is looking like 3 Kings Esports are going to win a few of these trades. This one goes down. Tipsy Potato, the Cypher on B. gets 3, and that will probably be the round. Not enough time to pick up the spike and put it down.
No, that's it. 4 seconds. So unfortunately, you can only win the round through elimination. Wen is trying to look for this pesky Cypher, who's of course just evacuated the entire point. And Tipsy will pick up the 4K. Tipsy single-handedly saved that round for Icarus. It was looking so good for Three Kings Esports, but they couldn't quite make short work of Tipsy. They didn't have the comms. And it just is unfortunate because for now, as I said, they're able to get the first pick, but then they're unable to really capitalize on it. Yes, everyone went B. The long flank around from Jet meant that the push was a little bit lackluster. You didn't have your full numbers. If you wanted to kind of play like that, then you could have still stationed a few more members Heaven and then gone in together. But the comms didn't really quite seem to be there just yet.
I don't want to be too overly critical, but I just think Icarus are playing a really smooth brand of defense right now. They seem like they understand split just that little bit more. Whereas Three Kings Esports just look nervous with their attacks.
That's it. It comes down to confidence again. And for this team as well, it could be their first time competing in a tournament style like this. Jitters could definitely play a part. And as you said, it's not about being openly critical. I'm hoping that they can watch back this VOD and get some tips for the next time that they come and play in the Ignition series.
There's always learning in just about every team. Tigger, that is super aggressive with the ult pushing into Garage. Does take out Kiwi. Almost got Sova, who's going to get pinched from behind through Potato. Flawless round again for Icarus, 9-1. We're getting closer towards the end of the half, and really right now the only thing I think Three Kings Esports can hope for is that their own defense is going to be able to stack up against Icarus.
That's exactly right. I mean, even if they do like to play defense, you still have a long task ahead of you, but it's not impossible. We saw Mystery Inc. reverse sweep Fury yesterday. We've seen stranger things happen.
Yeah, we have, but this one is certainly shaping up to be the most one-sided match we've had so far for Rise of Valour. That's okay. Always going to be learning improvements that, of course, for a team like Three Kings Esports, they can come back on one of the other qualified dates. In fact, for them, they'll have a week as well till next weekend, so they can watch the VOD, they can look at where things maybe didn't quite go right, and learn from this.
They can bring out their Killjoy if they've been practicing her. She'll be enabled for next week. The newest agent to join the roster.
Well, hopefully.
Keen to see if she could be allowed through. But for Jaeger as well, Empress has been propped, and they're trying to gain retake or access back onto this side and really hold.
It's better.
This is much better. Only one member left, has the operator. That's going to be Tigger up in Heaven. But only a very limited angle that they can hold.
But the Sage has the spike sitting in screens. Fortunately, they had the numbers 4 versus 1. That was probably the only downside to that. That was much better for Three Kings Esports. They even get the spike down in the end anyway. 500 credits. Last round before the swap. 9-3. If they can get this to 9-3, it doesn't look as bad, considering then they're going to be switching over to the defense and maybe, just maybe a bit of momentum that they can take with them. So, versus 10-2, which would be very detrimental. Look at the
buy from Icarus. 3 operators. Of course, you have to use it or lose it. But I was just interested to see. I mean, that is confidence right there. All these players playing with the operators and can be so suppressive, especially if you're trying to play for picks on the side Three Kings Esports. It can work very much the same way for the side of Icarus.
A lot of really good places that you can use it as well on split, sitting back from screens. You can have one over at mid. You can have one looking down into Garage. You could technically, if you want, even go for the ramps peak. Not as ideal, but there's definitely 2-3 really good spots. Let's be real, the operator's just strong enough that you can use it just about anywhere you want to, though. Again, another A push for Three Kings Esports, but they lose one early, which means it's going to be much harder for them to push through this now.
I wonder how close to Resurrection their Sage is. I'm not really sure. I didn't actually get to see, but even if it's a frag or two, you do have that ultimate orb over there. Okay. But it's still not safe yet.
As they like to say in other titles, it's not a safe res.
Yeah, we saw a couple of those happening yesterday
you can
as
see
well.
it actually there, just outside the dark cover. Evoke can see it, so that's not the ideal time. If they can deal with Evoke over at ramps, which, you know, this is a really good time for Kiwi to push forward, try and flash Evoke, force them back. With that bit of spacing, they can actually get the resurrection. Heel's watching from screen, so watching the gap, he's going to be able to punish one. Bruce did get a shot back, though. Doesn't have to go for the resurrection. Tigger jumps down from Evan, comes in from behind. As clean as you like, really, in the end from Icarus, 10-2. And maybe more so than anything that last round, which is a flip on their own behalf as we switch the halves.
That's exactly it. 10-2. Of course, first to 13 will be able to clinch this one out. So Icarus done a really, really good job on defense. They've given themselves that lead. And this is where it gets dangerous because if Three Kings Esports loses the pistol round, as I said, it's not indicative of performance, but what happens is that they're probably going to be closer to giving up 2 rounds, which means that they will be then able to threaten match point. So for Three Kings Esports, it's really, really vital for them if they want to have an easier time of defending off or staying in this round a little bit longer versus Icarus. They need to win this pistol round.
Curious to see how they're going to defend this, though, because we touched on it at the very beginning. No Cypher, for instance, which has been
where to set
probably up until this match, I think, 100% pick rate.
Yeah, you're right.
And a map like Split is perfect for someone like Cypher, who can put a lot of presence over on B site, for instance. Because they're not going to have that. So they actually had 2 members of the defense for Three Kings Esports over on B. So they're going to be coming late here over to this A side. It's a 1-for-1 trade early on, but that spike has gone down super early. And now it's the retake for Three Kings Esports that they need to achieve.
It's actually looking okay for Three Kings Esports in terms of that you don't have the defenders from Icarus too spaced out. They're all kind of very, very uniform, so you can kind of play for picks. They don't have a lot of angles that they've been able to cover either. Scuba Steve desperately trying to make short work of the Jet, trying to push out, but the dark cover will really throw them into darkness. And just like that, I said it was looking good for Three Kings Esports, but the dark cover playing such a vital part, and also Feels not going down, being that absolute nuisance, just put an end to that.
There's a difference between getting onto the site and rushing the spike plant and being able to get onto the site, put the spike down, and set up for the retake that's eventually going to come. And in that case, you know, Icarus just were completely set up, ready from the get-go for when Three Kings Esports would come back in. So really well played from them. And as you said before, by winning that pistol round, very likely to now go on and make this 12-2.
That's it. For Icarus, as I said, even though they were set up, it was just on limited angles, but for Three Kings Esports, the utility came down to that as well. Obviously, you're not going to be rocking out with the full kit, but you can see how much of a part it played, especially dark cover being in that core kit. Feels managing to pick out Wen, didn't check behind him. And we'll also take out Kiwi running down the ramps. This is a massacre.
Yeah, this is very, very one-sided, unfortunately. Look, to be fair, though, we've spoken about it at length yesterday and today. We kind of expected maybe some of these sort of matches. Yesterday actually didn't provide too many of them, which was really nice, but especially in a round 3 matchup, you've got teams that haven't had history. Sometimes these sort of matches can slip through the cracks, and it's just been very one-sided. I will say this, though, the 77% in Twitch chat who thought Three Kings Esports would win, not going to be correct in this one.
They're going to be hopefully keeping eyes on Icarus and seeing how they can progress for the rest of the day. But as I said, for Icarus now, they will be threatening that match point. It kind of read the way we did. They did have a flawless round as well on that last one. They're just playing confident. They knew that they had the buy ahead. And as I said, they just ran in, massacred everyone on Three Kings Esports. But this is looking good for Three Kings Esports. At least if they'll be able to take this round. They do have the rifle buy now in their hands. So hopefully feel a little bit confident, or a little bit more confident with that.
I like this push, though, into the B through Garage. There's no Cypher here, so there's nothing really having to clear. Pushing up through ramps as well. Like, right now, it's literally just the Phoenix on B by themselves. As soon as they've been eliminated, which they now have, which was Kiwi, they can go straight on. You can see, actually, on the minimap, Jet just sort of dashing around there, has the spike. They've got full control of Heaven as well. Three Kings Esports being baited over to the A site with that push up through ramps. And this has been a great execution of this play from Icarus. Like, straight out of the playbook, really, for that final round. Three Kings Esports were not expecting it at all. 13-2. A very one-sided affair on Split, Vandy.
It was indeed, but from Icarus, really putting their name now in terms of teams that will definitely be sure to follow. For Three Kings Esports, they can definitely come back, review that VOD. As you said, the composition that they picked, maybe it wasn't the best for Split. But in saying that, to be at least able to get some rounds, we still haven't seen any 13-0s. So they were still able to have a little bit of hope. And some of the rounds actually did become quite close, almost like 1v1s, 1v2s.
It was getting kind of better as it went on.
Yeah, that's it. But unfortunately, 13 is the limit, right, for the rounds?
That is the limit there. But look, I think we're in full right here to just sort of celebrate the way that Icarus played that match. They showed us that they had a lot of strats. They showed us that they've definitely been practicing and that they are a team to watch for here moving on. Of course, they move on to the round or the 4th round matchup, and unfortunately for Three Kings Esports, they will be going home. Although, as we've kind of alluded to many, many times yesterday and today, lots of different pathways. So they'll be able to come back in the other qualifying matches. Not sure if they played yesterday. I don't think they did.
We can double check that, but I don't remember their
If they
name.
didn't play yesterday, they've got 3 more chances.
Exactly right. Out of our 6 open qualifiers, so we still have plenty more rounds to bring you. That was round number 3, and both teams will be picking up a couple of points. Icarus will be progressing through to round number 4. Don't go anywhere, however. We still have a couple of matches to bring you. We're just going to be jumping to a short break.
Welcome everyone, my name is Tolga. I'm a live caster at Twitch. It's going to be absolutely amazing and I cannot wait to see this goddamn place.
Is insane. The colors,
the colors
the huge LED screen. Every esports stream, honestly, the PCs here are amazing.
Hey guys, it's Vangetta. As you know, gaming is all about community. That's why I'm working with Alienware to thank you guys for staying at home and doing your part. Remember, just because we can't always be together doesn't mean we can't play a part together.
on, let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back to Rise of Valor. We are on day 2 of broadcast. Of course, this is an official Valorant Ignition series powered by Alienware. We are broadcasting live from Fortress Melbourne studio, and behind us is a gorgeous Alienware arena. Xenox, we already kicked off to round 3, which was our first broadcasted match of the day. What do you think?
Yeah, look, it was a little bit one-sided, obviously, in the end. Icarus getting the win 13-2. It was our most one-sided match that we've seen so far this weekend, and hopefully that will remain as our most one-sided match.
I hope so.
I also hope Three Kings Esports can go back, watch, learn a little bit, and come back next weekend and show us what they've got, maybe on a different map.
That's exactly it. Of course, we also do have some exciting stuff planned for you all at home. This is our Oceanic Rising Series competition where we're encouraging everybody at home to jump in. If you have been competing in the tournament, we want to see your clips.
Yeah, the Oceanic Rising plays is you're teaming up with Intel, give away $100 in cash for every day of the open qualifiers from gameplay clips of the Rise of Valor. So make sure you upload your funny or clutch gameplay clips to Twitter or Instagram, hashtag OCE Rising Play and hashtag Rise of Valor. Make sure to also tag at Fortress Melb. Don't forget that bit, super important. And the winning clips will then be shown on broadcast the following weekend. So, of course, this is the first weekend, so it can't really be the following weekend. But hey, from next weekend onwards, we can start
we want to see your rising
highlight
plays.
these clips. Yeah, exactly.
I'm very, very excited to see exactly what everyone at home has come up with. And speaking of, if you'd like to join the conversation, you can see this awesome ticker on your stream. You can join the conversation. Just tweet at us. Use hashtag Rise of Valor. We want to see what you're thinking, what you're up to. Tweet us your fun moments, I guess. Like, what are you having for lunch? We had pizza. I had pizza. What did you have?
The butter chicken pie, which was delicious.
Oh, there you go. So both of us very happy with our lunches. But as I said, join the conversation. We'd love to see it. As we finish with round 3, we'll be jumping into round number 4. And I can I can reiterate that now we've dropped down to 16 teams. So just like that, it keeps halving until we get to the semifinals and then the qualifying match number 1 and number 2.
It's very quick, isn't it? How quickly we go from, the 120 or so teams down to 16 teams. Of course, we kind of just start to drop in around that round 3 matchup mark, where as you said, there's already only 32 teams left. So let's go and have a look at our next matchup that we're going to be having on the stream for the round 4 portion of this qualifier. Magic 5 versus All Facts, No Printer.
And one of these teams, of course, you're a little bit familiar with. Magic 5, I can recap from yesterday. They managed to make it to round 5. So the quarterfinals, they were eventually beaten by McTeam, who we had a funny name on that team. What was his name? McChickenleg.
McChickenleg.
Yeah, maybe the inspiration for that team, but managing to make it almost all the way to the end of day 1 yesterday. So I'm keen to see what they can do. And then for an All Facts No Printer, you were saying that this roster, most of it or some of it was made up of ex-PUBG pros.
Yeah, a couple of them from the T1 PUBG scene in Oceania. So Dak, Suspect, Tazzy have all had notable teams in PUBG, typically around Tier 1. Then you got a guy called Mexi, who's from CSGO. COD has a bit of a background there, and an Omez G, actually, that apparently doesn't come from any game. So, first, I think, foray into the competitive scene here, beginning with Valorant.
That's exactly what we love to see. Some new blood coming in. Icarus, of course, a team that we saw on broadcast as well, showing their teeth, showing their fangs and what they were made of. So again, it's just all about up-and-comers and rising stars over here. But as we kind of said, even though our broadcast, we get limited to about 6 games that we get to broadcast, there's so many more matches taking place at home. And of course, it just means that this tournament, like the size of it is huge.
Yeah, it's massive. The amount of signups, the amount of players, the amount of teams, even really the amount of prizes for the Rise of Valor as well. This is definitely one of the biggest Oceanic events that I've ever been a part of and really even just seen in general over the last couple of years.
That's exactly it. We do have a game ready for us. So as we described, it is going to be Magic 5 versus All Facts No Printer. And we're back on Split, Xenox. You asked for Split yesterday. When it rains, it pours.
Apparently, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? I do like Split, though, so I'm very excited to see how this plays out and what will hopefully be a closer matchup as well. But, you know, you mentioned it in our last match. Defender sided usually is going to be preferred here on Split. And so whoever's going to be defending first, I'm not sure, we're about to find out, but you'd think they'd want to get up to a good start.
Absolutely right. If you can give yourself a little bit of a lead, as we even saw Icarus in the previous match broadcasted being able to do, it makes it so much easier when the sides flip and you have to attack. Of course, in terms of how the map was chosen and how the sides were seeded, it is highest seed, I believe, that gets to be placed on defense, or highest seed that gets to choose. I'll just double check that for you.
So it is going to be all facts, no printer on the attacking side. And Magic 5 will be on the defense. As you mentioned, we saw them yesterday against Big Team. They were not able to progress. What was that? Round 5. So this would be now a round 4 matchup, either moving once again to round 5 or this time falling a little bit shorter of the mark. Regardless, though, points would still be picked up. And the beauty of Rise of Valour, of course, with the points system and the multiple entries through qualifiers, always a blessing here. Pistol round, though. We'll see how this plays out.
I can confirm as well that highest seed was chosen to defend first. As we said, Magic 5 managing to make it into the quarterfinals yesterday means that they are the highest seed from yesterday. So that's why they do get to defend first.
I would say probably Suspect is the one to keep an eye on. Very talented from PUBG. Out of the 3 PUBG guys, Dak, Suspect, and Tazzy, I would say it was the most successful. Mexi just going to push in through Mail. Takes a few shots, trying to push one off of the rafters here from Heaven. They're also going to flash out stairs so that they can just push through onto the B site without too much repercussion. But G is going to be eliminated. There are trades, though. Dak gets Junior, but Yakuza will get him back. And so this is really playing into the hands of Magic 5 right now. Dodds just sitting over the box, and in the end, rather comfortable for Magic 5 to win the pistol round.
Very, very comfortable, as you said. Didn't really feel panicked, didn't really need to reposition as much, just really holding their ground and then waiting for their team to come in through the flanks and clean house. For all facts, no printer, as we said, it just gives us an indication to the type of style that they were playing. It wasn't just at a death ball rush. I mean, they were still testing for the defenses. And I believe it'll be a little bit more systematic this time around, but we'll have to wait and see. It's still very, very much early days, but that full buy coming out across the board, 2 Bulldogs picked up. Actually, Dodds is going to be saving, maybe looking to pick up an Operator in round number 3.
Yeah, Bulldog is an interesting decision. A lot of teams usually will prefer the Spectre. Taking the Bulldog, though, can give you the benefit, I'd imagine, of sitting around screens.
Yeah, you can have that the longer shots, as you said, because Spectre really does start to taper off anything long range. It's definitely more of a short, and you're really stretching it for a mid-range fight.
Recon Bolt's only going to uncover Tazzy. No one else that was sitting around. Fake Sewer. Just letting the player at ramps hear that they're going back towards mid. Obviously, they're not. Just going to fake it out. This is always going to be an A push with pistols only. This is where the Bulldog screens can pay dividends rather than the Spectre. Dash over to the A site. Hummus, though, at the top of ramps, though. This is where the Spectre can be very, very powerful. Up close. And in the end, floors a 4K for Hummus. Too much focus, probably, on the player at screens. And in the end, punished by the player on top of ramps. That's
exactly it. So just funneling them into Hummus, who is just waiting with the Spectre, and that's exactly the range that you can just make short work of your enemies and dispatch them. For all facts, no printer as well. You did so see OMSG trying to go into B site as well. Maybe if they could get a pick, that's what they were hoping for, if the Cypher was going to rotate. We did see in the match versus Icarus and 3 Kings Esports, 3 Kings Esports chose not to run the Cypher. You can see very much so both teams prefer to have a Cypher.
Apparently these teams have played before. I'm not sure when that was, but Magic 5 did win that exchange, whether that was the scrims or maybe the last Ignition series. But there's a bit of history here. Nice headshot from Mexi onto Dodds through mid. Magic 5 have started really well here on the split defense. They even had the op, which is still available on the Jet, sitting just at the top of Vance over at Heaven on 8. I like the idea, though, of trying to go for this mid control when they've finally got some rifles to contest it. Credit to Magic 5, though, realizing that, grabbing the op, and putting that presence themselves from the defensive side looking down mid. But they are going to have to just give this up right now, allow control of mid to go to all facts, no printer. Instead, though, they're just going to go back through Sewer.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Just rotate off, try and see if they can get another pick. But for the defense of Magic 5, as you said, still anchoring very much so around mid. You also have B site, but holding up different angles. So they will be able to be like living wards. If you do see All Facts No Printer coming, they'll be able to spot them even before they're available to access site.
The biggest one here is whether or not they can get somehow over the ramps without Jet seeing. Never mind, they use utility. Dark Cover's going to cover off screens. Kaida now gives the information over to the other two remaining members of Magic 5. It is a 3 versus 3, but now All Facts No Printer can get the plant behind the screen. And so Heaven has been controlled by Magic 5. So this is a bit of a 50-50 battle right now. It comes down to who kind of just gets the opening pick in this 3 versus 3 exchange.
That's it, but good angles at least covered by All Facts No Printer. Unfortunately, they're all on the same elevation. No one was able to, you know, rotate through to lamps or get their one as well being spotted down in Hell.
Oh, they've got to get that kill onto Suspect. Now he can find another one from Hell pretty comfortably. Recon is going to be able to get the dart. A lot of time being run out now by All Facts No Printer. I think Magic 5 just kind of give this one up. They got the op in Heaven. They don't want to waste that. 5 sitting over the screens. Kind of dumb. Get Mexi. See how many exit frags they can get. One, even just on Mexi, that's fine. Kaida was never going to go for the... In fact, Suspect doesn't even make it out in time.
Barely getting caught by the bomb explosion.
That's an expensive win.
Exactly what I was thinking. So because the rifle buy went ahead to All Facts No Printer, now you'll see in terms of their economy, definitely some of them might need to be saving. Yeah, you can have a look at it here. Magic 5, I mean, whatever they managed to walk away with as well. Both sides really bleeding out that cash. So a couple of members unable to do a full buy. And yeah, we kind of just stabilize it all. So actually interested to see. No, actually there has been forced buys across the board. So okay, what this means for Magic 5 now, if they lose this round, they'll be forced into an economy and a save round.
I think you can say almost the same thing for both teams here. They've kind of just really forced bought. All Facts No Printer have actually gone with a lot of members with half armor before rifle. Unfortunately for All Facts No Printer, the one player who actually stayed alive that last game actually was the operator player. So that would have been the most impact if they had got rid of that. Nicely done from Mexican Rock. We'll get the headshot on the dogs pushing through vents now. Yusuke finds 2, now 3 from this ropes position. Really punishing All Facts No Printer. Kind of with that op though. And just completely catches Omez G off guard. Suspect is the last one alive. In a 1 versus 3. They may not know his location to the fullest. Doesn't matter. Holmes just watching vents, watching ropes. 3-1. And Magic 5 off to a great start on defense.
Such a painful lesson from Yakuza in Vents. 3 for 1. Take that trade any day of the week, and you can see that's really what halted their push. A lot of the action taking place in Vents as well. If you could see All Facts No Printer able to take control of Vents, it would have really opened up a lot of the map, but they weren't able to push through on that. So for Magic 5, it was just a really good read on the situation yet again from Yakuza, being aggressive, wanting to get amongst it. Both of these teams, you can see they're very, very confident in their gunplay, and I believe Mexi, you said, had a background in terms of CSGO, so you can see in terms of the way that they're playing, all of these players are more than happy to take these 1v1 gunfights. It then just comes down to, again, if you are going to be trading out, what's the cost here, right? You always want to see a trade, at least a 1-for-1.
A little bit of fun between the Owl Drone and Mexi. So eco round for All Facts No Printer. It's kind of just giving the round over to Magic 5 before it's even really begun. Barring a bit of a collapse, I guess. A Thrifty will have to be the only way forward now for All Facts No Printer. It can happen, you know, if you're just going to rush into mail, get an easy kill, pick up the weapon. Kind of snowball from there. Pushing down mid with pistols is ideal. Paranoid's going to go out, but doesn't affect everybody. OMSG able to take a few shots. Cybercade's going to be very late. Almost gets the headshot, early open frag onto Mexi, but Dodge from this position is able to just get the refrags. Now finally OMSG can actually pick up a gun here, remove that tracking dart, allow the Omen to also push through mail, find a gun too. Things could snowball for All Facts No Printer. Like I said, this round's not over.
No, definitely not. And considering that this was an economy round to start, yes, we've got a Vandal at least acquired by 1, but unfortunately Suspect not able to check that corner means that Kaita will be able to pick up both. And just like that, the gun that was picked up, horribly lost. But for All Facts No Printer, that was the team play that you like to see. It was economy, it was just using pistols. They were making the best out of that situation. At least they're damaging some of the economy from Magic 5. Not a huge dent, but a little bit. It definitely counts.
I think they need to get to about 4 wins on attack. Maybe 3 at like minimum.
Yeah. That's comfortable. 4 is optimal, but I mean
This
even
goes
3
here.
you can work with, because at least then when you go flip on defense, makes your job a little bit easier.
Oh, this is enough. Yes, this should do.
So even though the scoreline kind of suggests Magic 5 may just be pulling away with things, you know, we've already gotten a bit of a small history here at the Rise of Valor event. You know, Fury versus Mystery Inc. was 6-2, switch halves, things change. Things aren't always the way it seems. On defense, on split especially as well, Magic 5 doing very well, but you kind of need to see both sides switch eventually to get the full picture. So for all facts, no printer, find another, as I said, 3 to 4, maybe 2 to 3, 4 attacking wins here, and they could be right in it when they switch.
All facts, no printer, something as well that can really help them in terms of being able to win one of these rounds. The Rolling Thunder, the ability to, if they can clear out Heaven and then they can clear out any other defenders on that B side, I think it'll be a great key utility or a great key ultimate in terms of being able to open up these sides. So in Breach, you don't really see that much of. You have to be really, really confident with him. Some players just find him great for just angles and things like that. But his ultimate, I mean, it's so good at clearing out a side.
Back Hughes down mid, doesn't really get too much. A little bit of information on the Sage, kind of has been putting this operator to good use over at Heaven. Elsewhere on the map though, finally that Sage goes down. It's Dodds, kind of still with the operator, cannot be stopped. Activates the Blade Storm inside of the dark cover. Not going to be noticed. Now over from screen to Thomas with the Hunter's Fury, trying to just get a few shots out of the back of sight. Kind of just surprises Mexi off guard completely. 3 kills now.
Kaita's great.
Oh
Short distance, long distance, you name it. Hungry, 4K.
5. Can actually get a 6K here as well. Just no, not now. That's going to be the round win though for Magic 5 as they go for the defuse.
That was great aggressive play from Kaita. Still manages to hold on to that operator, guarding it with their life, but happy to go aggressive if needed, especially because constantly being smoked out, knowing that team needed them to push on up, but also hungry for an ace. That's a show-stopping play right there. But you could see the Rolling Thunder, the idea behind it was great. It was so good to see, but for Dak, it was just a little bit too long that they held on to it. They couldn't really utilize it. Yes, Kaita got hit by it. Well, that's it. Yes, Kaita got hit by it, but you can see it was already too late. They had managed to retake point, and at that point, now it's just a big ultimate that didn't really get much done.
It's like a mini story happening right now in this match.
there.
When will Kaita finally die? Like this
The
operator.
raid boss again?
Well, yeah, it's kind of like that raid boss scenario. The thing is, Kaita's playing well because they're pushing between mid and Heaven, never sitting in the same location. So it's not like they're, for example, a screens player, and you know, okay, yeah, they're going to be in screens with op every single time. Just always keeping all facts, no printer guessing. It's going to be another A push. They're not even attempting B unless they somehow get mid control, which they're not really fighting for it too much. Considering there's also a double op setup, your bet is going to be uploading the information of Magic 5. Paranoia used briefly. Dark cover going to be thrown out as well. Sitting in Hell's going to be suspect.
No Blade Storm this time for Kaita, so still having to play a little bit more cautiously. Would have the Ghost available. Dodds going in for the Resurrection. Junior taking out Suspect, and Dodds getting another kill. But you can see, for all facts, no printer, there's only one member left, Mexi. Last standing.
Yeah, this is a bit of a slaughter right now on split.
Look at how it's turned as well. Like you can see as well, like everybody managed to get back on the side from Magic 5. Good exit frag at least by Mexi. Everyone managed to get on side, and you can see they completely swapped. So from Heaven, they were then onto side, and Mexi just left up in Heaven. No team there. Running out of time. That was again just another economy round. So there should be a buy coming out now from all facts, no printer.
That goes there.
Look at Kaita's credits. Even if you're not buying for yourself, you can constantly buy for other members of your team. And you can see Dodds as well. This time, also rocking operators. So there's 2 to contend with. Mexi has picked one up for themselves as well, but left themselves with 0 credits in this next round.
Yeah, but they got to start to fight back. Try and pick up a few rounds here or there. So at some point, yeah, you need to buy an operator for yourself and try and really just win the round. This is the sort of round, though, where all facts, no printer don't even have any sort of excuses. They've got their rifles, they got an operator, they got their armor, they got their utility. Maybe the last couple of rounds has been a bit rough and go, but the loss streak is built up as well. Armor sitting in screens could actually be vulnerable to an operator, for instance. Just clears that recon bolt.
They're taking their time as well, making sure that this time for all facts, no printer, they can afford to waste a few seconds to see if they can gather any more intel, gather any more utility, wait out some utility. As you said, B has been relatively untouched. You have the Sage to contend with, but also she can rotate and help out Cypher.
Oh, I was just about to say, Skyda actually is going to find their first death of the match in round number 8. Was that Thomas was able to shift onto the A site while Kaita took screens. Unfortunately, that was bad timing for Kaita. Just as Allfax No Printer pushed in, they will be eliminated. Yakuza with a 3K up in heaven, controlling this exceptionally well. Spike down as well.
Spike here.
You can hear it from the Omen. Spike here.
You can feel like this is a little bit of a repeat from one of the games that we had yesterday. For Mind Freak, there was another player. I mean, we had Lucid as well. Just so hard to take down. But even if Lucid died, there were still other members who were very, very confident fragging out. That's exactly what's happening. It doesn't matter if Kaita's down. Now Yakuza's picked up the slack.
Yeah, exactly right. It's not a one-man show. Unfortunately for Suspect, though, they are a one-man show at the moment because they're the last one alive for Allfax No Printer. No time and no exit frags either. It's a 4K for Yakuza. Defenders win again, 7-1, and it's becoming a theme now on Split.
I feel for them, especially for Mexi. Mexi spent all of their credits at last round. I mean, they're going to have barely any funds this time. Really relying on their team or having to go with maybe if they're going to force buy. I mean, yeah, I'm not really sure what they're going to be rocking with this time. Perhaps picking up the Spectre or Bulldog. Have to wait and see. But they were so confident. Yes, they achieved what they wanted to do, which was get rid of Kaita. But their team, as you said, couldn't really close out the round.
Armor and Sheriff for Mexi. And 3 Phantoms and a Vandal with half armor for OMSG. So still something available for Allfax No Printer. Oh my god, that's just so filthy from Kaita. Quick op shot and dash back. Spike down as well, close by to Ramen. Kaita finds a second one with a Tazzy pushing through Garage. This is just a slaughter fest on Split. And the problem is, even though it's defender-sided map, if it gets to a point where it's like 11-1 or 10-2 at the half, the scoreboard pressure is just immense. Even though it's like, okay, now we're on defense, but we can't even slip up even once.
Exactly right. You just cannot have any padding for yourself, and that's so unfortunate. I mean, for Homers over there to pick up Dak as they were trying to chase down Sage and get that kill. Mexi also trying to push up through Heaven. Knows that generally one player likes to be here, but we actually have 2 anchoring. So Yakuza, so anchoring with fellow mate Cypher. That's actually a good open. And knows that there's at least one more, so still hasn't really been clearing it out aggressively yet. No, thought that Junior might have rotated back down to the stairs there.
They don't have control of Spike. They don't really have control of the game. And again, it's only Suspect by themselves. Just going to sit in vents, maybe try and catch someone off guard in this unusual location. Expecting potentially someone to rotate from B to A or from A to B. Looking for him. So 8-1 now. Where does Allfax No Printer go from here? They spent once again into this round, and once again it just doesn't work out well for them.
No, running down the clock, but this time knowing that economy is so hard to come by, but Junior is still hunting them out. This is again the aggression that you like to see from teams. Junior knows that he has plenty of buy left. I mean,
they're not even getting exit frags, and they're not even having like 1 or 2 stay alive. If I pull up the scoreboard, I'm pretty sure they've died every single round. All members of Allfax No Printer. Yeah, all of them have got 9 down.
Well, that's the thing, because even if a member of Magic 5s goes down trying to get that exit frag for themselves, like it's funny, right? The defender's trying to go for exit frags, so they're just denying the save and keeping their economy poor. They're really dictating the pace of the game, because look at how much funds they've got for their team. Homer's sitting on 8,700 credits, 6,700 credits on Kaita.
And that's after they've bought as well.
That's it. Plenty of money to go around.
Cypher on Split's so powerful on this B site. Trapwires, Cage can just watch Garage so freely. Because there's only really one way in, otherwise you're coming in through mid. So the Cypher just has to worry about one location. It's so good.
And you got Sage as well, also stalling everybody out in that mid, because that gives you access to Heaven, gives you access to vents. It really controls the whole map, as you said, but it's very, very hard to overrun. There's also always been 2 defenders anchored up in Heaven as well. It's not just Sage, who, as I said, can be easily overrun, even through all the slows.
It's a really good location with his crossfires. Yakuza's found another 3K. Does eventually get shut down though by Dak. Kaita just going to rotate from the back.
Kaita wants a piece of the action.
Yeah. But this is the thing, you brought it up, that all the members of Magic 5 have just got the capability to frag out, and it's just the team-orientated performance right now. 9-1, and it's a little bit unfortunate for Allfax No Printer.
At the rate that this is going, I mean, I see even when we're trying to switch sides, it'll be more like 11-1, and that's really a scary spot to find yourself in, because if you lose the pistol round, it's essentially almost like you've lost the game, right? It's very, very hard for yourself. But as you said as well, Xenox, the mounting pressure to come back, you just cannot drop a round at all.
The only round that all Facts No Printer have won is the round that they really should be winning, where it's rifles versus SMGs. That's it. Outside of that, it's just all been Magic 5. Of course, it's still round to 50-50, but it's really just one-way traffic. Walled up down mid. It's from the Sage of Magic 5. That's Dodds. As he's just going to create an opening. A lot of slow ops, a lot of utility has been used down this mid. So similar push to what we saw in the last round, but this time, at least for all Facts No Printer, they've got some rifles. Slow off into vents, and it's looking like it's going to be another push through mail.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they tried to do it with the economy round. Didn't work out as well, but there were a couple of frags coming out from Mexi. This time with the whole team. Let's see what they can do. They're trying up a different approach, and this is looking good for once. Yakuza is the first to fall on down.
Off your feet!
Walled off stairs, expecting one to be holding that location, but it was actually over at Rafters that Magic 5 had their player. Still, that's much better from all Facts No Printer. A lot of utility used, which is fine. Doesn't matter how you win. One holding it, Suspect holding it. Rafters will take out Hummus, and I think they are going to be able to win this round. And
there we go.
9-2, they're on the board. One more round, 9-3. That's, as I said before, the minimum mark, and then they switch over to defense. Maybe you win the pistol round. You can get it back to like 9-5 pretty quickly from this position. This round is so important now. Now, of course, Magic 5 have, well, they're rich. They can just buy back as, like that last round didn't matter. But for all Facts No Printer, of course, they themselves, of course, can be well equipped for this final round.
I think for all Facts No Printer, what's important for them is that their strategy worked. They finally tested. I mean, we've gone A a few times. Nah, not working out for us. Tried to go mid when we had low econ. Hasn't really worked out for us. B, we tried once. Absolutely not. This strategy worked for them, and that's, I think, more important even than just having the rifles and everything like that. They're like, okay, now they'll be looking to replicate the results. As you can see, a lot of them still positioning around B, mid, but also a few of them trying to go through main as well.
Final round of the half before we switch sides. I would have preferred this to just be a little bit closer so that we can really see the switch. Because if, say, Magic 5 win pistol round on their attack, then that's going to really just push that scoreboard closer to match point. It's more so just for the science behind it, like how defender-sided really is this. You know, you want all Facts No Printer to sort of have their own go at this and be like, okay, is it just Magic 5 are really good? Or
yeah,
are they sort of
you want to see how it's been compounded.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So 40 seconds here. It looks like it's going to be a rotate through sewer back over to A site for this final attacking round of all Facts No Printer.
That's actually a good move from them. And yes, they won't have a lot of time for their actual push. Kaita, of course, still being able to have the operator there. I believe they'll start off with some smokes. No, instead it'll be the run it back to try and, you know, just scout out, get as much info as possible. Are there any traps? We don't know. All right, this is where it all comes alive now. Kaita being completely denied for now, but you can see the rotate is coming across from Magic 5. 10 seconds left to plant.
They're going to get the spike down just in time, kind of the Blade Storm. Although one sitting very, very close. Bites Dak, who has no clue what just hit him. This quick right click takes him out. The right click misses a little bit though. Tatsu will take out Kaita mid-air, and Suspect will get Homers. Tatsu close by though, going to be caught off by Yakuza. Suspect was in here for a teleport, wrong time, wrong place. Dodds down at Hell, really keeping Mexi at bay now. The last one alive for all Facts No Printer as the spike is getting diffused, and it's 10-2. And yeah, Shorty going to get Dodds, but Mexi can't get away from that one either. 10-2, we switch. We're halfway there, technically. It's about to be over, though.
Oh, it is. But, I mean, we actually did have a Twitch chat poll again, right? So when this game started, it was actually 50-50 for both teams. So everyone thinking it was very evenly matched. I mean, a little bit closer to Magic 5. 54% of chat were cheering them on. So on this halfway mark, it's really, really interesting to see how this game panned out. Now, though, we wanted to wonder, is it because Split is more defender-sided? Is it that Magic 5 are just better? Because you said these teams already have some history. The last time Magic 5 were able to take out the win against All Facts No Printer. But Kaita also getting a lot of love in chat, and with plays like that, you can't help but love it. Generally, with operating jets, you always just see them just use their mobility to just reposition. Kaita isn't afraid to get aggressive, and I think that's also what kind of is separating them from some of the other jets that we've seen that just stick to primarily operating.
Yep, there's going to be Kaita again. Utilizing the dash from the jet with the shorty combined, immediately going to push over to vents, where, of course, from this sort of position, the shorty is amazing. We went 3K from Kaita, cannot be stopped right now.
It's the Kaita show, and finally getting stopped by Omer's G saying that's enough.
Can be stopped right now.
Enough of your showboating. I don't care if chat thinks you're the favorite. No, enough. But I gotta say, I love Jet, so by watching Kaita, as I said, she's one of my favorite agents. I'm taking a masterclass right now, and I hope everyone at home is also enjoying it.
All facts, no Brent are certainly not enjoying this right now, though. They're getting taught a lesson. MSG trying from a distance, but goes down in hell, and, well, feels like hell surrounding All Facts No Printer now. They lose the pistol round, and, well, I think they're on the verge of a 12-2 at minimum before they're going to be able to even contest a round again. And
as you said, the round that they did win was when they had the rifle buy as opposed to the SMG buy. So that would, again, bring the score maybe to 13-3 if we're seeing a repeat of our first broadcasted match for today. But let's see how it all pans out. It's still early days. Is it early days? I don't know. It feels like we're about to be early days in terms of this round. Sorry, I should have rephrased that. Yes, it's not early days for the entire of the game. No way. Time is running out, as you said, for All Facts No Printer, and it's running out rapidly. Still, in terms of the plans, the way they're anchoring as well is they've copied the same setup from Magic 5. You've got 2 around Heaven coming in from Mail. Still happy to peek out, and if they do need to, they can fall back. The Sage, of course, playing there. So same setup for the Cypher. Instead, though, you have Phoenix anchoring with Sage, and then that leaves Omen to play A ramps. Yeah, it's very difficult because if you try and push through Garage, the Sage that's sitting over at Heaven can crossfire with the Cypher sitting backside B. But then if you push through mid, the Sage that's sitting in Heaven can just watch through Mail as well with the Phoenix. So you can never really have an easy path forward in splits. Why a lot of teams kind of push through A, because it's not like you're going to have multiple sitting in ramps and multiple sitting in screens. At best, you kind of can block off screens and then push up to ramps, but well, B-side it is for Magic 5, which is maybe something All Facts No Printer probably should have done a little bit more on the attack, trying to switch things up a bit. So much of the focus was on the A side. Tansy with the Sheriff, but not much that they're going to be able to do here to stop this spike from going down. Not only does it go down, it most likely will explode as well. One down. Kaita coming up from Heaven, retaking. So also trying to find the last defender. They can have that cross angle like that. And this is now just becoming match point over here for Magic 5. It has been the show all along. For All Facts No Printer, the last Hail Mary. This is the round that we saw them win last time when the sides were switched. Wondering if they can do it again, at least prolong it, see if the final score could be something like 13-3 or even more. If they can get the ball rolling on their side, we'll have to wait and see. But it has always just been one round that they clinch out, and then you can see on the match history. Then Magic 5 come back, put an end to that.
Well, now it's just a sort of matter of pride as well, right? You've got this round that you're going to have a significant advantage. Well, actually, you're not going to have a significant advantage, technically. Looking at those buys.
What is those buys?
Yeah, this is...
So they must have gone a little bit harder in round 11.
They must have actually committed a little bit more. Well, we saw the Sheriffs come out, for instance. They've only got like Stingers and Sheriffs up against Rifles of Magic 5. So not going to be a similar scenario to what we saw actually happen in the first half. But also the fact that, of course, for Magic 5, they've been able to get 2 spikes down. So that's an extra 1,000 credits. So even this round is going to be very difficult for All Facts No Printer. Yakuza just bullying Maxi and Vents. That's the opening frag. Cyber Cage is going to be pumped, but not really going to achieve too much. Omen is rotating over that Suspect, pushing into Vents from Rogue. Oh, just wrong side to be watching. Yakuza pushed through, has 2, and it's now 5v3 in for what is probably going to be the final round of this round 4 matchup. Yakuza's got another one. It's on the DAC.
Magic 5, it's all about padding their KDAs at this point, but for All Facts No Printer, they're desperately trying to keep themselves in this game. It's looking harder and harder, but surely that's all she wrote.
Get out of my way!
So 13-2 is going to be our most one-sided affair so far that we've seen this weekend for Rise of Valor. For a team like All Facts No Printer, that is very disturbing, but to credit Magic 5. They played amazing here on Split. Solidified their defense, but also showed us it wasn't a one-side thing. They did it on both attack and defense.
They were just simply better on the day.
Exactly right.
Yeah, they did. They rocked up, and as I said, because of the best of one format, yes, we knew that Magic 5 with a slightly higher seed coming into this, but chat and ourselves, we expected it to be a little bit closer than what we got. But for All Facts No Printer, plenty of learnings that they can have for this. I think as well, what was really interesting to see was, again, they were constantly trying to change up their battle plans and adapt a little bit faster, but Magic 5 always seemed to have an answer for them. Magic 5, super impressive. They managed to make it to the quarterfinals yesterday. Just narrowly missing out playing in the qualifying finals. I wonder if they could get to the qualifying match today.
So they made it to round 5 yesterday, and of course now they've made it to round 5 again. So this is actually a really good point that you've sort of brought up here, is whether or not Magic 5 can now take it
all the way.
Yeah. Who did they end up losing to?
They lost against McChicken, not McChicken, McTeam. With McChicken leg. I'm just thinking McDonald's. Oh dear.
Yeah, so look, for All Facts No Printer, disappointing. They'll come back next weekend though, and I think they'll learn a lot from that one. That's a really good lesson that they've just been taught, and Magic 5 looked absolutely amazing. I mean, Kaita, my goodness.
I'm a fangirl of Kaita now, for sure. As I said, all you have to do is play Jet, but to watch some of those plays, especially with the shorty, and I was like, oh my God, it's a masterclass. I loved it. Absolutely. We want to hear your voices. If you loved that last game, make sure you tweet at us. Use hashtag Rise of Valor. You might see your message over there down in the ticker below. We're going to a quick break, maybe to get some McDonald's. Just kidding. But if you'd like to go get a snack or some drinks, feel free, because we'll be right back after a short break.
I love how both the Xbox and the PlayStation now have like little communities that you can join, Discord, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's just a nice tempo shift from coming home from work and just being able to hang out, relax a little bit, and just, mainly the friend aspect.
Cooperative and competitive experiences, social. All the social aspects of it.
When I was able to go and join the Super Smash Brothers scene, I met so many good friends that have the same interests as me, and we just have the same passion, and it's just made me a lot more out there, if that makes sense.
Being with friends and we're just hanging out, and it's a good way of having a conversation and building that rapport and just having lots of fun together. I think that to me is what is important about games.
It allows people to communicate, to be with each other, and to understand each other.
Watch this.
Needs to find a very quick kill. Jump shot from Fibers. One more shot onto the
Fibers. So I keep what I'm doing because I own it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week of Firefights. My name is Milboss, or James, that's Sam, or Stoitify. Susan, at this point, just really needs to get into a good position to hold the flag, spots the player jumping up on the railing, and does find the kill. 4-5 now.
Fibers hit the throwing knife. Who's throwing knives? At least you call one. Shotgun.
This should do it.
Falcons, no! Falcons away the wrong
Fish does it again.
Fish. Oh, watch this. This is.
Oh, that is just. Oh my god.
Wow.
The range of the 7-2-5. Needs to find a very quick kill if they want anything to go right here. Nice jump shot from Fibers. One more shot onto the
Fibers.
Fibers gets the second on a tire and a snappy shots there.
Great little jump shot.
Dirty kill cam.
Very dirty, a little jump shot over the box, and just a little wall bang right there.
Ash, they're going to win the first map in the lower bracket final. Look at the C4, almost gets C4 himself and jumps down and finds the spray. Looking at the other side of things, Astro Flap 7-4, not too bad himself. Ooh, the jumping headshot there with Dark Winter. It's only going to take one shot for Tyron to go down.
It's a draw.
It's a draw. Wait, what?
They killed each other. Oh,
they traded. Oh, Lord.
You don't see that one.
This gun has been in a lot of Call of Duties. There's also been a lot of other FPS titles or similar variants of the weapon. Yeah, it's nice to see it come back because it's been a while since we've had a good vector.
Yeah, it's been one of my favorite weapons in previous Call of Duty. It's always fun to use. It's fun.
10 health on Wolfie, only 28 on Falcon. So if they can land the shots, it's going to be an easy one. Finds the first.
Oh, fish!
Fish!
Stop it, fish! Stop it!
Jesus.
Stop it! My goodness! Look at these shots here. Oh my fish!
Call him Snapper because his aim's about as snappy.
He's
as you can
reeling in the
imagine.
kills. Noble's gonna have to pull out something big.
Yeah, needs a huge one versus 2. 47 health,
Is that gonna pick up the
46
first
health.
one? Oh, almost gets the second, but Ash.
What? Excuse me?
I think it was a little
jumping shot.
It was a little jump shot there. Look at that.
Back in my zone now.
Hi everyone, I'm Series of Blurs and I just want to say thank you. Video games have always brought us together, but this year with so many of us staying at home and social isolating, we've been able to turn to each other and I think that it's made our community stronger than ever. So I wanted to say thank you for doing your part and I hope that you're staying safe.
remaining.
Welcome back from the break. Of course, this is Rise of Valor, an official Valorant Ignition series powered by Alienware. We are broadcasting live from the Fortress Melbourne studio behind the Alienware Arena. We've had some awesome games today, but we wanted to remind you that if you wanted to play, you can still sign up for the qualifiers. We have next weekend's qualifiers still available. Head to fortressmelbourne.com/Rise of Valor to get involved. But also, if you're watching at home, we also have some interesting prizes for you through our Watch and Win competition.
Yeah, the Watch and Win, it's been a bit of a fan favourite. Of course, you can win a share of $30,000 worth of Alienware peripherals. To enter in chat, !Watch and Win. Of course, follow the Gleam link and enter the code. Today's code, Alienware.
There you go.
Simple as that.
Yeah, nice and simple. Alienware to win some Alienware peripherals just for watching and winning. As I said, this is my favourite aspect of the spectator competition. You don't need to compete. All you need to do is, as I said, just participate in that competition. As well as recapping, Jake. So we have now managed to hit our top 8 teams. And for us, I mean, it's been a bit of a journey to get here, but some of the games that we've seen, we actually saw the most one-sided match that we've had ultimately in terms of our qualifiers. So a 13-2.
13-2, unfortunately, for Fax No Printer. They got eliminated by Magic 5, who really just sort of showed us what they're capable of. And look, I guess after that sort of game, they will be feeling like they can continue on down the bracket and make it all the way to the qualifying matches. After getting knocked out yesterday in round 5, they're back in round 5 now. Today, they'll be looking to do at least one further.
That's it. And I mean, your favourite as well, Team Mystery Inc. from yesterday, who narrowly lost out on their ticket to the play-ins. They're back as well. Currently, they'll be facing off against Rip and Tear off stream. But that kind of gives us a bit of a recap in terms of how the teams have been going for our bracket. So some of them, let me just pull it up. We can see our bracket graphic, but we'll take you through it.
Yeah, so final 8 teams remaining now. We have got Blank versus Tilted, Rip and Tear versus Mystery Inc., Freedom Fighter still waiting on 1, and then Fury versus Magic 5. Actually, some really good games there. Fortunately, we can't really catch them all, but Rip and Tear, Mystery Inc., and Fury versus Magic 5, 2 games that could probably go either way. 4 teams, I guess, that all probably think they can progress. Of course, if you can progress from those quarterfinals into the semifinals, then you get yourself a chance of course, qualifying for the play-in stages. So it's like the last hurdle, and we'll just see how many teams can actually make the jump.
It is, and for ChoStars as well, I mean, why that team, we were looking at them in the bracket. They managed to be the team to knock out Direwolves in round 2, but ultimately they fell on down through Blank. So that's who we've got coming up next, Tilted versus Blank. And as we said, Blank, it's funny because their name, it doesn't really give much away, but for their team, they're definitely making a name here for the Rise of Valor series.
We saw them yesterday as well, all the way back in round 3, if I recall. That was against Mindfreak.
Yep.
And Mindfreak did end up winning that matchup. So for a team like Blank, who went out pretty early on in day 1, they've at least improved here for day 2. They've been able to obviously avoid Mindfreak since they've already qualified. They've now made it to the 5th round. They've got a chance and a shot of trying to get into the qualifying matches.
Speaking of other teams as well, we had Mick Team yesterday who managed to make it also to the play-ins, through the quarterfinals, but ultimately lost out. But they are back again. They have managed to beat Team Scuffed Boat, who we highlighted a bit earlier, and they're currently versing off against Icarus, who came in a little bit early in the day. So again, these qualifying matches today are going to be closer than ever before.
Yeah, I'm very much excited to see the teams. I said it at the very beginning of the day, which teams are going to be able to not only make the qualifying matches, but also then qualify from those. We've already seen a couple of new names, but also quite a few names that we saw from yesterday that fell at the last hurdle that actually even made the top 8 that have returned. Teams like Mystery Inc., for example. Rip and Tear had an okay day as well yesterday. Even though I don't think we actually saw them on
the
broadcast, but
not yet.
They've been able to sort of have another repeat performance here too. So Fury as well is another one, and obviously a team like Blank who went out in the 3rd round. So a lot of teams that sort of played yesterday have
Coming
returned.
back. That's it. They're coming back. As we have recapped, you are able to play in 4 out of the 6 open qualifiers. We have a game waiting for us, though, Xenox. So without further ado, we're going to jump into it.
So our round 5 matchup, Tilted versus Blank. We're going to be heading over to Haven, mix things up. We've had 2 splits and now
back on your favorite
Haven.
map.
Well, we had a lot of Haven yesterday.
What is your favorite
every match was Haven except for one where we went to Bind. So at least we've mixed it up here again today. 2 split, 1 Haven. And then maybe later on we'll get a bit of Bind. Either way, Tilted versus Blank. We've seen Blank once. We haven't seen Tilted though at all. We didn't see them yesterday. We haven't seen them today.
No, Tilted is going to be the newcomer here. Looks like we've got a Korean name. I don't even know how we're going to begin to say that. Maybe one of our producers could help us out with that. But apart from their team, like, none of these names I recognize at all. For Blank, we saw them play yesterday against Mindfreak. They were able to take a few rounds, but ultimately did fall towards the Titans. But you can't feel bad about that because, I mean, if you lose against a team like Mindfreak in the 3rd round and then you see that Mindfreak secure their ticket into the play-ins, you're like, okay, cool, at least we lost against one of the best, right?
Yeah, no, I understand that philosophy, especially if you go out really early on and then you kind of watch the path that Mindfreak ended up taking yesterday and qualifying directly into the play-in stages. And remembering Blank, Cowles was actually probably the most notable player in that matchup against Mindfreak, so I'm intrigued to see how they sort of perform here in this matchup against Tilted. And it's going to be Tilted actually on the defense first for Haven. Attacking will be Blank. Snowflake going to be eliminated by Nivik or Nivik. B-Dog sitting at health.
Yep, and they've got a nice wall there, so at least they can get the plant onto point. And now it comes down to how we see Tilted trying to approach the retake. A couple of them going up through heaven, a few of them still stuck on the defender spawn entrance.
Haven going to be eliminated. That was actually a very notable name as well in that matchup against Mindfreak yesterday. Not taken down. B-Dog doing really well, but now finally eliminated. Calves comes in though at the last second. Grimay short, has 3 kills, needs just 1 more. Nivik though faked it. Gets past the halfway mark. Headshot. Nicely done. Nicely timed.
Done.
And it will be Tilted who will be taking this first round.
6 health and getting the clutch. So coming in clutch for his team. Nivik on the Phoenix. Very, very nicely done. But composition-wise, I mean, this is something, again, that I wanted to highlight. So there is no Cypher. This is the 2nd time today that we've seen it. No Cypher on Haven for Blank.
Intriguing. A little bit more Reyna, less Cypher. Which is a strange one.
It's just confidence, I suppose.
It comes down to the play style as well of the teams, right? But Cypher just offers so much in being able to set up some sites. Also, if you're attacking, of course, you can sort of, it helps you watch your flank a bit better. But we'll see how it plays out. We'll see if that backfires for Blank especially. Tilted do have a Cypher, so last time we saw that was on split before and it didn't work out very well.
Well, the reason why it's so interesting because, as you can see, the way that Tilted are playing it, Cypher can hold A all by themselves, but also if they'd like to, they can also reposition a little bit closer to B link. So if it is going to be a B push, they can rotate a lot more easily. It's going to be a little bit of a peek here, but Snowflake will ultimately go on down. And with one of your entry fraggers and Reyna going down, it makes the push that much weaker for Blank.
And what was already going to be a pretty difficult round for Blank as well, considering it's only going to be pistols for them. B-Dog's going to make sure they check up the top left on top of these boxes, though. Very common location, whether it be up through a Sage Wall, Jet updraft, or, of course, in this case, Omen Teleport Element. Throws out the Paranoid. That should give away the locations. Back down, does get the elimination of spawns. Calves, though, taken out the back of the site, and it's down 2-0. Not too much of a surprise, though.
No, no surprise at all. You can see how quick and calculated that was for Tilted. They definitely had all of the guns, odds in their favor. They were very tactical. Well, yeah, they bought, you know.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean. But yes, absolutely. And this is going to be a mighty upgrade here from Stock. So dropping the Marshal, opting for a big, big upgrade in the form of the Operator, allowing them to play down C-Long a little bit more confidently now.
See, this is the sort of decision-making, though, that we haven't seen too much. The amount that Tilted have bought into this round to make sure they stay advantageous against Blank rather than fighting them with the weapons they took into the last round could backfire if they do lose this. If Blank win this round, Tilted aren't going to have the strongest economy And Blank could really snowball off of that. Blank's real first attempt now against Tilted.
Exactly right. So for Blank, they've got their first buy. Tilted, they upgraded. As you said, generally you don't see it being opted into, but they 100% want to keep that lead that they've gained. And for them, perhaps it could be as well. For Blank, if they can't get many rounds on attack, as I said, if you are opting to have 2 of these duelists, generally you don't see Rain, you see Phoenix instead. It comes down to preference. But if you aren't able to get these entry frags with the duelists, you can really keep them back. And that's kind of what we even saw in some of these more one-sided games today. It's just about the lead that you can give yourselves.
Sitting over at Garden for now, but now going to push through mid-window. Garage is an option. Nivek just watching closely. The door barrier has been broken down, so now it is wall bangable. Going to be what? Quick leer through, then rush in. Dark cover up onto the top of the garage window. Nicely done. You're out indeed. Bye-bye, B-Dog. 1-for-1 trade there with Cullen's getting element. But a nice little rotate there from Nivik. Can go to defender side spawn. Watch from that alleyway, but Snowflake was expecting that positioning and gets the elimination. Kahoon back of sight. It's going to be recon, but can teleport and potentially confuse Tilted here. This could be 2-1, and if it is, this is going to be a very punishing round for Tilted because they heavily bought into it.
Exactly as you said, it was nice repositioning coming on out, but for Spawns, all they really got now is just themselves on site. Cypher finally rejoining them. And Snowflake still in the cubby.
Sage doing well though for Tilted. As you said, Snowflake was inside of the cubby, gets eliminated, and well, Tilted turned that around pretty quickly in the end.
It was really good to see. Cypher came at just the perfect time, and you also had Sage able to just stand their ground, and ultimately, that investment that they made means that it wasn't the wrong decision. They can still carry on the lead that they've managed to create around Blank. Some of their members, though, still need to buy, so it'll be some shared economy needing to come out.
Another eco round for Blank though. Team that has shown us a bit. Tilted though, this is the first time we have been seeing them. Their Sage doing well. Nivik has been really sort of the highlight person as well. Of note, still early days here.
Joke's over.
Early Sky bomb owned to A long. Cypher though sitting at A rather than C. There's going to be an A push, which could be very detrimental for Blank.
Yeah, Cypher's been sitting there the whole time. They haven't yet managed to get onto A, apart from the pistol round, so they're going to be trying it out this time again, perhaps using to overwhelm them with numbers coming through. Tilted, at the point, I mean, you've got someone down C long. You can see how far Sova has pushed up with that operator, trying to see if there was a pick that they could get, but backing off now. So although the flank was there, not committing to it, especially not with the operator, it's more about playing for picks. B-Dog actually opening things up onto Mirza.
Smoke's down.
50 seconds remaining. Now going to commit to this A site. Still a bit of presence over towards Garden as well, so late rotations coming in for Blank as they push on the site. Kells with Blade Storm eliminates the element over at this A
Look
lane.
at this.
This is much better. A lot of utility used though, to be fair, but when you're down 3-0, I think it's time to start using that utility, start winning these rounds, and that's exactly what is going to happen. Only the Sova remaining, which is Stocks. They'll just hang out, save that op, and it's going to be the round win for Blank. Most importantly, I think here for Blank is that they didn't lose any players on their entry onto the A site, so everyone is going to be able to really earn the highest amount of credits.
No, they don't even need to use their credits. They can just pick up guns off everyone that they managed to clear out. So although that was an economy round from Blank,
because they're not dying, they don't have to buy.
Yeah, so stockpile more. But
exactly.
also for Blank, as you said, they'd rather just use that utility. They can buy it back next round. It puts them into good stead for this next coming round. Tilted is still holding down this long angle that they pushed up to originally, hoping that someone will round the corner, trying to look for them, trying to exit frag them.
So 3-1. Blank, of course, the team that eliminated Chostars, which earlier on today eliminated Direwolves. Blank also, of course, played Mind Freak yesterday in the third round matchup. So it's been a very eventful Rise of Valor for Blank so far. They've been in the thick of the action.
They really have been. You can see those credits that you were talking about, so all saved up, ready for this round. So it gives them a little bit of padding now. Even if they do lose this round, they still can come back with a full buy. And even for Kahoon, just utilizing the Spectre, so even more credits, perhaps looking to purchase an operator of their own. because they know that Sova, well, no one's checked it yet, but they have an idea that maybe Sova is holding on with the operator.
Short is really good close range, but if you don't find those early shots, probably going to get punished, and Snowflake is going to do that.
Doesn't have the mobility as well that, say, a Jet would, right? You're just kind of waiting for people to push into you.
I'm not sure that Leah was really needed at that point, with the dark cover still covering his arch into B. Second one's going to go out for Tilted's defense from the Omen. Blank just feel like they're in control this round, even though it's 3 versus 4.
I know exactly where you
Neural Theft's going to come out from Tilted, though.
Spotting them all, forcing a little bit of rotation from some of their team members. They have a rough idea of where they could be, but you can see the anchoring is still very much the same. Cypher only now just checking down through A short. But for the rest of the team members, it's trying to stem or plug up B main, and you can see that's what Sage is trying to do, at least with the slow orb to start things up.
To get the Omen, though, and unfortunately for Element, just went too early, even though he knew the location. Someone for the crossfire, or at least for the refrag. Quick cloud burst to Heaven here on the A site. Calves can play from hell if need be. But also just cloud burst the A link.
It's all bait and switch coming out as well from Blank. Everyone thought it might be B main using a lot of utility there. Instead, it's going to be that plant onto A. A trade, 1-for-1 still.
Well, went early with the shot, though, from Stocks. Only the Brimstone remaining, and we're now going to see the Sage pop that Resurrection onto Mirza. So Tilted deal with this round in what was a valiant effort from Blank. Tilted probably outperformed more than I would have expected here. So 4-1.
This is very close. That came down to 0.94 of a second, less than a second. Oh my goodness, it was very, very close on the retake. The Molotov being the last Death Wish coming through from Brimstone on Blank's side. Wasn't enough though, just needed one more second of stall time and they actually would have had that round. So from Blank, they had everything to lose that round. But they still managed to get onto site, they still managed to plant. They have to dip into those funds now, the ones that they save for a rainy day. Tilted, managing to win on that Thrifty round, there's no way that they should have.
Well, I mean, when you're playing defense, you can probably expect to get a few thrifty rounds a little bit easier than, say, on the attack. You know, you can buy a shorty, you can just sit in an angle that's close by. You've got more options to win rounds on the eco than on the attack, for instance. On the attackers, yeah, you can kind of just, like, I guess, funnel one site, just sort of rush through, trade a few frags, pick up a gun, and go from there. But right now, Tilted's certainly impressing me on the defense here for Haven, which... at least from what we saw in the first qualifier yesterday, attackers actually probably performed better than the defenders on Haven.
Yeah, at least to start with. So for Tilted, very, very strong on their defense. You can see they're even trying to still peek down C long. They know that there is the Sova there. Finally, Stock's just patiently waiting with the operator, keeping them at bay. But they have regrouped, 3 of them still trying to go down long. And with Kelvs at least opening up Garage, it becomes definitely a path that they can take. And that's exactly why Omen's rotating out.
Yeah, really good patience from Cal's, expecting someone from Tilted to start to push through Garage since there wasn't a lot of information on any of the sites. Cal finds a second one as well onto the Sage from Tilted. Did lose Calves though in the end, but 2-for-1 in the end from Calves, the notable player from Blank. Stocks though at the back of this C site will take out B-Dog. Even slow push through Garage, maybe a little bit too slow. Make it caught by Element, never mind. Element just moves away from
They're working on the defuse.
And unfortunately though, it's only Kahun remaining in 1 versus 3, so defuse all you like, no one's going to stop you. 5-1, Tilted running away with this on Haven.
Kahun just forced into an unnecessary situation there. Of course, they had to go. They knew it was either that or just wait for the time to go. So it just forces them into that unfortunate situation. Again, forcing your hand, you might not have been ready to push, but as soon as you hear that diffuse noise, Kahun had to go. It's been a rough round on the side of Blank. As you said, it's just not working out for them on the defense. For for Tilted as well, the way that they position themselves, they're anchoring, they're not overcommitting their resources as well. You see a little bit of utility being spent, but they still always have a little bit available up their sleeve for the retake if needed, if Blank are able to punch on through.
Well, the bad news for Blank right now is so far today, a lot of our matches that we broadcast have been very one-sided, and this is shaping up to be another one-sided affair here for our round 5 matchup. Yesterday, a lot of the matches were super close. Unfortunately, the second day has not gone that way. It's still a lot of time and a lot of rounds left in this match, and a team like Blank kind of expect will at some point sort of fire their shot and gain a bit of momentum. It's just a matter of can Tilted shut that down, which really in that Thrifty round kind of did already. That was sort of the round Blank could have made it 3-2, even game. Tilted came up clutch. Mercer just watching and holding for the same shot. Oh, they both just walked straight past him. Mercer will pick up the easy 2K. Could have been 3 or 4 in the end. Only B-Dog remains, and that just went horribly for Blank. It's 6-1.
B-Dog desperately trying to pull offside, at least take off a few more members. The smoke will help him, but for how long? He's being pinned down. You can already see the rotate coming across. Maybe into sewers. They don't know whether he's wanted to back off yet. They still have Spike, so actually all attention now is on to Spike. They're not even going to chase him through sewers. He's looking to see if he can at least exit frag out that operator.
Not much you can really do. Not much you can expect them to really do either. As I said, 6-1 now, and didn't really lose much. Only the Cypher was eliminated for Tilted, so certainly game running away from Blank. Need to find an avenue forward, need to switch things up, try something different. A lot of the focus has been on this A site, has not been successful. B has not been successful either. Credit to Element, holding really well with the Omen. You try the C site a little bit more, maybe even just trying to rush through Garage, send 1 or 2 through C long, try and gain control of C. Try something different. Something's got to work sooner rather than later, though, for Blank. Otherwise, this could be over before it even began.
They're definitely trying. I mean, you can see them changing up their battle plans. They're testing C long, trying to go for Garage. They can get those entry frags, but it's the utility that's really stopping them from pushing out more. The smokes that come out, you can see the Hunter's Fury now coming out. If they can get some picks, it's just scattering them and also wasting their time. That's an easy pick over there to make it a 4v5 from Stocks.
Well, it's a 4v4 because there was an opening frag from Blank. I believe it was K-Hoon. Still, Hunter's Fury is successful in there. Nice timing, although still, even while flashed, K-Hoon will get Nivik. That's unfortunate. You hate to see it as the Phoenix when you flash someone and yet they still take your head off. Spike planted, does go down. Stocks will take out K-Hoon. Cal's back of sight. Quick headshot onto Element. Resurrection is going to be activated by Spawns. Blank sense that they can win this round. And I think Stocks is probably sensing the same thing now in 1 versus 3. Drops the operator, but does know the player back of sight is low.
Yeah, wanting to still try their luck with this one. Has dropped the operator, thinking that they can clutch this one out. The heal did come across to Kells, who stood their ground. And although, as you said, K-Hoon managing to get that frag over there, even though they got traded out, they gave a lot of intel in the process, meaning that Blank could hold on to that round and really defend against the retake. And from Blank, as you said, you were hoping that they could try some different tactics. For Tilted, a lot was invested in that round to actually stop Blank. They've lost the operator now. They'll need to rebuy that if they'd like. They also used a few ultimates. You can see only now Mirza having the Neural Theft ready to go, and Element with the From the Shadows.
Need to see more, though, from Blank. They've won 2 rounds now, but in between those 2 rounds, Tilted have won 6. Have they figured out the formula, though? A bit more of a focus on this mid-control on Haven may be the go. But to counter that, Tilted are going to send 1 down A long, 2 down C long, try and pinch them in between, expecting Blank to try and go for this mid-control again, which, if that is going to be the case, can come in from behind, really catch them off guard. This is a very, very aggressive play from Tilted. We'll see if it works, or it could backfire. And if it does backfire, 6-3, and then the economy would be falling by the wayside as well.
See from the X-ray of Blank, they were perhaps anticipating a flank or expecting it, especially because they're taking their time with their push. So for Nivik, they don't manage to get that frag. They each just trade, and now they've gone back onto site. B-Dog finally pushes out a little bit more. But as you said, maybe anticipating it. So it's cool to see from Blank. Even though Tilted are trying something different, they're pushed up so much more, especially also their Cypher. You can see anchored so far down A long. They're not committing just yet. They're still trying to gain some info and not rush this round. However, they will need to make a move soon. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock.
So 2 through Garage. The other 3 are going to push in from C along with the Spike. Snowflake's pushing up through the Garage window. Paranoid's going to miss him as well. Knows exactly where that Omen's located. Pushes through Connected and check behind them. Going to get punished? No. Yes, in the end, after a bit of time, Stocks finds 3 from that position. 7-2 now in favor of Tilted. Blank took their time. Didn't quite work out for them.
Stocks does not need that operator to hold down C long. As you said, they weren't able to clear out their corners quickly enough, even though they had an entry frag into Garage. K-Hoon their Omen unable to go down. So what that meant for Blank was they gained access to site. They were still able to try and get the plant. But if you're unable to clear and sweep out the site, Stocks right there will show you why it's so important to do so. Managing to get 3K and really save the round there for Tilted.
That's why it's also hard to get excited when Blank find one round here or there, because they just haven't been able to show us that they can build that momentum and get a couple in a row. Nivik, again, aggressive. Of course, run it back, though, gives you the freedom to do so. Pushing through Garage doors, gets a bit of information.
Get out of my way!
Also trying to clear it
teleport
out.
up into, from heaven. No, actually, it was up into heaven, but then cancelled.
Element well aware of that, but that gives Blank all the intel they need to make short work out of them. So they have managed to bully their way onto A. You can see the rotate is still in process from Tilted on your minimap. And they have managed to smoke off and use some utilities. So this is looking good for Blank. They have 5 members up. They've managed to wall off the defender's entrance onto A site. And they also have smoked off Heaven. So this is just stalling down the clock because Plant is ticking down. And it's up to Tilted to go for the retake.
There's nothing like a bait in Valorant, such as the Omen teleport ultimate. Of course, blurring out the minimap. You're not sure exactly where they've gone, but you know they've gone somewhere. In this case, though, it was the teleport and then the cancel, which has become a bit of a meta play with the Omen ult.
It wasn't cancel. It was actually the opposing Omen spotting them and finally cancelling them out, but that also gave away their location. Then they pushed through short. So it was like keeping them distracted. And as I said, Omen all about the mind games.
7-3 now for Blank, at least 2 in the last 3 rounds. It's something, it's a start. 2 more rounds in this half. 7-5 looks a hell of a lot better than 9-3, for instance, Vandy. And then, of course, Blank will be going onto the defense, which may suit them better.
Yeah, it really does. So for Blank, at least you said they're finding a little bit of ray of light there. So they managed to drop that final round. But if they didn't, it would have been at least 3 wins in a row for them. Economy-wise, very, very healthy on the side of Blank. And we're starting to dip into our funds for Tilted. So if Tilted lose this round, this could be the opening that Blank are looking for.
Revealing area.
Also, now's the time, though, to use these ultimates if he's got them stored up. Tilted have got a few of them. I think Nivik's going to be too aggressive this time.
No, it hasn't really been rewarded for a lot of the aggression, especially out of garage doors. Either pushed out at the same time, doesn't matter if they're blinded or not, already had the pre-fire, the aim, the angle of where to expect them. King being super sneaky on this stage and trying to get the other stage almost with the shots, but will take as spawns down.
Nivik pushing back through connector, and we'll get Calves on the C site. Paying dividends for just sort of playing a little bit more defensive this time rather than pushing through. K-Hoon's got to get at least one
can't
there,
whiff those.
and it doesn't even get one. Element will then also get B-Dog, who was in position for the refrag.
I know exactly.
And all of a sudden, Blank still struggling to find 2 round wins in a row. Snowflake's actually going to get spotted out with a neural theft. And it should be a comfortable 2 versus 1. They know exactly where Snowflake is located because of that neural theft. Good time to use it there as well in the 2v1 just to make sure the round win is secured. There's only 1 more round and a half. Don't use it now. Maybe you don't even get a chance to use it, especially an ultimate like neural theft, which requires a corpse to actually activate the ultimate. Typically,
The conditions have been met.
if there are a couple of corpses laying around, you're doing something right.
Yeah, that's it. The conditions have been met. You want to be able to use it exactly as you said. But more importantly for Tilted, as I said, if they had lost that round, the economy would have been very, very poor for them. You can even see after that by a few members who managed to save onto their guns, buying for the others. On the side of Blank, that was their round to win. And as I said, for K-Hoon, you can't be whiffing those shots. A lot went wrong down there. They were expecting, B-Dog was pushing up, expecting those frags to go down. They didn't quite connect. Both of them had paid their lives and left Snowflake then to do a 1v2 in what should have just been a 3v1 on the side of Blank.
Empress is available for Snowflake along with the operator, so expecting potentially good things to come from them in this final round of the half. Will it be 9-3 or will it be 8-4?
Snowflake pushing up super aggressive with the operator. I mean, I know you're the entry fragger. You can do the blind, but that's what you like to see. Obviously, they do want to be able to run onto site with the rest of their team and then hold those angles, but you don't want to be the first one through. Recon Bolt actually spotting out one of the members of Blank, not the rest of them, just one for now. Stock's going to check it with the Aldo, knows that they are in fact pushing on up. King is there to cover the garage.
Yeah, King finds the double. B-Dog just going to push through this smoke with Bucky. Try and get up close to the players. Back of sight. Doesn't really get the vision, but knows exactly where they're at and just shoots straight through the smoke. Gets stocks. Phelps is able to eliminate Mirza. Watching this alleyway now for B-Dog in a 1 versus 1. Final round of the half, 25 seconds. Spike is down on the floor, so B-Dog's going for the elimination.
They're playing Ring Around the Rosie. Of course, B-Dog has been slowly creeping on up.
Oh, B-Dog should win this.
He should. No.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! You could see the flick back and then suddenly knowing that death was upon him. B-Dog managing to clutch that one out, at least for Blank, before they swap sides, at least making the score a little bit that much closer. 8 for 4.
Yeah, 8-4 is not so bad now on the switch. A lot of it obviously depends on Blank's defense capabilities, of course, here on Haven. But if they win this pistol round, because we saw Tilted win the pistol round the last time, if Blank can win this pistol round, you think he can probably go to about 8-6. And 8-6 is extremely close, at least for how we've seen it play out today.
Then
but still,
we start
no
to see comebacks happening, right?
No 2 round wins in a row for Blank so far in this matchup. It's just been 1 for 1, 1 for 1. They need to sort of buck that trend here in this pistol round, take it out, then win the next one. And then all of a sudden, you've won like 4 or 5 out of the last 6, 7.
It's looking a bit better for Blank. I mean, I actually expected them to have more of that 3. As I said, it was just a little bit of a whiff shot coming out, but it was very much their round to win the one prior to the one we saw. We have to wait and see. Perhaps, as you said, they are more anticipating defender-sided. They like to play more defender-sided. The way the game is set up is, as we were discussing yesterday, it feels a little bit easier to be on the defense, be able to react. The map is a lot shorter. You don't have to flank around as much. But that doesn't really mean anything. Against Tilted, against what they've been showing us, it's still going to be a very, very hard fight.
Still another 20 seconds before these barriers are going to go down, so it's like almost a breather as well, right? And sometimes maybe we sort of rush over that. The teams, as they switch halves, can take a breather, a break, some comms, talk about some strats, what's working, what's not working, what should we do, what shouldn't we do. As we get going once again, pistol round. Last time it went to Tilted. Will they take it again? Double dart cover for C-Long from both Omens.
And immediately, nice tracking dart there, forcing Kels back onto site. They know at least who is holding A. There is no Cypher. The biggest thing that we highlighted very early on is that there is no Cypher to defend on the side of Blank.
I'm not sure if Valorant wants to be in a position where their agents, like Cypher, for instance, are like must picks. There needs to be a really good balance where it's like, okay, if we don't have Cypher, then we've got something extra of this. I think in this case with Blank, it's the fragging ability of someone like Arrain. Snowflake does get Mirza. They did have the double up though with Nivik, and then through Connector actually Kahun, but coming up from C-Long was Element as they push through with the spike. So almost like a game of chess, you take one piece and then another one gets taken and it just sort of multiplies over in Garage. Good position for Element, and Spike does go down. Can watch C-Long. They've got really good control here of this C side altogether. In fact, in a 3 versus 3 scenario now in this pistol round.
As you said, comes down to the 3v3. They're opting to stick together as a ball. Still going to be the 1-for-1. Trades happening across. The crossfire is there.
Yeah, and again, though, for Blank, they're not going to be able to find 2 round wins in a row, and it's been very detrimental for them. Especially after giving Tilted a bit of a head start. You can't then just keep trading back and forth, win for loss. B-Dog probably gets caught here by King sitting up in the garage window, 9-4. And because of that, you kind of expect it's probably going to go 10-4 as well. That's just the nature of Valorant. And 10-4 is a pretty large deficit for Blank to then climb back from. Although they will be on defense, if there's any way to do it. Probably the easier way to do it.
It was quite hard for Blank. You could see as they tried to play for the retake, everyone came out from that defender side, link into C. And then what that meant was that for the side of Tilted, they could spread out the resources, cover more crossfire, and really stop them in their tracks. Blank definitely gave it a valiant effort. There is safety in numbers, sure, to a certain degree, but it's hard to cover all of those angles as you're charging on in.
A lot of shorties and a lot of frenzies have been selected for Blank in this eco round. So expect them to sort of hold these corners and try and catch Tilted off guard close by. You can see the way that they're positioned on a lot of these entryways, like short A for Calves. He's going to be able to walk. Oh, go check your right hand side though. Nivik just walking on by. You do get the information that this is going to be an A push, but with the double elimination going in favor of Tilted, it's going to be 5-3. The 3 are going to be coming in very late with...
Now look at Nivik's angle. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah, and with guns like shorties, you're not going to be expecting Blank to win from here.
That's it. Expecting the dark cover to go down. Nivix, of course, got the hot hands to delay any entrance there. We have seen one member of Blank go up into heaven. For the most part, Nivik is happy to just stay and be the living ward, be the guard, to allow them access onto point. Peeks, but B-Dog will be able to trade that one out.
All that B-Dog's going to be able to achieve here with the shorty, though. Dart goes out, just misses. 9-4, just going to push through. Maybe just go... I was thinking maybe try and do like the sort of stealth mission, but I think just wants to pick up the Spectre and get out.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Just recover a gun at least for this next round, knowing that economy will be very, very important. Even though heading into this round, this is the round that they should be able to buy rifles. So coming out for Blank, this is a round that we need to see them able to win and just put a stop to Tilted's push.
So 10-4 now, 3 rounds away are Tilted from moving on into the qualifying matches to follow. The semi-finals await them soon. They've just got a couple more rounds to get through. Against Blank, who stopped the Direwolf stoppers, Chosters, earlier on, off stream. Fortunately, just haven't been able to push through Tilted, who, of course, it's their first time that we've seen them play, and they've been super impressive.
Cover going out.
Double dark cover again from both the Omens. It's become almost formalities.
It really has. They're just swapping it over. You see them swapping distance on C-Long. That's a nice wall coming out early. We have often said for Sages as well, everyone wants to hold it to that last moment, but it's better to have it up and at least delaying, keeping one member occupied. Kehun very, very low here on that C-Long exchange. At least didn't pay the price with their life.
4 versus 5. Tilted just seem in control, whether they're even attacking or defending. It's just the way that they are positioning and winning these fights, the way they push through Garage, and always with 2, using the right utility, blocking the right sight lines. Mercer just going to catch someone off guard again by pushing up through window, because I don't think Blank would have been expecting that. Most likely would have been expecting Tilted to push through Connector and go straight for the site. Versus being aggressive, just like the rest of their team. Tilted are probably tilting Blank right now.
Yeah, I was wondering when one of us was going to say it, because these rounds are so close, but also for Blank, they were the ones that did the buy, and yet Tilted are the ones recovering the guns and using them back onto Blank. They know where one of the last defenders are, and it just comes down to clearing house, searching for that last member.
Making sure they don't get away with anything, let alone their life, let alone any guns. It's going to be 11-4, and it's hard to really sort of spin this one. This is just the story of how Tilted have defeated Blank quite heavily on Haven. Spawn's just trying to get out with his Vandal alive. Of course, Sage utility is also very expensive, so being able to save that Vandal means that they can buy back this wall all days. Never mind, does get King. That's a little kind of success.
A token,
yeah. It's like a little tiny success there for Blank, but unfortunately they're going to need an entire mountain full of success to somehow come back in this one.
So let's retake as well. For Blank, what happened was the best case scenario, we were starting to see them bring about 8-6. They were unable to do so. Now things are snowballing out of control. For Blank, we thought as well, perhaps they like to play more defender-sided. They're finding it harder, and this kind of shows again for Tilted, the aggression that they're able to force onto Blank, but also the way that they're playing is very well executed. They're not yet just committing to just rushing certain sites. They're actually just, again, playing for picks, and that's exactly what you need to do on a map like Haven. It does have those 3 access to points, and mid is so important.
A lot more focus as well down this C-Long, I think more so from Tilted than it is from Blank. Like, Blank is defending it, but Tilted are probably putting more pressure on it. We've seen a few times they'll sort of drop that spike just around the lobby and then pick it up, push down C-Long. They'll have the presence over in Garage. Playing really well as a team right now.
Waiting through the dark covers. As you can see, King kind of just stuck in one, also trying to slow, gain access onto site, but unable to see much finally. At least they get one, but B-Dog from Garage.
Only gets 2 in the end, though. Nivik was able to shut that down before it became too deadly for Tilted. It's now a 2 versus 3 scenario. Blank have got to go for this one, though. As Element's going to get that spike down. We've got about 45 seconds. I know it's 2 versus 3, but you're running out of rounds. You can't really put yourself in a position. Now, Carls wants to pick up this gun on the floor. No?
Kelvs is also knows, okay, this is an easy frag for Kelvs.
Right.
Kelvs heard the audio cue, knew that it was going to be the run back, tried to hunt for the marker, did succeed at that, so at least it was even for a moment, but ultimately will fall on down.
all of that really for nothing in the end, unfortunately. 12-4. Right play. Just didn't get the win.
Well, they were unable to really rejoin their team member in time, so they both fell separately, and that really just put an end to that. But for Tilted, they get to threaten match point now, and I am very confident. I think that they'll be able to push this one out for Blank. Let's see the buy, as you can see, Snowflake needing to settle for a Spectre, and Operator being picked up by Kelvs, knowing that if we are going to have a last stand, I'd rather do it my way. Wondering where they're going to take that, so it looks like it'll be a long.
So everyone's pretty much fully equipped except for Snowflake, who's got the Spectre, which is not a horrible gun.
No way at all.
Unfortunately,
forced
for Calvs,
into buying
you
it.
don't really want to be shooting a Cypher Cam off the bat. You kind of want to be shooting someone's head. It's now also given away your position. They know exactly, okay, Operator's holding A long. Let's go for a C or a mid push. Let's go away from where that Operator is that Calvs has got.
Well, Kells is rotating accordingly too, perhaps just wanting to position close to B in case they're anticipating a push there. Not completely going to leave A unguarded, but having the game sense to try and rotate a little bit earlier. And that's something I wanted to touch on as well, Tilted's game sense. It seems to just be mere milliseconds ahead of Blank. Like you saw it as well in terms of when the flash was coming out, when Kayhoon was trying to push out, things like that. There was a good read on it from Tilted, and they were also anticipating similar sort of movements, but they were just one step ahead, which has been working out for them.
They've got control of Garage. They can push through Connector as well. Although Element has been shut down at C long, there is still one more player coming in from that location. B-Dog's going to try and molly off Connector, force them away. Tilted is smart here, though. Maybe just move off from C. You can rotate back over to B. Go for the long rotate to A. 35 seconds. You'll have to move now if you're going to do it. But there is a Sage Wall B. They've just broken it.
The Wolves are still there, and great turn from Spawns to manage to get rid of King. So the Sage on the other side is down. Things are looking a little bit better for Blank's defense, but they can't breathe just yet.
They're doing a really good job of trying to stretch Blank's defense, did Tilted. Fortunately, though, for Blank this time, they were able to sort of hold steady, hold firm, find the frags. Tilted doing a really good job of basically trying to get Blank to move around, get them off certain sides. Okay, we lost one here. Let's try and move them over here. Can't push through Garage. We'll go mid. Try and get that person that's holding mid window to try and rotate back over to B. Then come. So it's like they're trying to move around where Blank are located. Blank did a good job there, but they're so far in the hole. It's like 7 match points for Tilted.
I was about to say the same thing. They still have their work cut out for them. I was expecting Tilted to be able to put that one down. Like I was expecting them to be able to finish the round, but not yet. So I'm glad to see Blank are able to have signs of life. Snowflake now rocking the Operator and getting that early pick onto Nivik, and also forcing out the resurrection. A big ultimate used on the side of this round, but it has basically just resets, putting a band-aid on it for Tilted. They can try again.
Yeah, and especially considering this is match point. They're all going to be match point for Tilted from here on out, but it does mean you can deny that opening frag, redo it, like you said. Now you can just kind of ignore A. You know that the Operator players moved back as well. Not going to really hold that location again. Not going to try for it twice in a row. King just changed that corner too late. That's actually the second time this has happened.
This is good though. Kelv's managing to get 2 for 1. These are the types of trades that you'd like to see, but you could also see on the side of Blank as well, not yet much movement. They're still anchoring to their initial positions. Only Brimstone kind of recovering where King was able to hold on B side.
3 versus 3. Is this the beginning of one of the classic comebacks at some point maybe we watch years down the track?
Maybe you have to wait and see. Kayhoon's holding a very, very short angle. It's mostly Garage focus. That is left long completely open.
Push up C long. As you said, when you now have to cover Garage and C and potentially even B, you can't cover them all. Kayhoon putting himself in a position that tries to do that, tries to watch Connected, tries to watch C. In this case, though, it just means that they can walk up C long for free. They get onto the site. Hunter's Fury is going to deny this alleyway. Basically just buys a lot of time, meaning that, okay, they can't really push from this direction. Just simply watch C long and watch Connected. They're not going to be coming from alleyway.
That's it, funneling them off and also giving Reyna such a long rotation through. The initial path, completely gone. Still having an Operator as well. Has been spotted out a little bit. Empress was procced as well as they were running on to try and retake the site. B-Dog managing to at least get 1. Reyna is pushing on through, but that will be GG going over to Tilted. 13-5.
13-5. Congratulations for Tilted moving on to the semi-finals, the qualifying matches. They are going to have the golden ticket that gives them an opportunity to potentially move on to the play-in stages. Unfortunately for Blank, they are going to have to bow out here round 5 and try again next weekend.
They had a better run today for sure. So for qualifying day number 2, Blank managed to not only get rid of Chostars who took out Direwolves very early into the competition. So every qualifying day they seem to be improving, and Blank, it seems time and time again, they're coming up across some of the big dogs, but still holding their head high. So there's a lot of promise for this team. As we said, managing to get rid of Direwolves, eliminate them very early in round 2 today. Yesterday, they went up against Mindfreak in round 3, ultimately again bowing out to them. This time, however, Tilted putting on a brave front for us. Again, another kind of unknown team for both you and myself. So it's cool to see. We're discovering more and more talent as these qualifying days go on.
Yeah, you're only going to be able to discover them once you see them play. Tilted impressing me quite heavily. I'm also extremely excited to see when we come back from the break sort of how the bracket is shaped up, because there's been so many other really good games that we haven't been able to sort of follow in these quarterfinals. I can't wait to see what the results for those ones are as well. But what a good game, and congratulations to Tilted. We'll be seeing them again very shortly.
Yeah, excited to see how they fare in the qualifying matches coming right up. But don't go anywhere. We're just jumping to a quick break. Use it to go get some snacks, some drinks, have a stretch. But otherwise, stay tuned for more Rise of Valor.
A good game will teach you patience and perseverance because you'll keep trying and then you'll get there. A bad game will make you give up first time round.
Kind of make me feel a lot more confident. I could just kind of come out and be myself.
Not judging myself too much, too harshly or anything, and just learning along the way that it's going to take time to get good at something.
How to be calm. How to relax.
Socialization skills, organization skills, working with people around the table.
Patience, being able to step back and actually take everything in a different way.
Games kind of taught me, like showed me this aspect of my life that I want to work with as well.
It just pays to think that there's a person behind the screen and everyone's got a different story for why they're playing in the first place.
The arena is insane. The colors, the huge LED screen.
Okay, hi guys, I am with another fabulous Twitch streamer here. How did you find out about Fortress?
First time I found out about Fortress was just before PAX last year.
It's quite mind-boggling, eh?
Like compared to the photos and like the 3D models you saw online, like it does not compare at all. Honestly, the PCs here are amazing. The arena is insane. The huge LED screen is
Hell
nuts.
yeah, hell yeah. Did you have a look by any chance at the streaming booths?
I have had a look at the streaming booth.
Hey, what do you reckon?
They look better than my setup at home.
Same for me. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I really want this gear now.
Yeah.
God damn it.
It's like, can I just take those key lights and
yoinkies, yoinkies.
I want to have my birthday here, so that'll be a lot of fun.
We're all invited. There you go. You heard it here first. We're invited!
Hey, it's Raw Genesis here. We're going through some weird times at the moment where we have to social distance, but we want to remain social at the same time. What better way to do that than play a part together? I've been playing a lot more co-op games recently so that I could stay social and stay safe at the same time. What have you been doing to play a part together? Let me know in the replies down below, and stay safe.
Come on, let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back from the break to Rise of Valor, an official Valorant Ignition series powered by Alienware. We are broadcasting live here today from Fortress Melbourne studio, I should say, behind the Alienware arena. We are coming down to the business end of it, Xenox. Coming up next are 2 qualifying matches, match 1 and match 2. What have we got stacked up for us? I mean, give us a little bit of insight in terms of how the day's been going so far.
I mean, we've had obviously a very good game, a bunch of games in terms of the teams that have been winning. Unfortunately, for the teams that have been losing, it's been a little bit unfortunate because we have had it be very one-sided.
Yeah.
We've seen the Kaida show, for instance, as well. That was awesome to watch. You know, we had Direwolves knocked out before we even started today. So we've had a lot of different storylines that have built up throughout the day. Magic 5, they made it to round 5 again. Did they make it through? We don't know yet. So you know, it's been an exciting day, but I'm really hoping as we now move into the qualifying matches that we can see sort of the evenness come back like we saw yesterday.
Absolutely, because yesterday, as you said, it was all nail biters from start to finish. It was just non-stop action. Today, as you said, teams have really been struggling. It doesn't really matter what map, what side they start on. It just appears as though we've got kind of that situation where one team is just clearly better. And I mean, it happens, especially in early stages. But that's why for our tournament structure, for the qualifiers, we do have this sort of open qualifier style. You can compete in 4 out of 6 of them. Registrations are still open if you'd like to play, so you can sign up. You just need to head to fortressmelbourne.com/Rise of Valor. It is free to enter and it's open to skill levels of all types. You do not need to be a professional gamer. You do not need to be signed to an esports organization.
Yeah, well, let's go and have a look at the bracket and see how it is shaping up so far. Obviously, we had 8 teams. It's now down to soon to be 4. Currently, at the moment, 3. McTeam saw them yesterday with good old McChicken Leg. They've beaten the Freedom Fighters. They will move on to one of the semi-finals. Of course, Tilted versus Rip and Tear, which is actually the matchup we're about to have. Fury versus Magic 5 still going on behind the scenes.
Undecided to see who will be able to punch on through. It's been a couple of days of upsets as well in a way. So you already touched on one, which was that the Direwolves getting eliminated in round number 2, falling to Chostars, who blank eliminated and then blank falling onto Tilted, which was the game that we just broadcast onto our screen. For Rip and Tear, this is our first time getting to see them in terms of this tournament for Rise of Valor, but they have participated in other Valorant Ignition series. They came 10th in the previous Ignition series. They have a roster that has competed so far to pretty much all of the Valorant tournaments I've seen, besides one, which was a community tournament. So they are a roster as well that is very, very confident. They've been playing together for a long time, practicing for a long time. So I'm really keen to see how they go against Tilted.
Yeah, we didn't get to see them yesterday. We kind of watched their journey from the bracket, I guess. That was about it. Obviously, Tilted versus Rip and Tear, upcoming match for this first semi-final. But they have been a standout in terms of the team name that we've been sort of following along. That is for sure. Now we can finally also follow them along on the broadcast. So very excited to see how these guys are going to be performing, a lot of hype around them. In terms of your own expectations, because you've probably seen them more than I have. Now that we've seen Tilted, How would you say they stack up against Tilted?
Well, I was actually just stalking the bracket results from yesterday as well. So Rip and Tear managing to go and they got eliminated actually against Mindfreak in the 4th round. So against Tilted, I'd actually say they could be fairly evenly matched. So for Rip and Tear, I suppose a lot of their strength, as I said, came down to when Valourant was still quite new and we were still just getting community tournaments before the Ignition Series was even announced, before Rise of Valor was even a thing. They were still competing in these sorts of events, and now that it's kind of opened up and you start to see a lot of players cross-pollinate from different games, maybe they weren't as high ranked as we kind of put them. So it's kind of cool to see that they're fighting for their position to still be recognized. Did manage to make it to top 16, but for them, they were unable to actually make it into the qualifying matches yesterday, so they bowed on out a little bit early. Fury as well, also, if we can see them back there, that was another team that did very, very well yesterday, as well as Magic 5. We do have a game under our hands, though. As you already recapped, it will be down to... Down
to Split.
It will be down to Split.
Down the middle.
Tilted versus Rip and Tear. That's it. You know what's interesting as well? We've had so much Split today. Yesterday we had plenty of Haven. Today we've had plenty of Split.
It's been, a carbon copy of yesterday, but in this case it's Split rather than Haven. Yesterday was all Haven except for one match, which was Bind.
And today it's been pretty much all
Split except for one match, which was Haven.
How interesting. And remember, I guess, that it is just a random draw for which map you're getting. The highest seed generally gets to pick which side that they are going to play on. So highest seed on this match will be playing attack first.
So Rip and Tear are the highest seed here. And they've
it.
chosen attack on Split. That's intriguing. Tilted did very well in the match that we saw of them just earlier on defense. So Rip and Tear versus Tilted. Scroll. I'm imagining, is that Lukey?
Yep, Lukey,
Yep,
that's
yep.
right. Yep, Torika go, Void,
awesome one in
Greg.
front.
So they've played a lot of CS as well. So that's also, I guess, a strength from Rip and Tear. But I guess it's really interesting. You see a lot of interviews coming through because, as I said, Valorant has been cross-pollinated, not just... Counter-Strike kind of had the cross-pollination names for games like Overwatch, Counter-Strike, Fortnite even, Overwatch, all these fun titles, Paladins. And then I guess for the CS players, they have the gun skills, but what they were lacking, a lot of players were saying, was the game sense. So that's really where they needed to train and pick that up very, very quickly.
So double Cypher this time around. We've kind of touched on it in some of the other matches earlier, where some teams have elected to not actually have Cypher on their team. Well, everyone's got things that work for them. Some people like a dot, some people like the actual...
I want Torika to go as Crosshair. You ain't going to miss anything with that one. Element, of course, through the paranoia, through the...
Look at that, you hardly even see this one.
Yeah, that's it. We didn't get to see it. We could only see it on our kill feed.
This is like a tiny little dark red dot. Not even sure how King can see it, but as I said, whatever works for you is... Like, when you see guides where people say, like, what Crosshair does, like, Shroud use? Like, use what works for you.
But it's also to have an inspiration point. So, I mean, you see a few, and also you might not know how they got that. So, I guess, yeah, everyone wants to always be like, you know, how do I become like Shroud? Maybe if I get his Crosshair, I'll be the next Shroud.
Cargo. It's going to be Tilted taking out the first round. And, well, Split, of course, defend decided from what we've seen of it so far today. It has just been a slaughterfest from the defense. But in saying that, we have seen some teams attack it well. In some of the earlier matches that we had, we definitely saw that we could... Whoever was the better team, didn't really matter to them if it was attack or defense. But in saying that, it was still defender-sided. Like, they still performed that little bit better on defense than they did on attack.
That's been the story of today. By far, Tilted were very, very neat in terms of stopping that attack from Rip and Tear. Rip and Tear were trying to go out through mid, which was the best bet over there because it could open up multiple pathways. They wouldn't have to commit to a site like they're doing right now, trying to charge down A main.
Nice early push on through. Shorty in the hands of a Jet is very powerful. Void just going to watch from ramps and should be able to maybe get that node. Vector wins the day. Bit of damage though to King. 2 versus 4. A decent push from Rip and Tear straight onto this A site thanks to the Jet early on. Just dashed in with the Shorty. Very powerful. And winning this round would actually be, I think, the first team in a very long time out of the 2 days that we've now casted, seeing a team lose the pistol round, Vandy, but then come back and actually win the second round. Typically, it's just been whoever wins the pistol round wins that second round.
That's generally the story and how it should play out, but it's not always the case, as you said. There's always got to be an exception. And for Element, desperately trying to get away, manages to get one, manages to get 2, and putting a stop to the pursuers over there. Not bad from Tilted.
That's decent for Element. Fortunately for Rip and Tear, it's not going to have the biggest ramifications. It's yeah, the main thing is they're not going to be able to pick up maybe any of the Spectres or anything, but if they're going to buy anyway, then it doesn't really matter.
Exactly right. Both teams now, as you said, it's very, very calculated. For Rip and Tear being able to manage to come back from that eco round. So for Tilted really dropping that one, I mean, there was a bit of that Hail Mary, at least being able to trade out 2. And Element just being very, very clean for that. Currently leading the frags as well on the side of Tilted. Having a look at the buy, it's going to be kind of a bit of a mishmash from everybody. So a few rifles being picked up from Rip and Tear, but you can see on Tilted side, a little bit mismatched. We've got like a Shorty, a Bucky, we've got a Ghost, Bulldog. Just really saving into this fourth round coming after this round.
Sorry, Cargo. There you go. Again with the Jet, just going to abuse the dash, get close, push up those ramps with ease. Lukey takes out Stocks. Nivik, though, was the aggressor in our last fifth round matchup between Blank and Tilted. Expecting to see that again, although he's eliminated. Spike does go down. That's going to be another 500 credits. Mercer will upgrade to the Phantom.
Tries to see if they can get any more picks with that Phantom coming down from ramps. It's going to be a cross angle, but you can see their fellow teammate was walled on off. At least now they can be reunited. They're still happy to try and go for this, even though they don't have that extra player. But Lukey, surely they should put an end to this push. No, Mirza still wants it. At least going for the X-Frags has committed a little bit. Could try and get out with the cyber cage, but Greg able to take him out through the cyber cage. So Rip and Tear, they're pulled ahead now.
Yeah, 2-1, still early days, of course, but if you are the higher seed and you're electing to go on the attacking side first, clearly you've got an idea why. And Rip and Tear really abusing the Jet getting onto the site through Torikago. So 4 and 3 right now for them as the entry fragger, as the entry player. Getting the kills along with the ability to get the position on the site is so critical. Sometimes it's one or the other. Sometimes they might dash in, die, but then you get the refrag and then you get the site. In this case, they're getting both, really, and that's what's been working for them.
Nivik also purchasing the operator, upgrading to it, can hold that strong sight line down through mid-bottom. I like to see as well from the defenders, in terms of we've had that kind of, it's been like the repeat of 2 members stationed in heaven, and why you're doing that is so that even if the Sage gets overrun, there's someone to help out with the fragging there, and even if you need to push back in through vents, it helps out a lot.
Quiet as a mouse right now from Rip and Tear, pushing up through ramps. Our drone from Stocks trying to find a bit of information. Does find the Cypher, but is not going to spot the rest of them pushing up ramps. Void will give that away to Nivik. And pushing down into ropes may catch off the Omen off guard from Tilted, who's going to rotate in. And in fact, that was the case. You can see it in the kill feed. Void did in fact get Element. Wouldn't have been expecting that positional hold. Pushing through the dark cover, going to get punished by Void, who's now got a 3K and of course can kill up. That's the nature of the Reyna and what is now a flawless round for Rip and Tear. They lose the pistol round, but ever since then, they've been quite flawless with their attacks so far here on Split.
This is why we say pistol round can't really set the tone for the rest of the game, but Rip and Tear are setting it now. As you said, they opted to attack first for a reason. Their composition picks that up really nicely. We're seeing the Reyna really be interchangeable in terms of team composition. It's either going to be a Reyna Jet, or it's going to be a Jet Phoenix. That's been the most typical one. And as I said, if you're coming from that CS background, your gunplay, you're really confident of it. And Reyna really is one of those agents where her whole kit is about herself. And for Void, watch them for the rest of this game as well, because Void likes to play very aggressive. Void likes to be the star fragger of their team.
It's very much a snowballing agent. You get a frag or two, you can just really pop off. Scroll gets a double headshot down mid. Great start again for Rip and Tear. I don't mind Tilted making that move, trying to just be on the forefront of the attack, as even the defenders. Trying forcing something on their own terms, just backfires in this case. Mirza holding Ghost only up in heaven. And Greg will just shut down any chance they thought they had. This is again going to be another flawless round unless Stocks finds an elimination, and I'm just going to sit back over at defender spawn. So 4-1 now. Rip and Tear on the attack on Split, which has been notably a defender side of map. They're bucking the trend. As we've said, the teams that really play at the highest level, and Stocks probably gets this one on Tatori, the teams that play at the highest level do it on both sides. You need to be able to play attack and defense.
And be consistent about it too. Trying to look for another. There we go. At least being able to exit frag out with 2. One more. Tries to turn Void. Will ultimately put a stop to that. But at least a nice final stand there by Stocks. What you can see from Tilted as well, they're getting completely bullied off site. And then you can see on the retake it's very, very awkward because Rip and Tear, they're not just playing onto site, they're then combing out. You can see a couple of them, especially the aggressive agents. You've got Void and Toriko constantly looking and pushing. Even Scrawl wanting to get amongst the action. So typically you always see the plant and everyone's going to be then trying to defend around it. They're happy to go aggressive, and because they know they have the numbers advantage, they're then hunting out members of Tilted. They're not playing for retake, they're just playing for frags.
Double AWP set up now for Tilted. One on Element, one on King.
We expect to see, I mean, with mid as well, generally there has to be a lot of utility spent there to try and smoke that one out early. King as well has an operator, so as you said, 2 of them, and they got the cross angle. So another smoke coming out. If they are going to push through this, this could be where we could see some picks coming off. But for Rip and Tear, it's still early days. Lear actually wanting to try and break through, and that means that Element can get a pick onto Greg.
Good wall can obviously get on top of it. With the operator from that position, you don't really want to be that close to the attackers in Mail. Element's just going to back off away from Advanced. Torikago just going to push in now through Garage. It's out Mirza. Nice frag, gets them control. Now the attacking side of Rip and Tear push through this wall, through Mail, up into Heaven, taking out King. That's going to be one of the operators down as well. Element has rotated back over to the alleyway, defend the spawn. Can still be involved here. 3 versus 4 though in favor of Rip and Tear.
Again, the positioning of Rip and Tear, not even on site for the most part. Void very, very careful to try and check that, but will get traded out for Stocks. Stocks is trying to open this one up. Knows that there will be at least one other member there, so he can't push up to actually get that Heaven line of sight. Has to go another way. Only 2 members, and it looks like they have opted to instead save.
It's probably the right play when you don't have as much information as you would like, and it's a 2 versus 3, so you're playing from behind. The spike's already been down for like a good 25-30 seconds. There's not much really time left on the clock.
Ooh, tries to get the shot there. Unfortunately, will miss. Not going to peek it out a second time, but at least Stocks will trade. Toriko going down.
Another 2.
And another 2. So that's what I mean. Rip and Tear are playing for frags. Yes, they're trying to deny the economy, but Tilted are able, once they're able to just kind of really defend up, it's really, really hard to try and find them. So good call to exit out early and then get Rip and Tear trying to hunt for them. Of course, they then have the audio cues. They can expect which direction Rip and Tear members are coming from.
It's all well and good, but you don't win matches from getting exit frags. This is the problem. If you're getting exit frags from a losing position, like, yes, it's nice because you are putting a slight dent into the winning economy of Rip and Tear, but it's so minor. Obviously, you just
gotta win the round.
You just want to be winning the rounds as a whole. Stocks will take out Tori with the opening frag of the round. It's now round number 7, 5-1. 5 in a row now for Rip and Tear. I guess you could say they're tearing through Tilted.
Changing up battle plans as well from Rip and Tear. We were seeing Toriko really challenging the solo Cypher on B site, especially when that mid push was coming through. This time, of course, they do need to use the res onto Toriko because falling down early. So that has changed their battle plans, as I said. This time, though, going A site.
Yeah, a lot of mid control has been the focus for Rip and Tear, which is probably due to their success as well. Not a lot of sort of just funneling through A site. A couple in the earlier rounds. Nivik probably hasn't had as much impact as we saw them have in the matchup against Blank, when Nivik was just so aggressive on that Phoenix on Haven. Not being able to really run freely here on Split. They're just kind of stuck up in Heaven. Slow motion, kind of like stuck in mud. Element puts the operator to good use, getting 1. Nivik will just hold up. Oh, never mind. Up, drafting up. Never mind. That was over before it even began.
Oh, no. Toriko getting a little bit overconfident there, and you can see Nivik putting an end to that, clipping their wings. Doesn't matter updraft or not, and they're trying to hold some cross angle. Element is very, very low, still holding on to this operator. The plant is ticking, however. There's not much they can do. They're still boxed up in Heaven, and because Element is so, so low and has the operator, they're making the call again. We have to give this one up, but you can only save for so many rounds. It's exactly what you're saying, Xenox. It's not winning them the rounds.
I understand it. I don't think this is bad, but I think this is the best play they could make is to just save the operator and try again. But at some point, it's going to be probably a situation where it's 12-1, and what, you're going to save the operator for the next match?
You will. You'd hope not, right? But you can see what they're trying to do. They know that they can't come up against
The biggest problem isn't the fact that they're saving. Saving is the good option. The problem is that they're always just in this position where it's like 2 versus 3 or 3 versus 4. They're always just down one player. And I feel like if Tilted can get into a position where it's like a 2 versus 2 or a 3 versus 3, they probably will actually then take the chance.
Well, that's it. They're not feeling confident. So that's exactly the point that I wanted to highlight. You said they're finding themselves in these situations. Why? Because Rip and Tear are able to dictate the pace. Rip and Tear also making sure that generally if a member is going down, they will be trading for it. They have kind of that contingency plan. Or even when Torikago went down early in that last round, Resurrection was there to, again, put the Band-Aid on, try again.
Well, the judge in the hands of the Jet is pretty decent. And get up close with the dash. Well, Torikago. Now we'll just push through alleyways, expecting to maybe catch off a flanker, but it is actually caught off guard by King, sitting in hell. Though Greg was in a really good position to get that refrag. Now goes for the spike at box, and well, you guessed it, Rip and Tear are going to probably win this round again. And it's a 3 versus 3 though. This kind of goes back to what I was talking about. When it is even, now is the time where you want to take this. Nivik's throwing everything out.
3 versus 2 now.
Well, now it's a 3 versus 2. Greg though makes it now 2. You got to take this fight. There's no more backing off here. Go with what you've got. Alaman takes out Greg. There's only one remaining. It's Void from behind. He's going to completely catch them off guard. They got no idea. And the power of the arena means they can just change position.
Operator as well.
Oh, Element wins it.
That was well done by Element, but even better done by Void. You could see everyone, when you see that shot, you generally want to take it, right? Void only took the shot when he saw the second member of Tilted because they had the intel needed to go and push back. It was good as well for the side of Element to be able to play that blind corner. Otherwise, it definitely would have been a double spray. 100%. A little bit of luck there, but well played by both sides.
So 2-6 now. We got another 4 more rounds in this half. Can this start something for Tilted? I think they would almost have to win the next 2 rounds to really put a dent into the economy of Rip and Tear, because Rip and Tear obviously have won 6 in a row. They haven't had to buy too much.
Well, the thing is, because it has been kind of close, and as I said, even when they were pursuing, again, the dents in the economy is starting to show a little bit. Even with this round, it's given a little bit. Yeah, Torikago not wanting to be shone out, happy to play aggressive if needed, and trying to spray down on Heaven will get taken down instead, and that's the spike down.
That was probably the messiest round from Rip and Tear so far.
Yeah, literally. You could have just flipped the switch and they know where one of the last members is.
It's not even over though. I mean, Sprawl can easily get this 1v1. Mercer had to be in the position to get the refrag and then put themselves in that exact position. Grabs the operator as well, saving the credits. 3-6. And just, it feels like the lifeline for Tilted has arrived.
It has. I want to see the economy now. I'm curious to see the buy. Surely this is, as you said, the last full buy that Rip and Tear could do. And if they lose this one, then they go down to the economy. Then we start to see the tables turning for Tilted. Yeah, that's the case.
I mean, 4,000 credits for Scroll, 3,100 for Greg. They can probably force buy the next round if they really want to.
I don't think they will, because they wouldn't be every single team member that could do an optimal force
so
buy, and they're still ahead.
That's probably them 1 eco round and then full buy the last round and a half.
That's it. But Tilted at least showing signs of life. And as you said, it wasn't so much that Tilted outperformed Rip and Tear that final round. Rip and Tear were just so messy. It was very, very aggressive. But even from the point of view of Torikago, it was very, very frantic. Trying to do it again, trying to figure out where the run it back is, if they can get that marker, but Nivek, having that angle, manages to trade out Torikago.
I think Torikago thought the run it back marker was actually at the top of vents. So to the left as you come in through ramp. Obviously it wasn't the case. And then at that point by dashing in, Torikago's like, oh, now what?
Even though they have the numbers advantage, things still aren't over and done for Rip and Tear, but with that Cypher Dart, at least they have an idea. The camera was still there as well. They know where they'd be coming from. And Greg actually trades out King. Hunter's Fury, bullying them back off the site, back into the garage.
Not even just bullying, but actually finding the elimination onto Luki. Mercer gets Greg. And this is going to be another round win for Tilted. And at least kind of shows us that they can win a few rounds in a row, that it's not like our last round matchup where, you know, we saw Blanket 1 every 3-4 rounds, but that's all it would be. They just couldn't get that momentum going, Vandy, and it was just 1 every now and then. Tilted it back, and it's 4-6, 2 more rounds in the half, and as we kind of suspect, I don't think Rip and Tear are going to be able to do much in this particular round, unless they want to force it.
Yeah, Yeah, they might be looking to. You kind of called it, and Rip and Tear seem to be happy to go at least one more, even if it means that 2 members might have to buy sub-optimally. We do have the Judge coming out. But
they can actually get pretty much a full buy except for the Judge on a Jet, which is not that bad in hindsight, because if they just push through onto the B site, Torokigo can just dash through Garage, find someone to back a site like the Cypher.
That's it, but I was thinking maybe some utility might be missing. At least Torokigo can get away with a full buy if they have gone on the side of the Judge. Void opening things up in mid. There's only one defender this time around in the wall. It didn't actually stop them.
Trade from Scroll, that high ground advantage. Void with the Empress now, just gonna reposition themselves over through the alleyways. So this should pretty much be a round win now for Rip and Tear. Based off the fact that they've already got the spike down, they've got control of alleyways, they've got control of heaven. There's really nothing, and they've got the numbers too. It's a 4 versus 2, so goes to 7-4, and they just stopped the tilted train that was seemingly taking off from the station. They've done well in the last couple of rounds to get back into this match, but Rip and Tear have halted that momentum for the time being.
They absolutely have, and that was really nicely done by Void to open it up, get the Empress going underway. And then for Tilted, they were scrambling to recover. So the aggression really being rewarded this time from Rip and Tear. And it's really cool to see because the last 2 times that they went hyper-aggressive, it didn't quite pay out. Tilted were ready for that. This time they can catch Tilted out of place. And as I said, by having that one defender up in Heaven's side, it meant that they could kind of push on through and really give them access to that B side.
So one more round for the half, and then we will be swapping sides. The question comes down to, I think, more so Tilted's offense, their attacking side. How creative can they really get? Because Rip and Tear have been super creative, especially utilizing the Jet as their entryway onto a site. Yes, there's no Jet on the side of Tilted. They're going to have to come in through more conventional means. And you look at Torokigo's KDA, though, 8-10, but they are playing selfless right now. Like, KDA doesn't mean anything. As long as you're a team player, they're the ones in the front line that are pushing in first, putting their way in the harm to protect and help out the rest of the team.
Well, it's kind of cool that you mentioned that as well. The reason being behind entry frag is it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the one walking away with the highest KDA. I mean, yeah, if you can get some frags, sure. But it exactly is that gaining intel for your team, sometimes sacrificing yourself. As long as you can trade out, you've done your duty. Someone has to entry frag. Unfortunately, then for Void, they couldn't trade King, and that's like the worst case scenario coming through. King also has Resurrection available. You will
Torokigo, nicely done, pushing through Garage, just catching Tilted off guard, expecting the majority of the push to come through from mid into mail. King's done well, though, from this position. Just fell back over the stairs as well. Keeps control of this Heaven on the B bomb side. His element will get Void, then Torokigo does take out King. So what do we got? 2 versus 2 remaining. Blade Storm's going to be used. Of course, use your ultimates. It's the final round of the half. Nicely done from Stocks. Recon Bolt not going to spot out, but use your eyes and you will find that Omen sitting in the back of this site. Scroll, though, wins the 1v1. Can't win the 1v2, though, in the end, as Element comes around the left-hand side with the op. And it's going to be 5-7 at the half.
Element has been so clutch with that operator. Doesn't matter if they're the last one standing. And they didn't have the Resurrection to play with. Unfortunately, King did go down before they were in a safe spot to be able to use it. But as you said, they did enough. They set the groundwork. And this is still a very, very close game coming into the second half. You're already kind of asking us what kind of defense, what kind of attack can Tilted give us? We saw them attacking on Haven. It was very, very clean from them. But again, these teams, they're very evenly matched, which is what I was kind of thinking would happen. So I'm just curious. It could still swing either way.
Well, the difference maker is the fact that they've got the Phoenix, so they don't have the Jet to sort of dash through a lot of utility, but the Phoenix, well, you don't have just a dash, you do have run it back, which can, of course, clear up a lot of utility things like the trap wires. It can push through smokes, can try and find some, I guess, free attempts at taking some certain angles. But obviously, you don't get to do it as often. That's really the biggest downside, of course. Pistol round, though, for this half. Very important for Tilted to win this one, I reckon. Otherwise, Rip and Tear can take a substantial 9-5 lead.
That's it. Tilted really want to be able to even this one up. So as you said, the pressure is more on Tilted's side, and they can take their time with the attack. You were kind of mentioning the biggest difference being the Jet versus the Phoenix. It is also, as you said, kind of sacrificing those mobile smokes, more in favor of a wall. But you do also get access to the blinds. It depends on what the situation needs. On a map like Split, where you have a lot of closer angles, it can be very, very optimal in opening up the map. Here comes the charge. Paranoia is good.
Effective. It lands onto Mercer from Scroll. Second one onto Valour. Should honestly get a third one there just about. Nivik just barely staying alive. 70 health. And then from the A site now, they've got control, have Tilted. 3 versus 2. Favor of Tilted. You just shut off its screens from this wall.
Lukey's waiting for Void. And
the Aldrone going to go out.
Yeah, waiting for their teammate as well, wondering if they'll wait for the wall to break. I mean, seconds are running down. With this, of course, you're giving away the audio cue. The Aldrone has spotted them, so they know it's going to be pushing from screens, but they have to try and bully on through. The Lear is out. They try to push on through. They're pushing on through blind.
Actually didn't follow up onto the blind. That might have backfired, but fortunately, Stocks was able to get Void. Kind of expected that after Nivik had thrown out that blind would follow up onto it, but didn't. Actually just decided to fall back. They had the time though, so I think really for Tilted at that point, they were just kind of playing for time, sit at the back of the site. Don't run at the attackers and let them kill you earlier, giving them a chance then to defuse. So 6-7, a good pistol round win. But they actually won the pistol round in their own attacking half, did Tilted, and didn't really do much for them. So they're defending half.
That's it. Have to wait and see how Rip and Tear want to respond this time around. Of course, last time we saw them in this position, they came back and they took the round off Tilted. So, again, we've seen anything happen. It just makes it a little bit harder. Tilted, though, looking good. Wondering how they want to attack. So far, they're going to be testing through mid and see if they can find any weaknesses there. A lot of the stacking this time around from Rip and Tear has been on that A side.
Wow, they've just given up complete mid control to Tilted. This is impressive. They really just didn't care at all. They've just completely given up Male and Heaven and Stairs if they really wanted to. I mean, Nivik is playing this well. They're kind of expecting, hey, like, surely someone's here, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Even the B side's now completely open.
That's it. So it has forced the rotation back on, knowing that there was going to be probably too many members not wanting to get overrun. Instead, we have to play for the retake. And the reason being, I mean, you can kind of hedge your bets. You're going to stack a site. They have to come somewhere, sure. But this time it wasn't going to be A side, it was B side.
The biggest thing that Tilted probably did wrong, though, was not leaving a player or two up in Heaven after they got control of it and then sending a couple down onto the site. So they've actually given Rip and Tear a massive chance to get back into this, although while they gave them a chance, they've also shut that chance down. I think it's just a case maybe of Rip and Tear just sort of put all their eggs in the A basket, and in the end, B was chosen by Tilted. It's sort of like a 50-50. You're either going to guess right or guess wrong.
Well, that's it. But in Rip and Tear's situation as well, you could always just have one anchoring mid. You don't have to hard commit. Yeah. But they were scared that perhaps it was just going to be another rush. They didn't have their utilities
Or even like a Cypher Cam.
That's it, exactly. Have something there that you could kind of fall back onto just to give you a little bit of that insight, because as you said, what the pathway was from B onto that side. Void, of course, even though he gets the trade, will be trading their life up there. And this is it. Tilted have finally managed to tie this one up.
Yeah, so for the first time today, we're actually going to have a close game. Awesome to see. It's been impressive from Tilted to get back into this, because I wouldn't have blamed them for sort of going into their shells at one point. It was like, what, 6 rounds in a row in favor of Rip and Tear after only winning the pistol round. You're down 6-1. Very easy for some teams to sort of just collapse mentally, but they've fought back and they've sort of taken momentum and control of this series now for themselves. Into the second half now, only a couple more rounds to go. This time it is going to be the A. And of course, unfortunately for Rip and Tear, they set 3 over to the B side. Trapfly does its job though, along with that Sabotage. So well done to Lukey. Does get 1 for 1. Buys some time as well for the rest of Rip and Tear to get over to the A side. They've still got control of Heaven. And Tilted have got a couple of members that have taken some damage. This over the Cypher. The spike finally goes down. Heaven screens, all in control for Rip and Tear. We'll see how this plays out.
As you said, Rip and Tear, they do control the high ground, they do control screens, so it's really limiting the positions that Tilted can have. But that crossfire was nice, meaning that they could, again, trade 1 for 1. They do also get Torkigo trying to rotate onto that side, and Void has been spotted as they drop on down.
Oh, good spray through that screen. All
Last
bangable.
member.
Scroll. Fakes it out once. Fortunately, though, it does lose the exchange with Mercer. So 8-7, and Tilted will take the second lead for them this match. Of course, they were up 1-0 at one stage.
That's That's it. So Tilted now coming from behind. And as we said, this map, it seems to be defender-sided at times, but it comes down to which team. As you said, you have to consistently being able to perform on both sides. And for Rip and Tear, a lot of their resources, they sent some mid this time, but you can see how quick they were to come onto site. What I like to see from Tilted, though, was they always were in a position, even though they had limited space in which they could hold, all of them were down in the same elevation, they were holding cross angles, and that's really what happened to turn the tables into their favor when they were holding against Rip and Tear.
Judge in hand for Greg, sitting in mail.
Enemy removed.
King gets Torika go. The thing with the Jet, though, I know I've mentioned this, but there's no agent that's really superior on one side and not as great on one side, but Jet is very much an attacking agent, more so than defense. Yes, they got the cloud burst, they can updraft into certain locations on the defensive side, catch people off guard. So while she's not horrible, definitely prefer her on the attack rather than defense. And Torika Go's sort of presence has definitely been less notable on defense so far for Rip and Tear compared to the attack. Nivik pushes up into heaven, takes out Lukey sitting around stairs. Void, though, hasn't been spotted and should be able to get an easy frag on a Nivik and take this gun, be in a better position. Never mind. Great trade from Element, expecting that to happen. And it's only Scroll left in vents.
Again, it's what Tilted are doing very, very well. Look at the anchoring from Mirza as well. They're having great game sense. That's it. They're reading the play. You already saw it twice. When the gun was picked up, taking out Void, anticipating that, okay, if the trade happens, we got to trade back. Again, anchoring someone still in mid because they had time this time, not only to plant onto site, but then retake a greater space to hold. They're doing it really, really well. So for Rip and Tear now, this is scary because if you're able to let Tilted onto site, the way that they're playing and defending against retakes is really, really impressive.
8 out of the last 9 rounds, as you can see there on the scoreboard, have gone in favor of Tilted. So after that 6-0 run from Rip and Tear, it's really been the Tilted show ever since then. It's only a 2-round lead though, 9-7. Rip and Tear though running out of time to stop this momentum of Tilted. Because if Tilted win the next couple, they're going to really keep this economy well and truly dented for Rip and Tear. They're going to just run out of opportunities to get back in this.
Well, you kind of highlighted as well. You were like, why don't you like to see Jet so much on defense? Generally, if you are going to be playing Jet on defense, you like to save up. You get that operator. That gives you a little bit more boom. And then the mobility really patches up that. So Torika Go has had to completely change their playstyle. And also, they haven't been able to save up for an operator.
I mean, we've seen Jet do very well on defense. I'm not advocating that Jet's bad on defense.
No. It's what you said. Remember yesterday as well. You're like, no agent is bad or not. But it's the same thing how I feel even on Reyna's on defense. It doesn't feel the same, right?
Roll, though, the operator. Impressive from the back of B site. And again, though, this time it's going to be Rip and Tear. It has just been round after round where these skirmishes are just usually very one-sided. We haven't had many 1v1s or 2v2s, for instance. Torika Go trying to just break through that wall and vents and provide a bit of help. So it's 3 versus 1. It's just Mirza. Rip and Tear have been able to finally have a round go their way, but sort of just touching back on Jet as this round's probably over is the thing with defense for Jet is that she can basically take a shot and then dash away. So she can get a free shot in and then move back to safety or move from one defensive location to another one. So it's just a different play style. I think that's the main sort of takeaway. You are going to have to play her differently on attack and defense.
Absolutely right. Yeah, for sure. That's exactly what I agreed on. And same for Torika Go. You could see the same thing. This time they have an operator to play with, so they're joining Scroll. Scroll was a big factor in terms of them being able to hold back Tilted. So finally, with enough funds, this is looking good on the side of Rip and Tear to be able to take some rounds off. At least they've stopped the push coming through from Tilted, and they're looking to even things up. Torika Go getting a very quick peek onto stocks, but it's always, you're saying the rounds are 1-for-1? Even the picks that are happening, it's trade for trade for trade. Resurrection will turn things back into their favor, though, for numbers.
Sprawling into the back of sight with that operator up close as they get closer and closer towards getting this spike down. 2 versus 3. Stocks will take out Void. Round's not over just yet. Tilted have been able to even it up. And this does feel like actually now one of the first times that we've got down to this 2v2 situation. An even fight between these two teams. The spike is down.
That's unfortunate for Stocks. I mean, really investing that ultimate, if they were able to take down Greg anchoring there, would have been a different story. And I think they were anticipating Greg to actually move off of site. You can see Greg is just hugging this corner, praying. I mean, they will definitely check it. The blind has gotten out, but they do have that good smoke over there. Spike has been recovered, so it actually worked against their favor. And now Nivik rejoining the rest of the team members in heaven.
I was just thinking if they wanted to just rush B, you may as well go through the vents. There's Trapwire there, does give the information, at least for Rip and Tear, so they can go through the defender side spawn through screens. Although Scroll may be thinking it's a bait. They're not really on the move here.
No, not yet. They want to make sure that they see the spike being planted, then they'll start to move. Or even when time starts to run out, there you go, that's go signs. Because often it's very, very common to make a bunch of noise and then slowly try to loop on back. It's safer for them if they don't leave this site, because they already had optimal positions, right?
Well, this is the downside, though, for Tilted. By leaving the A site, they do allow that resurrection to happen. Although, fortunately, Stonks does take out Greg. So we're kind of still in the exact same situation. It's 2 versus 2. Just minus the Sage and plus the Reyna. Stocks holding this angle up and heaven, misses the close range shot. Scroll's going to punish them. They can move over to the rafter. This should be an easy frag. Never mind, misses the shots. Nivik is going to punish them. Void finally does win it out, though. And in the end, the 2 versus 2 goes the way of Rip and Tear.
It was so close. It was so touch and go. And as you said, Void being able to trade yet again. But it really comes down to the wire. Both of these teams, they're trying to secure their play-in spot. Neither of them wants to play again the qualifiers. They want it done and dusted here. They want to be watching the games next week. And this is, as you said, very, very much blow for blow.
So looking at the economy, though, Tilted haven't really full bought just yet. I think it's about even. I mean, just off an eye glance, it's looking as even as I've seen in an economy at 9-9 at this point in the game. Yeah, it's... I mean, both teams even have 2 ultimates available. Like, this probably couldn't be as close as it is right now.
Well, remember the bonuses also start to play. Wow, that did. But because it was a wall bang, it's not going to be a one-shot, just getting them very, very low.
That's going to hit too, but this one is going to not be a wall bang. And that's what I'm saying. You can get those shots, then dash away. Toriko can now get to a different position. Hold ramps, for instance, or can then eventually just come back through vents and then go back over to mid, depending on how they want to play this out. But unfortunately for Tilted, attacking with only 4 versus 5 defenders is almost impossible.
Toriko made that happen, as you said. Not only just wounding Nivik, obviously has been healed on up, but actually has been to play out the rest of the round without armor. But then by getting that pick onto Element, it's really, really good to see, because now for Rip and Tear, they have more resources to work with.
There was a paranoia thrown out from Rip and Tear's Omen. Greg is going to fall back. Scroll can hear them over in ropes.
They were deliberately trying to make them break their hold, or also just trying to get a little bit of insight. But that angle is a nasty one, because Scroll could see them before they could see him. Mirza getting Greg. They were both holding their slows for so long.
Greg just kind of peeked it with the slow orb rather than peeking it with the gun. That's the only thing that really did help there. Void's going to have this close angle over the Reyna. Double kill. Not going to win the round, though, for Rip and Tear. 1 versus 2. Toriko go the op. Now, this is the question. Do you save it? No, you're going to give it a Blade Storm. And then die. Oh, that's just not what you want. Not only do you lose your ultimate, but you lose the op as well.
It sucks, because as the play was good. They didn't have enough distance to updraft, so they actually hit their head and it kind of bounced them. So they actually had to slowly go over the wall instead of just being a quick movement, which would have been harder for Nivik to track. You could see the play in their mind, but the biggest thing out of that was the operator being recovered. It's gone over to King now. And this is the economy. You mentioned it was very, very close before. No, not anymore, because now we've got the operator on the side of Tilted, and they have managed to swing out a point ahead of Rip and Tear.
It's the risk versus reward. In that situation, Toriko goes either the hero or the villain, and in this case is the villain, because you've given up your Blade Storm, you've given up the operator, and you've given up the lead now to Tilted and the economy. Like, just all of these things I've just sort of rattled off. It just makes you think that one round, we go from a very even point to now a point where Tilted have got a bit of an advantage. They've got the neural theft. This is looking like potentially 11-9 on the scoreboard. Greg, from this position, what can they achieve? The slow orb now pick up the Phantom. Just 2 alive still for Rip and Tear versus the 4 of Tilted. Now going over to the A site, they'll get that spike down. All but confirmed. The question is, when you've got 2 mid, you just hold on and save what you've got.
Rip and Tear had the right idea. You could see them pushing out, being a little bit more aggressive. But Mirza, you know that one player whenever you get killed by them, you're like, why are you there? That's Mirza right there, constantly pushing on out. Like, why would you be there? That's what Rip and Tear would have said. But
Such
it worked
a bad
out.
play. Why are you even there?
No.
Can't believe you killed me.
When actually they're big brain and you're just bad, right? That's the play. But Mirza, just their positioning of always really liking to push up. You generally expect Cyphers to be dug deep onto side, you know, using the camera to see if anyone's coming in. Mirza's been playing totally different, knows that Tilted like to, you know, try to push on out, test their limits. So, I mean, it's just an interesting read. And then again, it's how many times can you use the same trick once or twice? But they've been changing it up, and the save is coming through from Rip and Tear. You expected it to be. So for Tilted, they're starting to run away with it, and it's almost towards the end of the game.
I'm not sure if saving a Marshall really has that much impact, but most importantly for Void, they didn't use any of their Leers. You see Greg will have to buy a bit of utility, so having that Phantom is super critical for the Sage player. Certain agents do spend a little bit more on utility through either the costs or just the fact that you use it more often. You see the economy now well and truly in favor of Tilted, but it's the fact that Rip and Tear are going to be able to buy at least this final time. This is essentially, it feels like almost match point now, because if you lose this round, it's 12-9, and you've got no money for the next round at all.
That's exactly what I was going to point out. So they're going in, trying to invest, making sure that if they can tie it up to 10, then it starts to get closer. It's really the risk versus reward in full action over here for Rip and Tear, because essentially...
That's a cheeky wall.
Oh yeah, it gets more sight. Kings used it.
It also means you don't have a wall anymore.
No, but it doesn't really matter for them. They're attacking. They're happy to at least spend that. They'll just replace it with, say, a smoke from Scroll. It doesn't have the exact same effect, but... if they could get that pick, that's what they're playing for.
Bit of utility and presence shown at A, now going for the long rotation over to B. Nothing in mid. And I think that's what Tilted's been able to do really well. I mean, Rip and Tear actually did it well too on their attack. Just being able to say, focus B or focus A or focus mid. Just not really constantly doing the same thing. We've seen some teams today on Split that just say, went A like 10 times in a row. And it's like, okay, keep going A 10 times in a row. Of course, it's not going to work. Run it back. Just going to find some information on the Sage. Sitting at the top of vents. If it can just push through, knowing that it's only going to be one Sage there at best, and probably not going to want to contest this. So the Reyna on site's the big one that has to go. King will take out Toriko Go. And there is that Reyna. It's Void and immediately eliminated by Mirza.
They're opening the site. Both defenders now down. Toriko able to get that early pick, but unable to translate it into anything else, losing the snipe off against King, ultimately meaning that Void would fall on down, because you can see the push was from both angles, a lot to deal with. Their ultimate as well, scouting out, knowing where Greg is. They're unable to get onto site, you can see. They're trying their best.
They all need to push on at once, really, from different angles to try and cover each other, but that's just not going to be the case for Rip and Tear. 12-9 for Tilted, match point. And Vandy, they're just one round away from moving on into the play-in stages. Of course, this is qualifying match 1, so big opportunity now for Tilted.
Tilted have come out seemingly out of nowhere. I mean, they took out Blank, who managed to get rid of Cho-Stars, who got rid of Direwolves. It's almost like, you know, you see that food chain. It's like the smaller fish gets eaten by the bigger fish, and it keeps kind of going down. So Tilted making their way up here, now up against Rip and Tear, wanting to eat those last big fish so they can qualify for play-ins, and they're doing a great job. The economy was our biggest concern. For Rip and Tear, they rolled the die. It didn't pay off. Now they have to try and change their tactics, and you can see Toriko Go trying to reposition, still managing to have an operator for this round.
Nowhere to run.
Couple Bulldogs, couple Spectres, as you said, operator, but yeah, Rip and Tear certainly scrounging around looking for lunch money. They've got not much in the bank.
So hard too, the pressure would be coming on up. Void does have Empress unlocked, so this is the round. If you've got the ultimates, you also do need to use them. We already talked about that last round. They were hoping that if they could bring it back, it would make it 11-10, a lot clearer, and then force Tilted to spend more of their economy. Didn't quite work out that way. Toriko Go opening up with one. There's still going to be another. Gets two. They're lining on up.
Is there a third one here from Toriko Go? Yes,
Absolutely.
there is. And this could be a backbreaker potentially for Tilted. It's not going to cost them potentially just yet. But who knows, if you allow Rip and Tear now to come in, collect those guns, win this round, it'll be 12-10, and then we'll be back onto an even playing field once again. Stocks from ramps can only do so much is immediately traded back, and for the 4 members of Rip and Tear that survived, they'll just be able to clean up and pick up all those guns sitting around vents in heaven. Match point, yes, but now Rip and Tear are back in it.
I think apart from one game that we broadcasted today, obviously correct me if I'm wrong, was that every time we saw a team going on to match point, they couldn't win that round to actually end the game. It's kind of going on to this next one. So for Rip and Tear, though, they've been thrown a lifeline. We were describing it yesterday as a little boat. We don't have to use the same metaphor, but it's kind of keeping the sparks of hope alive for them. And Torikago being a huge, huge priority in terms of being able to get those picks, but also on the side of Tilted to constantly just funnel in one at a time. Not really sure. Maybe a bit of a misplay there, a bit of panic. They couldn't get the trade and it really punished them.
I think that, you know, as you're going back and touching on that match point thing, it's just also, maybe it's just all mental. Last hurdle, and you see match point, you think, all right, just one more. We've been doing very well. Don't have to change much, and then you just, doesn't quite go your way, and then you think, oh, here we go. Have we thrown this? Sage wall up to counter the other Sage wall. So an aggressive play from Tilted down mid. They've got one over at Garage, one over towards the cubby on the A side. It's like a 1-3-1 split right now, which probably plays into the favor of Rip and Tear, to be honest, more than anything. I mean, they're just making a bit of noise over towards A, but they should probably know that this is all just a bit of a fake bait.
That's it. This looks like more of the type of push you'd see coming out from a map like Haven, as you said, because of that 1-3-1 split. And Torikago, again, taking out another one. This time, Mirza getting bored, trying to push on up. And such aggression on the side of Tilted, but it's not really working out just yet.
Has been activated. Void doing very, very well right now to run around, try and find a few kills for Rip and Tear. Lukey, almost called him Turkey.
Might have to go Turkey and run off now.
You just put an R in there, it's just about there, but 2 versus 1. Stocks is spotted and shut down by Torikago, 12-11.
The comeback. Now Rip and Tear are threatening to take Tilted into sudden death. This was the best game that we could have hoped for our first qualifying match.
Certainly so, because today has just been a one-sided affair, and this is really what Valorant can bring the best of, is when you get these close matches. It was Rip and Tear early on, then Tilted just went on a steamrolling march forward.
This is a nice spot.
And only just recently, Vandy, in the last couple of rounds, have Rip and Tear sort of found form again at the right time, though, to stop Tilted. 12-11. Still, though, it is match point. It is still another match point. In fact, there'll be another one after that, technically, since then we'll go into overtime.
Well, sudden death. It comes down to whoever can take it first. Mirza has taken down Lukey. They're opening this one up. Tilted, though, they took a lot of damage in return. Luckily, one of the members was Phoenix, able to heal on up with the hot hands.
Cypher's been healed as well, though, so all that damage now completely neglected by the heals of Tilted. So it's a 4 versus 5, never mind. Torikago with the Blade Storm does get the headshot onto Nivik through screens. Does still have it available, of course. It refreshes after getting an elimination. Has the dash, has the updrafts, has the cloud burst. A lot of utility still available for Rip and Tear. Spike is down. Cybercage is going to be activated, but you can just jump straight over it from above the left clicks and gets a second one. 3 kills in total now for Torikago. Looking for a 4th one, looking for that Oceanic Rising place. Potentially, it will be the round win, though, for Rip and Tear.
We're going to sudden death.
Sudden death, Mandy.
We're going to sudden death. And just like that for Tilted, their dream, they had so many rounds. They had 3 rounds, in fact, that Rip and Tear gave them. And Rip and Tear were like, no, it's now or never. We are going to qualify. We want to head to play-ins.
Oh, no.
Both of these teams now, it's do or die. This is the round. And in terms of how it reads out, so Rip and Tear will get to play it on defense. Tilted, of course, back on attack. And on the side of Rip and Tear, remember what we were kind of discussing? Obviously, both teams are happy to play either side. But for Rip and Tear, maybe they have a little bit more of that edge. Split feeling a little bit more defender-sided at times.
Well, they stay on the same side because it's only best of 1. It's only the normal sudden death. So we basically can just continue on one more time and see whether or not Rip and Tear can continue to hold their defense here.
That's it. Have to wait and see. Because this is going to be it. It comes down to this. Tilted, of course, used all of their economy that last round. Doesn't really matter because, of course, everyone gets given the same amount of funds. It's how you choose to spend it.
It's a 2-2-1 split right now for Tilted. Slightly different variation of what we saw in that last round. Can't believe, though, just 3 rounds ago, I was saying how Tilted were potentially on their way to the play-in stage. Are they still yet to be, though, but with just a bit of spice there? Or is Rip and Tear about to tear the hearts out of Tilted and potentially tilt them? How's that for a double one? Double.
Don't know.
Oh, come on, Vandy.
No, you know me. I love having a joke. I just had to play hard to get for the laughter once. But no, I loved that. I thought it was very, very clever. I hope Tilted won't end up tilted, but for Rip and Tear as well. I mean, I love both of these teams. I've really enjoyed what they've seen. Have to wait and see how this one goes. And this is it again, the aggressive Sage Wall, but the slow field coming out too, trying to really gain control of Heaven. And Void, that's Spike.
Spike down in male. Lear's going to go out, but not going to push it. Don't waste the second one, though. That does put it out, but nothing's going to follow up from it. So Void uses the utility a little bit early. Brawl is watching Garage. They now just repeat the trades, and just like that, Rip and Tear.
They've done it!
Have just torn straight through male, cleaning up Tilted. And they will move on into the play-in stages. Can you believe it, Vandy? From 12-9, from a match point advantage. Congratulations to Rip and Tear. They're going on into the play-in stages.
When all was said and done, when all the cards were on the table, Rip and Tear, as I said, they've been competing in pretty much every tournament that we've had, even when it was community tournaments, even before the Ignition Series was announced. So congratulations to them. We'll be seeing them in the play-ins on the 29th of August. But for Tilted to give us such a good show, I hope they're not going to be too tilted because they still have plenty more chances to try and make it in last chance qualifiers or even trying to play again. But Xenox, what a game!
Yeah, look, the good news for Tilted is that they will have, of course, many other chances to go to the other open qualifiers. They've got some points now from making it to the qualifying match. And look, they played really well. They'll probably feel very dirty on themselves that they weren't able to get the win, that match point. Like you said, maybe just the mental side of things really got to them in the end because they were playing so well. Like, it was a 6-0 run to Rip and Tear. After that, it was like 9-10.
It was like back and forth,
12.
back and forth. Then we saw Tilted coming across. Torika Go, though, really stepped up for their team. Quick snipes, no whiff shots. You also saw Void coming in clutch a few moments. And for Rip and Tear, as I said, they do have a very impressive roster. I'm keen to see what they've got for play-ins. But for Tilted, we don't want to see your run-in. We want to see you back playing again. If you'd like to kind of give us your thoughts on that match, tweet at us. Use hashtag Rise of Valor. We might be able to put up some of your tweets on screen. But we need a break from that match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be taking a short one.
100%, yeah. Competitiveness and fun go hand in hand for me. I mean, even if you lose, it doesn't really matter.
When you're in the middle of a game and when there's stuff at stake, you do get that feeling, and I guess that's unique in itself.
I think it's just more fun. Then you can make new friends.
I do, but then at the same time, I don't mind just smashing out co-op with some friends at home.
Really satisfying beating them if they're good as well.
I think it's a lot of fun to be like competitive with certain people.
The whole point to be competitive? Am I missing something?
Quote unquote, my friend says I can make a relaxing game such as Stardew Valley very stressful and competitive.
I love your work, son! Insane! Hello everybody and welcome back to Firefights. Finally we are back live out of the Anywhere Arena here at Fortress Melbourne.
Early pick to come out from Teehee there. Does spot the second. Trying to go for that engagement. They've put fire into the fray.
Whoa, whoa. See that guy right there? Looks like he's hit rock bottom. Well, that guy's actually me. Now, I bet you're wondering how I got in this wacky situation. It all started in the summer of '86.
I'm gonna play a bit further back.
Oh, am I getting
Oh, that was so close as well. Up your options, but now the options are open as they move their way onto the CT side, and they get a nice little headshot to start it off. Emmy, oh my gosh, that double kill, insane. Looks like one of them is actually playing ever so close to them though.
Yeah, that's going to be Baron up in apartments, and Baron will have heard this. Oh, Baron, I love your work, son! Baron with the double knife kill.
Space Nut is going to be playing from Decon. Now just trying to creep their way forward, slowly moving. Oh, dancing with the devil there. This is getting too close for comfort. I'm feeling so uncomfortable just watching this play out.
25 seconds remaining, and Space Nut still needs to go and get the bomb, but there we go. Emmy flies on through.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Emmy, once again, opens us up really nicely. Make a real fun one.
runs out of bullets to go for the second one, but finds it as well. Are they going to be able to pull it off this time around? Lots of utility comes on through. Bone Killer finds the first. Now Johnny Drama's going to know what's happening and sprays down both. Picks up the DAC as well. Timberwolves 6-0.
Hey guys, it's Vangetta. As you know, gaming is all about community. That's why I'm working with Alienware to thank you guys for staying at home and doing your part. Remember, just because we can't always be together doesn't mean we can't play a part together.
Welcome back from the break to Rise of Valor, an official Valorant Ignition series powered by Alienware. We are broadcasting live here today from Fortress Melbourne studio located behind the Alienware Arena. Xenox, we just wrapped up from qualifying match number 1. It was a very, very close one. Yeah. Sudden death, 13-12 final score. What an impressive performance by both teams.
Yeah, in the end, Rip and Tear taking it out 13-12 over Tilted. Tilted had their chances. They had 3 match points, and then, of course, you know, even going into overtime. So really unfortunate for them. We'll have a quick look at the bracket as well so we can see everything that has been transpiring on the broadcast and also off the broadcast as well. McTeam versus Fury will be our other qualifying match, of course, that we will be watching very, very shortly. But as you can see, 13-12, the closest game of the day so far.
Most notably as well, Magic 5, who had such an explosive performance a little bit early in the day, has been knocked out by Fury. Fury, their run came to an end yesterday. They were beaten by Mystery Inc. They were seeded 3rd today. So they managed to beat Magic 5 and take their spot in terms of the qualifying match coming up today. McTeam, we saw them here again yesterday as well. They were eventually beaten by Overpower Strike in the quarterfinals. But to be able to do it back-to-back, I mean, this team, they've shown consistency. And you and I, we were kind of delving through the bracket a little bit earlier. We feel as though Fury had a little bit of a harder time getting into this qualifying match. But I mean, even in saying that, the fact that both of these teams are here in this qualifying match and the fact that now McTeam, they've got that experience from versing Overpower Strike yesterday, I'm wondering how they're going to fare it today.
So McTeam made the qualifying match yesterday?
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Versus Overpower Strike.
Well, look, I as you said, was looking at the bracket. I probably felt like the portion of the bracket that Fury have come from was a little bit more difficult. All Flax No Printer, Magic 5, Lucid was there too. Not sure really the teams that we saw from McTeam that they beat were really all that notable. So
yeah.
In saying that though, once you're there, right? And you can only play really the teams that are presented to you. So, and obviously for McTeam, they've already made 1 qualifying match. This is going to be a second one for them. And no disrespect to Fury, but they're probably not on the same level as Overpower Strike. So this is going to be an easier time compared to yesterday now for McTeam.
Oh, those fighting words for Fury. They're youngins. They're going to be coming at you at
that,
Twitter.
Though, I'm going to flip it, though, and say that, and I actually said it off air, but I think Fury are probably the more likely team to advance in this matchup. So I'm just playing both sides.
I said that yesterday, and then Fury ended up getting knocked out.
That is true.
I'm not even sure anymore.
That was actually the matchup. Fury were like, what, 6-2?
That's it. They started off really early, and then they got reverse swept by Mystery Inc. That team, the unknown, the mystery themselves. McTeam, of course, beating out Icarus in round number 4, who we saw earlier on broadcast. They also impressed us. So McTeam, they are on their best. I want to make a Mick joke, but you're just going to stare me down, so I better not, because the game is actually ready, so we should jump into it.
Yes, and guess where we're going?
We are going to McSplit.
We're going to McSplit down the middle here for our final qualifying match of the day.
I got to get the joke in, yay!
Exactly.
But see, you don't laugh. See, I'm a bag of laughs, and to make Xenox laugh, like, I truly know I've said something funny.
Yeah, no, that's true. You know,
You don't
I'm
give
not
your
easy.
laughs up cheap. What is that? It's not that I like to laugh. You're just more of a, guarded soul.
Yeah, well, you need to bring out the highest of quality to get me laugh. That's all I'm saying.
I'll try my best.
You do make me laugh though, Vandy. So.
Oh, thank you. We have a good time on broadcast, which is always fun to see. Hope the players, everyone as well that has been participating. Now, of course, that we are down to the final 4 teams, qualifying for that spot into play-ins, but we've had a massive day. To kind of reiterate, we started from 117 teams, and now we're down to the final 4. We've already broadcasted the earlier match, so the final 2, it feels like.
So, final qualifying match, final way of being able to get into the play-in stage directly from the second qualifying day. It's going to be Fury on the defense, McTeam on the attack. Teams, the players of note, really, I think, from McTeam, who really stood out for you the last time we saw them yesterday. I think Andy. Yeah, look at that. We said it almost the exact same time.
Yeah. Pure as well, I know. So on the side of Fury, it's a little bit easier for me to remember. Pure and Myth. I mean, I've seen them frag out multiple times before. Myth also playing favorite agent at the moment again on Phoenix. Unfortunately, unable to quite get that one, but luckily having a teammate there, Nova, coming on through to be able to really secure those kills.
I was waiting for you to say McChicken Leg.
McChicken Leg is my favorite name, right?
Oh, okay.
You know, but I can't remember too much in terms of McChicken Leg being able to clutch out. So I was like, I'm not sure in terms of player name, memorable, yes, but not for maybe the reasons that I'd like to think of.
That's fair enough, as Fury will take the pistol round pretty convincingly as well, might I add. And sort of the discussion around the map itself, Split, of course, which has been the map of the day, really. Only one other map has been Haven that we saw once, is that, you know, I think you can almost sort of throw the whole defender attacker talk out the window, because we've seen both sides really do well. We've seen teams do well on attack and we've seen teams do well on defense. But I think when there's that bit of unknown, you always kind of just revert back to say, okay, defense is where you want to be though.
That's it. Defense is a little bit easier to start out with. Fury, of course, being able to hold out the defense, meaning that they have better economy and actually flushing them out of the smoke before a Hot Hands could go on through, opposing Hot Hands.
Seriously well played from McChicken Leg there, although it does... Never mind, it wasn't McChicken Leg, it was the other Phoenix, I should say.
It was Myth.
It was Myth. That's a standout for Fury. When they were doing very well in that match against Mystery Inc. yesterday, Myth was the standout. When they were up 6-2, Myth really was the player that sort of got them into that situation. Andy's moved over to the site for McTeam and taken out by OJ. Molotov just going to force Nikola Jokic closer in advance. You only get 2 shots though with the shorty, 2 chances. And Nova finds a 4K here in the second round.
Yep, as you said, Nova cleaning up house again and again. On the first pistol round, I believe it was 3 kills. It was either 2 or 3, and then that time the 4K. So doing really well for themselves, but giving themselves even more economy to work with. For McTeam, they have access now to rifles. This is their chance to get around under the feet of Fury. But for Fury, they'd be looking to extend their lead a little bit further. No one's upgraded their buy. I mean, Myth actually opted for the Vandal last round, or perhaps lost it. So actually, Myth, only one that actually bought this round because they did fall in the previous round.
That's all right. You're up 2-0, although this is, of course, a round where McTeam can get back into things. The Jet just hanging around Ramen for a little bit longer while the rest of McTeam push up into A. Sights on ramps. There's only actually one player holding A right now. They're over at screens with Stubbs with the Marshall. Really rapid firing that Marshall. It's almost like a rifle.
It is just rapid fire. It's not as slow as the operator, but not nearly as powerful, unless you're, of course, wearing no armor, in which case it will be a one shot, but at least managing to do a little bit of damage before getting smoked out, receiving some damage of themselves, forcing them to go back to get healed. But that does mean that the rest of the members of Fury are now able to be on site, and they have a few angles that they're going to try and approach this one from.
And he's just going to maybe catch off guard. Never mind, Myth was ready and waiting. Of course, in Valour, you know, he's going to be looking up, down, left and right. Pure gets KZR. Chicken leg up close. Only get the one. Unfortunately with the Phantom, Nikola Jokic not going to get anywhere else either. And Fury will get the defuse. One thing to note though is, you know, sort of just seeing a lot of games now played yesterday and today, but sort of the gun meta for Valorant, I gotta say it's pretty strong. You see a lot of the guns, Stinger, Spectre, Phantom, Vandal, Marshall, Operator. Like, I feel like everything besides the LMGs sees play at some point. Even the shotguns, we've seen Buckies and we've seen a lot of Judges come out, the Shorty, Sheriffs,
Everything.
the Ghost, the
You name
Frenzy,
it.
seen it all.
Seen it all. Exactly as you said, and that kind of just shows, I guess, a strong gun meta. I do believe Valorant, I remember the devs saying that they would never kind of shift to modes for competitive play where you could actually ban out guns, so they're pretty happy with the state of balance for that. Of course, they said that as well for agents and maps, but this is a very, very early game. They might change the stance in a few years' time when there's plenty more available, but they're pretty happy with the roster that they've created, and I agree, except for the LMGs. But I mean, even then, on a map like Ascent, which of course we haven't seen, due to a bug that was featured on it, but on a map like that, that sometimes also does have play. A flawless round coming here from Fury. So the fourth round is the one that we always say we like to keep our eye on. And then for McTeam now, things are starting to look a little bit scary for them, not being able to put their best foot forward just yet.
Yeah, very quick there, just getting mauled down mid. Easy as you like for Fury. I mean, look, I did say that going into this matchup, said it off air, and now I've also said it on air, that Fury for me were favoured. Maybe the slightly harder road here as well. I think it was just more the fact that because of the fact that McTeam made the qualifying match yesterday, that put a bit of doubt in my mind, and Fury kind of bowed out early. But if I'm going to just sort of put out a statement, I think Fury's best is enough to win this matchup comfortably.
Well, Fury, as I said, they from yesterday, if you're unable to kind of catch the notes, they used to be known under a different team name before getting picked up by their organization. They were known as Gang. Their roster is also comprised of a lot of teammates who used to compete in Fortnite. So this one's kind of interesting because it's always been the CSGOers, the Overwatchers, the Paladins that we've kind of been pulling teammates out. But even some people from Fortnite have been able to cross genres because, of course, that's a battle royale environment as opposed to a tactical shooter environment.
Just going back a little bit there, though, Myth's use of run it back, really well done. Clears out the Cypher Cam, finds an elimination down looking into sewer as well. Really good value out of that ultimate from Myth, who, again, is just sort of like the star player for Fury, it seems. Early days, 4 versus 4 remaining in this 5th round now. We've seen comebacks happen, though, yesterday and today now. Of course, in just the last round that we literally just had on before, between Tilted and Rip and Tear, we can see these flows of back and forth momentum for one side versus the other. Pure, the wallbang headshot. KZR will continue to push into screens. The team on site, spike down. Fury looking for the retake.
So they're trying to poise for an orbital strike. Will help create some space, so at least they don't have to worry about that little elbow section. They are still finding it very, very hard, though. McTeam completely wiped out yet again, and this seems to be the tale. However, on a map like Split, we have actually seen teams, even for the side of Tilted, where they were having a bit of a hard time against Rip and Tear, and then they started to find the momentum in the later couple of rounds. But for McTeam, I don't know if they have the experience to be able to pull this one off. They did go up against Overpower Strike, had a pretty good fight against him. But Fury, I mean, they've come back renewed, and they've had a relatively unchecked run into the qualifying rounds.
I mean, look at Myth as well, though, with 6 assists. It's easy to look at the 10-1, but actually, if you add the kill and the assist, they're both on 11. So it's really Nova and Myth that are leading the front right now for Fury. Yes, Myth has had a few deaths, but that's just sort of the entry fragger. Even though you're on defense, you're still playing kind of aggressively. It's just the nature of the Phoenix and the way that Myth plays as well. So before with the runner back straight down mid. Fury certainly playing really well on defense right now. McTeam is just struggling to push through.
They really are. OJ, of course, has that resurrection unlocked, but something I also wanted to pull attention to was the breach constantly positioned down A screens. So something interesting as well is a meta that I'm starting to see, or at least a pattern, we might not call it a meta yet, is that teams like to sacrifice the Omen for the breach. He's really able to hold and stop any kind of push down A main from sitting at screens, and also can play the rifle position if they pick up a Marshal or anything. So it's a kind of, like I said, a pattern that I've started to see from some teams, and it's only on this map that you see that pickup or that change kind of happening.
It's an aggressive run it back now. Will Fury be ready for it? They are. Look at Myth just falling back the stairs, not giving McTeam anything here through McChicken Leg. Does get a little bit of information with the Sage on Rafters, not too much. Now Myth will push through himself. Nice flash. Unfortunately, though, does lose the fight against Ubu. Pops that neural theft, so ultimates are being utilized by McTeam in this exchange. 3 still alive for Fury, and Pure will actually use their own neural theft. Unfortunately, a bad time to reload that operator, but does give at least information for the rest of Fury that is still alive, the Brimstone and the Breach.
We do have that line of sight for the operator here, but no one is going to be peeking that one out. You can still hear it ringing on down through that access point in the alleyway. For Nova, looking to see if they can get some smokes down. There's only one left.
I'd pull back. You've got the operator. They've used the resurrection as well. That's definitely the signal to pull back. If you weren't going to pull back before, now you definitely do. And I think it's fine. McTeam get a win. Finally, it's 5-1 though. You keep your operator. 2 stay alive. This is fine for Fury. If this is the way you're going to be losing rounds, it's okay.
It's exactly what we saw Tilted doing, and it worked out quite well for them, right? We saw quite a few saves, and we're like, okay, how long are you going to save? And they're like, don't worry, we have a plan, and they absolutely did. Unfortunately, being unable to clinch that one out, but they still made it a very, very close series. I feel like it's kind of the same thing here now for McTeam. They've been thrown a little bit of that lifeline, and also the economy coming back from having that resurrection. You can say it's pretty healthy.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is, though, that they don't have to spend the 4,500 credits to buy back the operator, so very much a healthy economy for Fury. The team not really going to put a dent, or at least not much of a dent, after just one round win. But if you can start to stack it up a little bit, get another 2-3, maybe towards the end of this first half, Fury could then be struggling. And if that's the case, then it also means the scoreboard will even back up. Let's see how this round goes, though, because McTeam are going to need to find probably multiple round wins in a row. Aggressive from Myth. He's going to get flashed and eliminated, surely, by McChickenleg, who finds a second one onto Pure. Well, you questioned McChickenleg before. He's kind of proving you wrong right now.
No, but I mean, it's also playing a different agent, I'd like to point out. I believe it was Sova yesterday, but I'm liking what I see. So McChickenleg definitely has my vote again. They always had my vote, but at least the gameplay, as I said, it's definitely been confirmed. Not bad play over there. It really does help their team as well on the side of attack. You can see for Fury, they're scrambling to try and get their defenses in order. It also does pull out the Resurrection. Myth being the one chosen to come on back.
Is this going to be a 4-man save, or are they going to go in for a very late retake? Because they had to go all the way over to Garage to get that Resurrection. It looks like it is just going to be a very late retake. Maybe try and find some exit frags. I'm not sure how much you really want to commit to this. Nova's literally blocked off from Heaven. He's stuck in ropes for now.
Still trying to fight for it a little bit. They don't want to back off completely yet. It's not so much playing to defuse the spike, as you said, but going for those frags. But Uvu makes that completely the wrong thing to do. Their economy was healthy, yes, but the game plan, as you said, it was going to always be a little bit lackluster because just not enough time to formulate. You're really trying to go on the fly.
I honestly think you probably, by the time you get there, the goal maybe should have just been the 4-man save.
4-man save or maybe position around mid and in the alleys and try to get people trying to come on out, but they were very aggressive.
Yeah, less aggressive than that.
Temper it.
In the end, it costs them because now they do have to dip into that economy and buy back a little bit. I'm imagining Stubbs actually kept the operator again. So, not the end of the world. I definitely don't blame them for trying to be aggressive and keep McTeam on their toes. Obviously, just well done from Uvu in the end to get the double and screens. So 5-2, McTeam, 2 wins in a row. Can they put a further dent into Fury here and make it 5-3?
Well, remember, we've seen some of this aggression coming out from Fury yesterday as well. It's all about being able to deny some of the economy coming out, but also being unable to save their next round. So that was kind of the idea there. Unfortunately as well, that teleport that came across, yes, you were undetected to start with, but anticipating where you might next peak. So easy pickup on ramps.
The other thing as well in that last round, though, you used the Resurrection and didn't really get value out of it. If you use the Resurrection and at least then save, you're getting economic value, so even more adds further to the idea. It's just going to be smoked off, though. McChickenleg doing very well, has the spike in hand, just dodging between Ramen and mid. If he's slowed and mollied, and a lot of utility used down mid on split, which is pretty common.
And also that Molly, oh my goodness, Uvu, getting a little bit excited there, just running on into the fire, playing a little bit, but it's okay, we're going to have some heals. What I was kind of saying is generally when you just see the slow field and Molly, if anyone is caught in there, you are easily able to roast them, so it's a nice like crossover of skills.
McChickenleg was there for the refrag onto OJ after losing Nikola Jokic. Pure with the Cypher Cam can spot them coming down from Heaven, down to Hell, and further on beyond onto this B site. Pure with a quick headshot onto Andy, knows there's more. Can just sort of wrap around and hold this pillar. Nova from Rafters then gets McChickenleg, and that's much better from Fury.
Much, much better. As you said, Pure was actually the key person who was able to really stop most of that push, especially because McTeam were running down the clock. They had to put the spike and put the plant on, but luckily Nova from Heaven came at the right time. No one could push Pure, and they were able to hold on out. For McTeam, it's just unlucky that they couldn't get those key picks. If Pure had gone down, it would have been a different story because Operator could at least aim Heaven. But it was really well done. Fury really back in terms of getting the momentum, and they stopped a little bit of that streak that McTeam were trying to put for themselves. But for both, they were able to lose a round, so the buy is, again, just reset.
Dark cover just to block off sight lines from Vents. Though in a very aggressive position, can peek, maybe try and reposition. Are you serious? Headshot through the smoke onto McChickenleg. He's been McStunned by that one.
Tried not to laugh, definitely did get a giggle out of me. But as you said, the reason for that is that that angle is very, very predictable. Even if you're going to spray, oftentimes you know that if the smoke is going to come out, someone's either going to be rotating off or back away. So it's just good luck and good game sense from Myth.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Good game sense now uses to run it back just to see whether or not they're going to continue this push down mid. You can see the slow orb has been used as well, just to buy some time, because obviously there's that sort of lock in the animation of run it back when your avatar does get eliminated. You kind of pop the collar, a bit vulnerable. Slow orb just makes sure no one's going to rush up.
That's exactly it. And also just to see, I mean, the intel from Myth as well confirmed that, yes, people were still hanging around mid. We haven't quite bullied them off yet. So with that intel, now they'll know that if mid is blocked off to them, the rotate from Mick team has come out accordingly, but they're not overcommitting their resources. Still about 3, position more of the half towards B side. And you can see A side as well. We just have Stubbs with the operator, spotting a few of them, and that immediately is his team sign to come and back him up. And for Mick team, they're really leaving it down to the clock to try and get that plant. This time I think they'll be able to do it, which means that Fury has to play for the retake.
It's time, and it is a 5v4 retake in favor of Fury. They'll have control of Heaven since the push was down from lower. Nikola Jokic with a good headshot onto Myth, though. Kind of stops the Starman in his tracks. Andy getting another one as well from the team, and Fury find themselves in a situation here, kind of like the last couple of rounds, where maybe they start to think, do we continue this push to try and actually get this retake? And it looks like they're going to get the actual reward this time around. Maybe not. Uvu in a good spot now in a 1 versus 1 against Nova, who's only got 25 health, doesn't have much time to get this defusal anyway. Wants to try and at least get the elimination. Can't even find that. Uvu with 3k.
Uvu holding out clutch. Unfortunately, the bomb will claim their life, but they're happy because at least they walk away with the round. Pure being so pesky, though, really put a stop to that. Mick team should have definitely been able to win that with a couple more members, but Pure being unable to go down in Heaven means that they were able to hold a cross angle, taking out 2 members before ultimately falling on down. At least, though, Uvu managed to play around the clock. And so now for Fury, like I said, it seems like for Split, it always takes a couple of rounds to really warm up. And I'm not really sure why that is. Like, this is the second time we've seen it. Tilted kind of repeated the same as well up against Rip and Tear. But it kind of got into these middle stages before we're flipping sides for rounds to be very, very even or very, very close.
3 more rounds in the half. A spot on the line for the play-in stages in this match in particular. McTeam, it's their second time making it this far to the qualifying matches, to the semi-finals. For Fury, it's their first attempt from this position. Of course, they played yesterday, but they were knocked out far earlier. Doing well, though, this time around 6-3. Pressure's on, though, as we get further and further deeper into this match.
Who will be joining Rip and Tear in the play-ins? And both teams very, very hungry for it. Both teams, again, they've come back today. They've rocked up. They're now in this qualifying match. And for McTeam, if they're able to at least get it to 6-4, I mean, it starts to get closer and closer. And again, maybe we see another sudden death. It's still early days. Wanting to wait and see how this one plays out. The battle plan for now from McTeam, you can see him bunching up around mid. Of course, it's very, very dangerous to kind of go past Mail, but they're trying to still look for that pick, and McChickenleg will at least try to go for intel gathering now.
Yeah, pushes up through Mail, clears that trap wire, tries to find a few targets around rafters or stairs, doesn't see anything. Actually, not sure if he spotted the Sage. Nova's going to catch Uvu off guard, who was pushing over from mid towards Vent. Towards the ropes section of Vents. There's only 12 seconds left, though, but McTeam will get this spike down on the A site. Rotation's going to come in from Fury. And
the gun.
Like the last round, though, it's a 5v4. Pure is going to catch McChickenleg off guard. Neural Theft, all of the information now for Fury in a 5v3 retake. With Neural Theft activated, surely you win this round.
The gun really betraying McChickenleg there, and the rolling thunder to open things up. They need to punch through this wall, and Andy is trying his best to reposition. Luckily, though, it wears off, so they're able to at least get 1 frag. Stubbs, though, able to clean that one up, clean up house, and Fury able to hold on and defend successfully.
So 7-3, 2 more rounds in the half. Fury, as you said, defending successfully. A couple of ultimates used. Rolling Thunder, Neural Theft. That's okay, because it's the round 1, and as we get closer towards the end of the half, you can't take them over to the other half anyway.
McTeam's battle plan, so although they're hanging around mid, it's not really giving them much insight on the side of Fury of where they really want to hit. That was good game sense, though, from Nova to anticipate maybe someone was going to try and rotate through. Absolute beast. Absolute beast.
It's just staggering because, you know, through the chaos, everyone else has died a relatively even amount of times. Obviously, McTeam has died more times than anyone, but 15-1, even though McTeam have won 3 rounds.
15-1 in 10 rounds, right?
That's insane.
It's being the last surviving member and or able to save when things don't really go their way. but it just again shows this right place, right time, but also good game sense as a player. Not willing to always just go for the frag out fights. Just doing what needs to be done. Very stoic as a Brimstone player, right?
Chicken leg with a flash. Andy needed to peek with that at the same time, but was denied by the hot hands of Myth. Stubbs gets the elimination onto KZR. Get another early plant onto 8. Well, actually, much earlier than last time around. There was only 10 seconds left. Oh, nice flash from Myth. Andy did rotate around, but should from behind catch. Oh! Missed half of the blades with that right click, and that's going to punish.
Oh!
Dash straight into the face of Cypher. Unfortunately, is going to backfire. Uvu does go down to OJ, though. Finds a 3K, and Fury going to get the defuse.
That was very messy on the side of McTeam. You can see they were kind of struggling a little bit. For Fury, not giving access into Heaven meant that they had a much easier time defending, as you could see as well. For Pure, just getting shepherded kills from left, right, and center, dashing Jet towards them. It was very, very easy for them to hold on. McTeam this time, even though they managed to plant a lot earlier, the rotation was still there from Fury, and that was kind of what I wanted to touch on, was that McTeam were happy to run down the clock, but it didn't give them a lot of playtime if things didn't go to chance or if their spike got taken away. This is the final round before we swap sides. It's going to have to be a full buy, but a forced buy on the side of McTeam. Their economy really struggling.
Yeah, really struggling McTeam in both the economic department and potentially the scoreboard. If Fury win this round, it'll be 9-3 plus 6 advantage for Fury. Fortunately, though, for McTeam, they will be switching over to the defensive half.
Maybe that could be the break that they needed, exactly as we've kind of seen from some teams. We didn't see it as much today, but yesterday definitely felt like some teams preferred to defend, some preferred to attack. Today it hasn't been the case, but you need to be very, very strong at both. Pure, of course, holding this blind angle, has the cyber cage as well, has left the legs deliberately seen so that he can see them, they can't see him. And did what they needed to do. You can see the slow is there, and again, Fury are very quick to respond.
Chicken leg gone for flash, but it's just all Fury. They're completely outnumbering McTeam there in the half, and they've completely demolished them in the half. 9-3 in this qualifying match. It's the most one-sided qualifying match we've probably had this weekend, but it's hard to really sort of give up on McTeam considering what we have been seeing in a lot of the other matches, Vandy. But the scoreboard kind of tells the story right now. It's just a game of momentum for Fury. Yes, there was a little bit of time where McTeam got 3 out of 4 rounds, but outside of that little portion, it's been all Fury.
As you said, Fury are very, very dominant, especially coming into this qualifying match. They wouldn't have been satisfied yesterday, getting knocked out by Mystery Inc. They're here to show up on the day, and that's exactly why this format is so, so good. You might have had a bad day. Who cares? Fury are showing up in full force today. For McTeam, hopefully they can catch a little bit of break on defense. They need to win this pistol round. Reason being, it sets them up very, very well to try and get the score back to something like 9-5.
But touching on that format, as you said, it's not just for Fury getting a second chance, but even a team like McTeam, if they do fall at this final hurdle again, that's twice out of 4 times. Like, in terms of teams that get to go through on points, McTeam is probably leading the way in that regard if they do lose this. So, it's not the end of the world for them. Obviously, they'd feel like, man, we just can't get over that final hurdle, but at least there's something else there for them. Another opportunity to get into the play-in stages, potentially. Pistol round, though, super, super important. McTeam have got to win this on their defense.
I couldn't agree more. In terms of the points, as you said, they had 90. And if they do it again, I think it adds another 90 for them. So leading into the charge, of course, it's frustrating because you can't quite seem to get the dub. But we'll see them in the last chance qualifiers if all holds through, if they can still hold on to all of their points. So, like I said, it's cool format in terms of that you do get also rewarded for consistency and constantly showing up, which is what McTeam have done. But for now, Fury, they want to sit back. They want to take it easy next weekend.
Fury's just going to push and pretty much waltz through mid, straight through Mail onto Heaven. They got the spike coming. Oh, the spike's just gone down by the way into Garage. That's Uvu getting the elimination onto Stubbs. Is that going to be very detrimental for Fury, or will they be able to recover? I think it is going to be more so the detrimental factor. Only Pure remains, and that elimination onto the player in Garage, which was Stubbs holding the spike, was the biggest factor in this round. The team do get this all-important pistol round.
They really do, and there you go. So hopefully, now with the economy, they can get another round from Fury, and things were looking all right for Fury until, as you said, there was a couple of kills trading off in that Heaven section towards mid, and then it kind of just made the push really awkward from there. They were all kind of trapped. Pure came in a little bit late. No team was there. dismantled completely. Let's see who's actually opting for an upgrade. Only it looks like maybe not everyone wants to buy, or they're still just taking their time to figure out what they want to buy in this round. The big team just looks like it'll just be some heavy armors opted in. So instead of just doing the full buy that we kind of see where you either pick up a Spectre or Bulldog, some of them opting to go a little bit light, so you still go in with pistols because you know your enemies also are going to have pistols, but it is a little bit of a gamble in terms of if you're trying to win the round, perhaps going for a buy would have been the better play. But if you can win the round with only a couple of members supporting a buy, that works so much better in your economy. Plus, you get the point.
Yeah, it's that risk versus reward factor. You win this round, you can buy the rifles into Fury's rifles. So then you've got another even match. So it's kind of like giving up the advantage to make sure that they don't get an advantage as well.
What a molly.
Chicken leg. Hello. Welcome. 3K. 9-5 this will be. Completely shutting down that attack from Fury. So Fury, though, will be able to buy into this next round. That's okay.
It's a good read on the situation. Myth has given away the position. They do actually manage to get rid of Nicola. And then Andy will be the one to finish them off. But that was a really cool, that's the combo that I said worked so well. So it was the hot hands into the slow. You can see everyone on the side of Fury, at least the first three members, were kind of trapped awkwardly in between it, trying to jump to get out. One of them actually burnt alive. So if it works together, that's kind of the aim that you're going for. And it also just stopped the push. Then dark cover, and they can decimate it. So for Big Team, that high risk versus reward definitely paid off this time, and we can maybe start to see some operators. I'm wondering if anyone has opted into an operator. There you go, 2 of them. So that makes sense because they were also going with the light buy of the Ghost.
Goes here. It's a nice little combination, isn't it? 3 Spectres and 2 operators. You've got some short cover and you've got some long cover, or you can just rush straight into sight. KZR will eliminate Myth. I guess this is going to be an advantage for OJ. So 1 for 1, 4 players on either side. Spike is gone. It's on the floor. Planted in. Ooh, interesting barrier.
That's it. So the wall will raise him a little bit. It will also get rid of the access to that, but it gives him that elevation. So if anyone's going to be pushing up, as you said, it's all about checking corners, but also elevation. Generally, it's the last one you check for, depending on what agents are on the side of that team. But let's see, because of course, we do know for Fury, though, they're trying to just make sure that the defuse does not happen.
Oh, but it hasn't actually blocked off the entire way, though.
That's unfortunate.
Over, finds 2. Now a third one onto Andy as well. Back over from...
Oh!
Oh, just got it. Oh my god. I was speechless for that second. Uvu gets the defuse. 9-6. Big Team have won the last 3 rounds in a row now, and they've got some momentum building up here against Fury. All day. Oh my goodness.
Point 13.
Is it going to happen again to Fury, Vandy? This is the problem. They were up 6-2 against Mystery Inc. yesterday, and then just lost a lot in a row.
If they do, they're going to blame it on split being defend-decided. But no, in all seriousness, though, for now, Fury has to actually go for the economy buy. Nova was the only one able to hold on to their gun, so rocking out with the Vandal this time around. So they'd be looking to play for picks and maybe recover some guns. That's the best chance Fury has, but I mean, with Myth going down so early, this round, it should go over on the side of Big Team, surely. I mean, they do have the arsenal for it, and there goes another one.
9-7.
Sheriffs aren't going to do much against operators, right?
No, not entirely. What does Fury sort of cook up here? I'd almost just take this minute 10 seconds as like a timeout. I'd just send everyone away into a corner somewhere and talk things over.
Could you be my coach? Just, I don't want to play. All right, timeout, minute, go on, refresh yourself. Unfortunately, I don't feel like these players have the luxury. They'll still be looking for...
Well, they do have the luxury if they want to. They can just sit here for a minute and just talk things over. They don't have to take... They don't have to... Because the round's lost. They're not going to win this round.
It's not about that for them.
It's a nice little one-way there, by the way, for Nikola Jokic.
It's about seeing if they can damage the economy. See if anyone from McTeam slips up. That's basically what they're playing for, right?
Well, yeah. They can play that way and still discuss things.
Look at that. It's like the trap wire goes down. The cyber cage goes up. And there you go, the slow as well. That was really perfectly timed as well.
Yeah,
everyone filtering on in,
At
only managing to get one for the peak. Another member very, very damaged. No heal up, it appears, for the Sage. No, sorry, OJ just using that one out. Time is running on down. They know that they have to try and move. No real point trying to save the Chef. They can either move or save. And looks like one member, Nova, preserving that KDA, but also more importantly, preserving the Vandal that they walked away with in that previous round.
Yes, that's definitely more important. Look, 9-7 now. McTeam have just created a bit of chaos here in this second qualifying match. It was 9-3 to Fury.
That's 4 rounds in a row now that they picked up since the half is swapped. And this is exactly what happened to Fury. I feel like they might feel as though history is repeating itself. Mystery Inc. did the exact same thing to them yesterday.
Well, this is where you got to have the mental state, though, to make sure that it doesn't happen again. They're a very, very good team. They've got the skill level. They were obviously doing very well against McTeam before, 9-3. You don't just get to 9-3 by being a bad team. It's now just about sort of backing yourselves in, understanding, right, we've got to play a little bit better here. How do we do that? They're going to be going for a rush onto A. They got the run it back utilized. Myth is going to be eliminated by McChickenleg, who did use that run it back. So obviously you get that kind of like free life, I guess. OJ does get the resurrection onto Myth, who actually has a run it back after being resurrected. McChickenleg with a nice flash finds another kill. This time onto OJ, the Sage. Myth, that was the run it back. He's going to be brought back later somewhere else. Only 2 left standing though for Fury. Did get the spike down, some extra credit, but it's 2 versus 4. And McTeam, most likely from here, should take this round.
Been ult for ult. Fury, as they did manage to at least get the spike down onto site. They're playing very, very deep in, hoping that they can push out that curtain of fire. Will at least keep Myth a little bit safer, but Andy being able to cover that angle means that it's going to be down to the last member. Nova, unfortunate. Cannot clutch that one on. Too many defenders available. The Molly will actually clutch. They did manage to get it halfway through. Timer is ticking. Because it's halfway, they should be able to have it, but you can see they are waiting for it.
They could have actually had it even if there was no progress on it until about now, but there you go. So 9-8, another round going the way of McTeam. Only a couple more rounds. They're only 4 rounds away now from match point.
Now remember with what you were saying, let's take a timeout, let's take a pause, right? Let's get into the head of Fury. Yesterday, the same thing kind of happened. You went up against Mystery Inc. They completely didn't let you win a round on defense. They reverse swept you. It's happening again on the side of McTeam. And you can see from Fury as well, some of that aggression is coming out like by 5-man rushing A. It was almost like an exchange of ultimates though. Whereas if they had slowed it down just a tiny bit, they'd be able to get those ultimates but also trade accordingly. It was just a little bit of everyone kind of stuck down main.
Definitely feels like Fury's attack compared to their defense is letting them down the most. We saw that, I believe that happened on Haven as well, didn't it? Where
it was Haven.
Yeah, they just couldn't break through the defense of Mystery Inc. at all. Mystery Inc. I think ended up getting like 4 on attack.
Yeah, and then they just reverse swept because just it was crazy. It was crazy to watch. And as you said, for Fury, that's just notes that, of course, they'd love to improve on. It's still, as you said, a very, very impressive team. They were our favourites again heading into this one. We weren't really deterred by how they went yesterday. And they were also the favourite of Twitch chat to be able to win this one. Twitch chat.
Tit for tat.
Tit for tat.
The thing with Fury, though, right, just we've got 50 seconds here in this round, is they're only 3 rounds away from match point. They don't need much to really go their way. They just can't get anything to work. KZR.
Look at KZR.
Double kill with the operator on the back of A site, and it's all to the credit of McTeam, who have been playing superbly on their own defense. That's 3, that's 4.
Oh my goodness. That was some quick sniping, but you could also see Fury again just kind of lining up for these, going in 1s and 2s at most, and unable to really just go up against that threat. And that is the operator in its finest form. When you can't really challenge it, you don't have any utility, you're lining up like this. KZR being an absolute terror.
13-13. The KDA for McTeam, when you look at it, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Besides just the symmetry of that, it just shows you that they're playing as a team. Whereas Fury, it's like the Nova show, 21-6. And no one else really... But even just the amount of kills still favoring Fury. It's 9-9 though, and McTeam have won the last 6. And Fury find an avenue forward. It's definitely not working on the A side. Even if they're getting the spike down, the retakes are just so much easier. Do they go back and try and play more around that mid?
I mean, it just depends on them and how they want to go for the attack. I mean, they've tried A a couple times. They haven't really tried mid, as you said. But the plan seems to be, I guess, just anchoring 1 for now. So you've got Nova just anchoring around the garage door. They know there's plenty of operators that they need to deal with as well. So there's an operator on each main site. You have one down A, you have one down B. So they're unwilling to kind of peek those.
They're going to bait B. They're going to send 2 through Garage. If they do, though, they're going to fall right into Andy. They won't even make it all the way to the site.
Off your feet!
Oh, there's going to be the Rolling Thunder. Andy just repositions, gets the easy kill onto Nova. Cloudburst expecting the push, dashes back over to the B site. Does force a bit of a scramble on A. Nothing crazy, though. In fact, the Omen staying in screens means they're going to see that the real push is coming in onto the A site. Myth gets onto the site. I'm going to say he's going to go for the... Oh, no. Was that intended? Surely not.
What was?
That wall. I mean, it must have surely... Hopefully this time actually blocked off.
Oh. No, it's mostly just focusing on the trade that happened with the Rolling Thunder. I mean, there was a lot invested to try and make it seem as though the push was happening B, and then they've psyched it out. The wall, as you said, is good from OJ. But they are, again, still just playing. Andy is decimating them. They aren't able to hold. It comes down to the 2v4. 1v3?
Yeah, down to 1 versus 3. OJ on the position of the spike. He's not going to be successful. And I believe for the first time in this qualifying match, McTeam are going to take the lead 10-9.
Oh, I have to say as well. So chat as well. Fury was a favorite heading into this. And then the follow-up question was, will McTeam clutch for the win? 72% said no. There is still plenty of faith for Fury. I'm wondering, though, if McTeam are going to prove them wrong. Prove everybody, 72% of you out there, if it's wrong. It's been a very spicy, heated match. But that, again, just shows you how much is vested in terms of Fury being able to win. Because they're so dominant at the beginning.
I'd love to know when that question was actually asked, though.
Yeah, which round, right? It would have been recent. We just got given it, so maybe a few minutes ago.
So 9-10. McTeam, I just don't see how they're going to get stopped right now. I'm kind of expecting this to just go 13-9.
They need to deal with the operators. What do you have to deal with the operators? I mean, the Rolling Thunder could have been one of those, but you can see it didn't really come through. For your information as well, scores were 9-6 when it was asked.
Thank you, Vandy. Can always count on you. Andy, though, can always count on them to find a decent operator kill down mid.
Not just Andy, it's also been KZR, who's been doing really good.
Fury just blocked off right now. Stuck in Ramen. Another one stuck on the suicide of mid. Got one over towards A site. Couple in Garage. They're all just split right now. The team just sort of strangulating Fury right now towards the end of this match in the qualifying rounds.
A little bit expensive there, trying to get that ultimate orb, but paying the price of having a wall to safely collect that one. For OJ, it's all about making sure that they have it available for that next round. I wonder if they're just going to do a little bit of a save. You can see they're kind of still scrambling around towards the back of site. They have about 30 seconds. They haven't yet committed. They're still also anchoring to see if anyone from McTeam wants to try and rotate out. Of course, with the operators, it's very unlikely, but they're hoping for it, or they're just trying to save.
Last second A push is probably the play here.
If there is a push.
Yeah, that's it. And they are going to be making that play, looking to push up towards ramps. No.
They're running out of time.
Going to go straight for the side. As you said, running out of time. Spike carry is going to go down. It's OJ. Pew was there too, but they had that one pretty much sealed up before Fury even elected to push. 11-9. 2 more rounds to go for McTeam. They are ever so close.
Remember when I was doubting McChicken and you were doubting McTeam, and now we're just eating our doubts?
I didn't doubt McTeam. I just thought Fury would be favored. And look at the start of that first half, 9-3.
I just wanted to make another Mick joke, but now you've ruined it.
One thing I will say though is that it was what, 12-9 in our last matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And
then we couldn't see the match point. It was kind of, as I said, apart from one match today, it was unable to be able to close out the round after that for match point. Myth, of course, trying to go for the blind. They were unable to peek because a fellow team member on the cross angle was blinded as well. So both of them are now down for the count. It is a mid push that they've opted to for this time. So they've changed their battle plan up again, and it's more aggressive, more confident, it feels like. But you are rushing into operators.
Left the spike though over in Ramen. I'm imagining the breach will go and collect it. It's going to be a yes. Pure has been able to sneak up onto ramps though. So this is better though from Fury. They've gotten some position, maybe able to catch a member or two of McTeam off guard.
Oh,
they have been walled off though.
It's a decoy. It's a decoy play. So that's why Spike was left there. They've doubled right back. They made it look as though they wanted to go down through vents onto A site, and instead actually wanting to look for B. But we know for these teams, until the spike is planted, we see a lot of them still holding out.
But look at Uvu's position with the Cypher Cam. It's not even actually looking towards Garage. expecting, because of the fact that they got mid control, that they would actually come through mid. Uvu's still got 2 though anyways. They were pushing down through the garage entrance. Nova does get Nikola Jokic. Fury are onto the site, but not really in the best of ways. Still have to deal with Uvu sitting behind this box. Nova watching the alleyway. To the right-hand side, spots Andy, but KZR was there as well for the quick refrag.
There's no plant. Plant's still unable to go off.
Oh, and Pure just went down, had the spike in hand, and there's the second elimination from KZR onto Myth. Match point. And they can move on to the play-in stage. Can McTeam 12-9.
I don't know. I'm just speechless because for Fury, I thought it was a great plan of attack. But again, for McTeam, none of them wanting to try and push on out. A little bit of luck there. Andy was trying to go for the rotate.
Look at the economy.
I know.
It's in tatters.
Look at, as you said, this is not what you want to be trying to head up to match point with. They really invested a lot into that last round for Fury. They invested a lot in terms of their battle plan, and it didn't work out. They're just again and again being rebuked by McTeam. And the biggest thing, the operators, even if they're able to take out the members holding onto them, they're being recovered by other members, or they have so much economy they can just buy them back completely.
Myth's going to use that runner back.
Trying to go for the frag.
Really strong. Now throws the Molotov to at least maybe block off stairs. If the teammates of Fury can push in through mail, they should be able to know that there's no one particularly sitting in stairs. They've pinged it out on the mini-map. Orbital Strike actually in stairs. That's going to be completely wasted over Fury. Then they lose Myth straight after that as well. At least
Myth is holding Spike.
Nice one-way smoke from Uvu, who's been really strong over at Garage. Has probably been one of the biggest difference makers as the resurrection used from OJ onto Myth, getting back into the fight. Only 5 health for OJ. Had to just use it as quick as possible. Nice little dash from the Jet over from Andy down mid. Neural Theft is being used. Every ultimate that is available is being used in potentially this final match of the round. 9-12 McTeam. Will they complete this match point in one go?
They're definitely trying for it. They want to be the second team today on broadcast to be able to do so. And for Fury, they're in scrambles. You can see they've only got 3 members, and also Sage just waiting for the heal to come on up. They're trying their best to regroup. At least they have the spike planted. OJ, 1 second on their heal, but surely won't be able to use it. No. The shot rings out, but KZR also managed to get Pure.
I think it's over here for Fury. They've just lost Myth, who was the last one alive. McTeam will McWin. 13-9. 10 round wins in a row. And Vandy, they will qualify for the play-in stages. Congratulations to McTeam.
Congratulations for a great showing. But for Fury, my heart goes out to them yet again. McTeam, you are the champions. You will not need to play in any more of our open qualifiers. We'll be seeing you at play-ins. For Fury, at least you net a nice chunk of points. But my heart goes out to them because this is the second time now that we've seen them get completely reverse swept. Defending, they just can't seem to be able to attack the way that they like to. They couldn't punch through the defenses as well as they would have liked to.
Yeah, it's the same old, isn't it, unfortunately? We saw it yesterday from Fury. They were up 6-2 on Haven, and then it just all kind of went bad for them. I think it actually got to about 8-4 before it was just then the sweep. In fact, from Mystery Inc. So in this case, similar again, but even probably worse, to be honest, because they were up 9-3. And this time it was in also the qualifying match. And it was 10 round wins in a row to McTeam. So it's like a capitulation, but also credit to McTeam because they were obviously just playing out of their mind.
As I said, we've eaten any McDoubts that we had. Congratulations on the McWin. We could just go on with it forever. It's a fun name, and we're looking forward to seeing them compete in the play-ins. But for Fury, there is some good news. We will hopefully be seeing them back. They've competed in 2 out of our 6 open qualifiers. If you haven't yet, you can register. We've got the next 2 weeks already open and ready to go for you. Head to fortressmelbourne.com/riseofvalor. We still also, because we are running a little bit early, Xenox, we have one more match coming up. This will be the seeding match taking place between McClutch and the Victors, which was Rip and Tear, I believe. Yes, from the previous round. So that will be coming up. We will jump to a short break, but then, as I said, because we have some time to bring you some extra content, we'll be jumping into that match as well. Don't go anywhere. As I said, we'll take a short break, and then we'll be back with one more match.
%, yeah. Competitiveness and fun go hand in hand for me. I mean, even if you lose, it doesn't really matter.
When you're in the middle of a game and when there's stuff at stake, you do get that feeling, and I guess that's unique in itself.
I think it's just more fun. Then you can make new friends.
I do, but then at the same time, I don't mind just smashing out co-op with some friends at home.
Really satisfying beating them if they're good as well.
I think it's a lot of fun to be like competitive with certain people.
The whole point to be competitive? Am I missing something?
Come on, let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. This, of course, is Rise of Valor, an official Valorant Ignition series powered by Alienware. We are down to the extra content part of the day, Xenox. All has been said and done of our Open Qualifiers day number 2. We have actually managed to play out both of them, and we have our winners, so Rip and Tear, as well as Mick Team. So both of them being putting up really good shows, actually, for both of them. So we're going to take a look at the standings and then kind of describe what the seeding match is coming on up. This is more of a casual kind of match coming up that we normally do off stream.
Well, you say casual, but obviously seeding is important for the play-ins, right? So that's what they're going to be essentially fighting for Rip and Tear and Mick Team. So again, congratulations to them before we kind of get back into the nature of competitive Valorant. They both obviously have gone into the play-in stages, and as you said, now just going to be for seeding. Looking at the standings, so as we kind of just dissected a little bit, I think for Fury and Tilted, they'll feel a little bit hard done by today. I think, honestly, in some hypothetical universe, both of those two could have easily gone through themselves, all right? They both threw away chances. Magic 5 is another team that has done well on 2 days now, Mystery Inc. as well. So there's a couple of teams that have picked up some points today that also picked up points yesterday. So they'll at least feel like, okay, they've got 2 more chances, and we've already got some points. So last chance qualifiers, play-in, still looking good for them.
Absolutely. Still looking very, very good for them. As we kind of touched on, though, this next match coming up, it will be between Rip and Tear versus Mick Team.
Yeah, and obviously both of these two teams already qualified. Both of these two teams also at various points were behind in their qualifying matches and had to sort of claw their way back. And, you know, it wasn't the best, but obviously for Mick Team, you win 10 rounds in a row, something went right? So, and the same thing for Rip and Tear, where they, you know, were behind. Was it Tilted? We're like
about
at 12-9.
3 rounds,
yeah,
3
so
rounds.
Winning 4 rounds in a row to close out their own qualifying match from behind as well. So both teams know what it's like to be from behind and then come back. And
absolutely.
The seeding importance, though, I don't know how big it will be, but typically you would want to win this sort of match.
Yeah, absolutely. The reason being, as you kind of touched on, the reason for the seeding is to know that who will be higher seeded, meaning that who would have a preference for things like map picks, map bans, and also which side you want to attack or defend on. So that was something that we were kind of highlighting today in terms of how all of this was decided, was that higher seed got to pick whether they want to attack or defend first, but also in terms of map picks and map bans, it kind of helps you with that process. So you're kind of setting yourself up, right, for the players.
Yeah. The other side of it as well is sort of just seeing where you match up against the other team that qualified. That was on the other side of the bracket that you didn't get to verse, right?
The mirrored bracket, yes, that's right.
Exactly.
Well, we do have our game ready to begin. So as we said, this might be a little bit more casual in nature, but there's nothing casual about the players coming in. They're still fighting. They're going to be fighting their hardest to be able to win this one. And this is the first bind map of the day that we've seen.
First and last.
We always save the best for last.
Yep.
Now, I've always wanted to ask you, in terms of when we've been looking through all the maps and stuff like that, preferably in terms of your personal preference, what map is your favorite?
Ascent.
Ooh, you didn't even hesitate. The reason being?
I just think has the most similarity to something like Dust, for example, from CS. It's a controversial one though. Some people don't like it. Some people, but you can say that for every map, really.
That's it. It comes down to preference. But I hear you on that because in terms of professional player, we do like a lot of players always are trying to go onto it or select it at least for their first one. They feel like it has been the most evenly balanced for design.
Yeah, I can see that. Either way, we move on to bind in the seeding match between Rip and Tev versus McTeam. Have you got any sort of prediction from this for yourself, Mandy?
I really don't, because as you said, in a different universe, we would have been seeing Tilted here as well as Fury. So I don't know. I'm just keen to see. I mean, I can give you. How about we revisit this question after round 4?
That's cheating, though.
It's not cheating. I just like to go in with a little bit of, data before just blindly assuming.
Fair enough. We won that. 1-for-1 trades to start this pistol round. So Rip and Tear on the defense. McTeam will be attacking first. Of course, McTeam were able to get 3 attacking round wins on their split matchup in the qualifying round. They did all of their work on defense, though.
They really, really did. As you said, defense worked out very, very well for them. For McTeam now being pushed onto the attacking side, they did very, very well on defense as well. So for both teams, let's see how they kind of approach this one. Bind, of course, being very unique in nature in that, as opposed to the other maps where you do need to cover a large amount of ground, you have the teleporters, as used by Uvu there, where you can immediately just teleport from one side of the map to the other.
The fact that there's no real true mid either, it's going to be an A push and an A plant. He does know that Uvu's sitting in the bathrooms, and with Squirrel throwing at that shock dart, we'll be able to get the elimination. Pushing into U-Haul or Lamps, however you want to call it. It's Andy with a double kill. Both work though. That Lear's going to be destroyed. If you didn't know, you can shoot it, and that will destroy the Lear orb. Nice headshot from Andy with a 3K. It's only Void that remains sitting on the spike itself. 1 versus 1.
You do
Void, of
also
course,
know,
as the Reyna can heal up.
That's what I was going to touch on. And Void's actually trying to go for the full defuse. That was coming down to the thick of it. Andy, luckily, managing to stop that one, but it would have been mere seconds coming on through. Void, generally you only see it going for half, getting greedy and also just testing Andy, knowing that they were very, very low. Would have had the comms from the team to know that Andy had been tagged a few times. Also the Devour, as you said, going in very, very scarily because you are up against Arena on full health. What worked in Andy's favor, of course, as well, was they needed to protect the spike. Reyna was running out of time, so for Void, unlucky, but that was a nice round 1.
Well, you say that, but I feel like as the Reyna with the ability to heal back up in that situation, get it to half and then have a bit of a peek around and see what you can find. Knowing you're going to have that health advantage. Don't mind the fact that he stuck it though. Almost got it. It was like milliseconds away anyway.
It was just like we've been kind of repeating this, that risk versus reward kind of thing, because also players, it's getting into the mentality, you know that they're going to be playing so much more cautiously, like kind of creeping up onto site. Maybe also anticipating that Andy would have gone the long way around, Lamps wasting even more seconds.
Aldrin just going to be used to scout out Hookah. This is a free B side. What? They got like a 5-stack on A.
They really did. Okay, again, we are talking about rolling the dice, and this time it's not really going to pay off.
I'm assuming you can just send 2 back over to Defender spawn, then the rest come through Teleporter if you want. You can even go like Marketplace. B's a easier site maybe to retake, I guess, because you've got that Teleporter. So they'll send how many through? All 5 through. Never mind. Don't worry about me. It's just going to be a 5-man rush straight through Hookah. KCR's just going to be sitting in there with a Phantom. Picked up the double headshot kill. Lukey staying behind with a classic. Did land a tag, but an easy round win in the end for McTeam.
That was great to see from Rip and Tear. Didn't have the desired effects, but at least looked very, very impressive on the mini-map. Even the audio cues, you're hearing 5 sets of boots stomping on through.
I overplayed that in my head. And they just rushed 5 through the teleport. I'm like, oh, they can do this, this, and this. And it's like,
no
nope.
way, because
Straight
you do have... Well, the thing is as well, like Andy had that Phantom available, ready to go, or at least a Spectre. Actually, I think it was a Spectre. I'm just seeing the buy now. But you can just like spray on down, and they got 2 members down, ultimately got overrun. But you can see the Holt was still there, and all it took was just 1 member having a better gun.
Well, you said you wanted to wait a few rounds. 2 more rounds until we find out what Vandy thinks.
I wonder what Twitch chat thinks. Because, you know, they were wrong that last round. I just wanted to point that out. The predictions that they tried to go through for Fury didn't quite pan out the way they expected it to. Andy, very mobile in the air, and Torikogo will take them out. Torikogo, actually, this is pointed out something to me. Torikogo not on the Jet this time around, playing the Sage. Flexing a little bit.
Slow push in onto this B site. Spike's been left over at Marketplace, though, for the team. Not checking all the corners. Torikogo doing well here in hookah. Wall was well placed. Still has a slow orb available. They've cleared out B site pretty much, except for one. Only Sage remains in this position. Omen went back over to Marketplace, collects the spike. Can go over to A. Raina's holding out in U-Halt. So 2 versus 3. Rip and Tear looking to get their first round win.
Torikogo still staying in that hookah type area as Void has managed to recover the spike. They have an idea where they are, and the spike recovery is underway. For McTeam though, unfortunately, last member left, and they will be cleaned up by Torikogo, who finally pushed out, left that hookah, had the intel and comms as well, and they were expecting, even if they were able to push on through to A short, Reina was waiting for them.
Yeah, that was Torikogo's game really from the get-go. If there was replays, it would be all Torikogo really from start to finish in the end. Started it and ended it. 3 eliminations. We'll give you one more round. It may be 2-2 at that point, and you probably will want a few more rounds to gather your thoughts. But considering Rip and Tear have started out on defense first, this next round is very, very vital because we typically see the team that wins the pistol round win the second round but lose the third round. This is, as you said, the ever so important 4th round here in Valorant.
And then if you still want, I can give you my answer on who I favor. But Greg, that was actually a nice recon bolt, and then Greg pushing on out to make sure that KZR falls on down.
You're going to say McTeam, aren't you?
Maybe.
Is it because you didn't back them in that matchup against Fury, then they won 10 rounds in a row?
No, I said after this round I'll let you know, but maybe. I don't know. I'm not cementing into anything just yet. Why, who are you thinking? I can flip the question, because you seem to have a clear team in mind at the moment.
I'd probably say Rip and Tear, I think, over the course of the entire match.
Yeah.
Well, that was wrong last time, wasn't I? So who knows?
I mean, it really doesn't matter. That's kind of half the fun for us, too.
This is the other thing as well, though. It is a seeding match. Now, how much emphasis these teams want to put onto it is up to them, right? Obviously, you're not qualifying for anything because they've already qualified.
They've got their ticket.
How much they sort of want to show off here.
Also, it makes it makes play-ins a little bit easier for you, right? And anything can kind of work because at the end of the day, you've got the finals that you're looking forward to.
You want to win this, but like by how
much?
What means to do so?
I get you on that. McChicken Leg opening things up. Of course, they are on a different agent as well. No longer on the Phoenix. Back to Sova.
Of course, for one of these two teams, they are going to lose for the first time today because the nature of the best of ones is both of these two teams haven't lost a game all day. In some fashion, this is going to be their first loss of the day. It's a 4-4 situation. Never mind, it's 4-2 in the blink of an eye. McTeam have just whittled down Rip and Tear.
Decimating them. Lukey is also trapped between a very, very hard spot over here, trying to push on out, go to the spike. You had Uvu over there in KZR getting Scroll. They didn't have the numbers, as you said, but also for Lukey just being so boxed up, unable to really assist much of their team. No one was peeking through heaven, which was the play and the positioning from them. So for Rip and Tear now, they have to play a little bit of catch-up.
I need this.
4 rounds in, Vandy, what's your consensus?
What's the consensus? I mean, I too was thinking Rip and Tear. I don't mind that they've fallen behind a little bit. McTeam, they still continue to impress me. I like the way that they played, but as I said, Rip and Tear, the reason why I'm also going for them is that, yeah, like the first 2 rounds, a little bit unstable, but it hasn't been by a lot. And they also have a lot more, I think, tournament competition experience, which I mean, at the end of the day, also has to count for something.
Well, I'm going with a bait and switch here. I'm going to go for McTeam.
Ooh, you've jumped ship.
Well,
you've McBailed.
I didn't technically give my full answer until after round 4 as well.
All right, I will accept that. No problem at all. And it always keeps things different when we're barracking for the different team,
right? Nice little peek there with, from Torikogo with the judge play. Saw them use it on the Jet, obviously, in the earlier qualifying match. It's a good use.
Using it on the Sage this time. Doesn't matter about the agent, but they can still apply the same strategy.
Yeah, it's called clicking heads.
Spray and pray. The drone, of course, going to be scouting out, trying to find anybody hiding in lamps. Unfortunately, it just falls short. They have an idea, though, of where someone could be. Like, surely they would hear the audio cues. And, of course, seeing the recon bolt come out from there, they know where one is. Orbital strike will force him right back onto A main. The chicken almost falling on down.
Really good use of the orbital strike to area deny. Nikola Jokic finds a double straight into the teleporter, knowing one's in hookah. Never mind, not in hookah. Trying to block off the Sage Marketplace is now just pushed up, and that's going to be Torrego eliminated. Was in hookah earlier, no longer though. 4-1 though to McTeam. They are looking pretty composed here on their attacking half here on Bind.
Nikola Jokic coming up clutch there, and also having good game sense, going through, having the slow field. And then when it came down to that 1v1, being able to click heads, as you said a little bit earlier, Rip and Tear, they again need to play catch up. Look at their economy. They are struggling a little bit. Torikago, you can see, having to opt for the Judge. This time now, opting for a Frenzy. So you can see it's going to be a very, very light buy coming out for them. McTeam now, they have the Operator still on Andy, and they'd be looking to definitely play for picks with that.
Another eco round for Rip and Tet, just not able to really find a footing here on Bind right now on their defense, just being overwhelmed. KTR with an opening frag onto Torrigo.
Andy unable to get any of those picks. No one on Rip and Tear willing to kind of stick their neck out, and I mean, they would anticipate that perhaps an Operator would be there, but even so, they don't have the guns to peek out, even if they wanted to.
Blocking sight.
Just good patience being shown by McTeam. They've just been flawless right now on Bind. Rip and Tear sent a few members over from A side over to B, expecting a full push from there. Spike's been left over in Marketplace.
Gray really low in exchange that happened a little bit earlier, which of course led to one of their teammates falling on down the Sage. So Torikago no longer.
A lot of noise being made right now by McTeam. Someone's going to go back and get the spike there. There's only 30 seconds left. This is playing with fire right now. I'm thinking this is going to be an A point because they've got control here, especially if Bathroom's clearing out Lukey. Chicken Leg walking around. Just holding it Tetris now. Can watch Heaven, can watch U-Haul, can watch just about everything. Dark cover goes out, and the spike's going to go down behind the shot.
Scroll trying to challenge this Operator over here, actually bullying them out, so has managed to make them drop, but can still hold the line over there. And there you go. Andy, as I said, repositioned, can still hold that line. There's a couple more members up there. Has an inkling, playing a little bit more aggressive. Has the support of their team, though. And that's a flawless match from McTeam there. And kind of what could have been expected. Rip and Tear, as you said, they were poised, they were waiting, but at the end of the day, they were completely outgunned. Losing Torikago means that they had to then play more of a 2-2 as opposed to having a 3-2.
Well, it was a complete eco round as well, right? So, like, you would have been expecting them to do much. Now they can really buy into this next round. You get the Operator and Torikago, who's probably going to prefer to have that rather than a Judge, for instance. So this is very much even. Although they only have got the half armor rather than the full armor with the Operator. So do have to be careful in that exchange.
And Andy, as I said, they were unable to get any opening frags, but when it came down to it, in terms of being able to hold the side, that was good. Torikago showing that it doesn't need to be Jet that they play.
Naughty. Really good shot from that distance. Some trades over on the A site though in Bathrooms.
A little bit of back and forth. It's kind of this game, it's all roller coaster, like it ebbs and it flows, which is cool to see. Like teams aren't hard committing to anything, and that's kind of the way it needs to be. So for McTeam, losing those two members very early on, regrouping, and not just everyone kind of blindly rushing in.
I'd say Rip and Tear, though, have hard committed to sites more than McTeam. At times, we've seen them bring members over from A site to stack onto the B site because of a bit of noise. Torikago, though, putting this Operator to good use. If they can survive this round, they'll be able to buy full armor with that Operator too. 40 seconds remaining. Cypher with the spike. Just hanging around Marketplace. They go short A, or well, at this point, that short A is the only option. The Chicken Leg takes out Torikago. That's the downside of not even having that full armor. Probably dies anyway. Recon bot goes out. They'll clear out this A site and should be able to get this spike down.
Free firing from both of them. Wondering who's going to peek the corner first.
Surely. There you go. It was a 2 versus 1. surely you get that.
Uvu having to step in, though, making sure that their comrade didn't fall on down. Hunter's Fury is available, and speaking of which, it's going to be the one from Scroll coming on out, and that will actually stop
Spike
the
down.
plant.
Yeah.
No, sorry, it didn't stop the plant.
Oh, no, it didn't. Oh, well, you're right.
I thought it did, but you could actually see paid the price with their life.
McChicken Leg's got the Hunter's Fury here too, and if they know exactly where this is located, shock dart. Can't really sort of
Not
follow
gonna
that one
lie,
up.
I didn't even realize there was a hole in the
Really? You didn't know that?
No.
Oh, my God.
So again, you learn something new every day.
I
Love
think-
to see it. The recon bolt didn't actually spot anyone, but hearing
it
that
does.
diffuse noise.
Oh, but pushing the bathroom would have been expecting Scroll to do that.
Greg on 14, it would have stalled it out even further. Maybe then they could have gotten the spray, but they were very low themselves. I think Rip and Tear always had this one in the bag, but it's still a valiant effort to try and hold on.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say always had it in the bag. They had to utilize that Hunter's Fury from Scroll. So without that, maybe it's not going to be as easy. They don't get the kill onto Uvu. So they did have to use a lot of utility, ultimates and abilities and whatnot. They did lose the Operator, I think, as well. Yeah, they definitely did. Toriko had to purchase that one back. So the economy's still not amazing for Rip and Tear. But it does mean for the first time, McTeam do have to dip into the funds. 5-2. As we edge closer towards the half.
As you said, framing it quite well in terms of the buy that we saw coming out from Rip and Tear. Most notably the Operator. That's the most expensive one to have to replace. Toriko, though, at least making it worth their while, managing to pick up, I believe it's either 2 or 3 kills. A nice wall there to really stop any more of that push. Recon Bot has spotted them. The rest of the members, as well, of McTeam trying to push on, gain access to that site and provide support.
Yeah, really good B push right now coming out from McTeam. They get 2 early frags as they push on in. Only 2 left standing for Rip and Tear. Andy with the blade storm just going to try and push straight in. In fact, just blocks the Cypher of Lukey. It's like a wall was in front of him.
It was, and both of them couldn't see each other because they didn't breach the smoke, so very, very little confusing bit of play there. But what that means for Scroll is back away, not today, I need to save. McTeam handled that aggression onto the bush very, very well, and it was a consolidated effort, so some coming in from long, some coming in from hookah.
Smart option to save here, though, for Scroll. McTeam will make it 6-2. 4 more rounds in the half here on Bind. We haven't seen Bind too often. This is only actually the second time we've seen Bind this weekend. We've had our fair share of Split and our fair share of Haven. Bind, not as much.
Eludes you a little bit. You can see as well how fast Scroll went to make sure that they weren't going to be hunted out, get exit fragged on the side of McTeam. We know they can play very, very aggressive at some times. For Rip and Tear, Toriko, this means that they will not be able to purchase an Operator. So that's the biggest thing to take out of that round. That's unfortunate because that's an expensive item to have to try and replace, especially when you also are needing to get Sage's utilities. It just means that Toriko is going to need to play a little bit poor from now on. And you can see that's the shorty just being picked up.
And there's only so many rounds left in the half as well, so need to save here, buy into the next round. If that doesn't work, then, well, you're going to be up a creek without a paddle.
Speaking of Operators, Void trying to peek on out, see if there was going to be anyone holding that angle. Means that Andy can get 2. Scroll trying to do the exact same thing, and Toriko go, as well as Greg. It's going to be 2 for 2s, everyone traveling in pairs.
Well, safety in numbers is usually the way to
Lukey
go.
doesn't have a buddy. The buddy system failed him. Ooh.
Nice shot, though.
That can be an Operator recovered. Definitely
Yeah.
trying to go for it.
Got to save
Paranoia
this.
is there.
Run, 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 run.
Absolutely hauling.
Oh, Lukey.
What did you call him? He called him Turkey one game. He needed to definitely play Turkey there, but he ain't no chicken.
Oh, good shot onto Uvu. Does take a bit of damage. You definitely don't want to be taking any more fights, though. It won't take much. Even recovers the trap wire. Talk about a bit of an economic save here for Lukey. Denies Uvu, saves the trap wire, saves the Operator. That's not bad considering how that round was going, but still the unfortunate downside is it's going to be 7-2 to McTeam.
That's it. Even though they're doing good work, as you said, trying to salvage a round, it was never going to go over to them. McTeam can clutch this one out. Not even needing to clutch, sorry. Can just make sure that they secure this round is better choice of words. Ooh, I wonder if they'll be able to get one more. One more.
Oh,
no!
Oh, that's so
Lukey,
horrible.
we were just praising him in the caster's curse. Looked away 1 second, thought the round was over. You can see. Probably just typing ferociously.
That is
He didn't do anything wrong.
demoralizing.
Really didn't. But you can see KZR probably laughing. Their Omens are renowned for their mind games, and that would have been one. But I was saying the reason why it was so good that he saved the operator, again, giving it into the hands of Torikugo. You can see Torikugo, although they're having a great time sniping, when it comes to being able to reposition, say like when everyone was trying to push through hookah, gain access onto that onto that B site, they can't do it as fast as they could with Jet. That's the only downside.
It just feels like nothing is going the way for Rip and Tear so far here on Bind. Not a whole lot of success on their defense. Might, though, switch things up on the attack. Just may favor them a little bit more. Although in saying that, my team's defense, as we saw on Split, is very, very strong.
Yep. So knows that at least one other member saw the Cypher there, knows that it's going to be two other members. And again, it's always just been the cross push, so it's not just going to be from one location. At least Void is trying to do their best to stop this. But because of the paranoia, they should get traded out. That was impeccably timed.
Goliokic going to use the Resurrection as well onto Uvu. KZR just watching for that defender side spawn area. Cloud Burst and Dark Cover. Neural Theft just confirms what they once thought, that there was someone just lurking around there. Andy does find a nice op kill onto Lukey. And it's only Scroll that remains, and it feels like deja vu right now for Rip and Tear. We've seen this over the last couple of rounds. Just one player maybe staying alive and just running around trying to keep their weapon of choice.
Trapwire did reveal one, so has an idea where one might be trying to push out from. So Uvu again going on down.
Any more?
No, it's going to be the operator. Surely they'll be going down. And yes, Andy was setting up for that, essentially. Had the intel from their teammate going down. At least it was a trade.
So 8-2 now in this seeding match. At this point, if you're Rip and Tear, you just think, all right, bugger it, we lost the seeding match. There's no point really trying to bring out the strat book, for instance.
I mean, for them, they'll probably just still want to play it out. At the very most, they're getting an eye for their future competition in the play-ins. Of course, the seeding match lets them go head-to-head to start with, because they're going to be resting a little bit until August 29th when play-ins actually do get streamed. So for them, I mean, consult the strat book, try out some weird and wacky things, because you're going to be meeting these opponents sooner rather than later.
The blessing for Rip and Tear, though, is that this match, like, besides the seedings, doesn't have major ramifications. Of course, both teams, if you only just maybe tuned in, have, of course, qualified for the play-ins. This is just the seeding match, our final match of the day here for Rise of Valour.
For Rip and Tear, I mean, they were happy to go aggressive a few rounds, have a little bit of peeks. But you can see now they're just really playing on the side. A little bit of jiggle peeking going on, and this actually means that Andy, unable to land the snipes, taking a little bit of damage in return. It forces them back onto site, but they do have their teammate there as well, in case anyone wants to try and push and peek further.
Alt Orb acquired for Andy, and now has Blade Storm available. Moving on over to Short 8.
Still three anchored onto this A site. No one is going to be rotating yet. Spike, I mean, it has been hovering around B site, but they're unable to push up just yet as well. They want to go for a peek before they really commit to where the spike needs to be.
Empress activated over at U-Haul for Reyna on Rip and Tear. Andy just going to take the teleport. It's going to be a B push. McChickenleg gets the opening frag actually onto Void coming out of U-Haul. That's from Bathroom. That's going to really put a dent into Rip and Tear's advantage in terms of being able to go for a retake. 12 seconds left. Spike is going to be planted around box area. Torikugo just spraying into the dark cover. Orbital Strike trying to deny the plant with such little time remaining. It was initially successful, and in fact the spike carrier has been eliminated. It did deny it because of that Orbital Strike. 3-8, and Rip and Tear finally stopped the trot.
It seems as though for Rip and Tear, when they're really able to catch a break, utilities, ultimates must be up. It's a must-have against McTeam. They aren't really able to win any of these peak wars, as I said, unless they're just gaining intel, but they still don't really have an answer for Andy. They've managed to knock it out of their hands once or twice, but if they can do it again, it should finally spell around where perhaps Andy has to go without the operator.
Well, this is the last round of the half anyway.
Well, there you go. Almost forgot that we have to swap sides. Rip and Tear, though, at least if they can end about 4-8, kind of keeps their dream alive for the seeding match to be the higher seed in this one. But Andy, going up against Torikugo, it wasn't just them, though. Of course, you can see a little bit of that rush happening through B-Long.
Yeah, they got a lot of numbers around here. So eventually Void, Lukey both just get eliminated and cleaned up. dashed in onto the site, as always, as a Jet usually does. Rip and Tear down to 2 versus the 4. Andy just really well placed right now to catch off these two members of Rip and Tear. Spotted one, didn't spot the one to the right though, which was Greg.
Oof. Double whiff doesn't really matter because, as you reminded us, we will be swapping sides, so no operator needing to be preserved can go a little bit hog wild. It didn't quite pay up. For Rip and Tear, they're trying to push through the smoke. It means it's going to be easy pickings.
No point either in saving any weapons at that point for Rip and Tear, so no running away. They did indeed push through the smoke. 9-3 though, but well, Vandy, the last time we saw it 9-3, it was actually the other way around. What was it, 9 to Fury and 3 to McTeam?
Yeah, I believe it was something, or at least very close to that scoreline for sure. Rip and Tear now, they have their work cut out for them. For McTeam, they're just going to continue doing what works best for them. So they didn't really change up their composition. As I said, the only change was McChickenleg onto Sova instead of Phoenix. And I'm wondering, I mean, it's not really like it's going to impact their defense at all. In fact, I reckon it works out a little bit better for their defense to have that Sova instead of a Phoenix.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I've learned a lot this weekend in terms of watching these matches. You know, seeing in our last match on Split, it was 9-3 to Fury over McTeam, and the vibe was that McTeam were just holding on for dear life and that Fury were going to sweep them. Did swapping sides? Nah, wouldn't matter. Well, I kind of give now Rip and Tear the benefit of the doubt in terms of turning things around. Doesn't mean it will happen, but you kind of just can't say, oh yeah, because it's 9-3, it's over. 2 versus 2. Bit of a messy pistol round as it usually is though. Scroll, nicely done. Gets the headshot onto Nikola Jokic. Now the final member, which is Uvu, up in heaven. So good start here for Rip and Tear.
Exactly it. They do also use the teleporter, making sure that they can go on to access that B site. For Uvu, it should be a shorter journey, but they do have safety in numbers for Rip and Tear.
As the frenzy, so if Uvu can get up close, might be able to put in a bit of work. Spike down, we'll spot one, and we'll spot the second one.
We'll clutch it out.
Uvu. Oh, that's just nasty. Rip and Tear can't even get the pistol round win. It's going to be 10-3.
So unfortunate to see for Rip and Tear. Things were looking good. They had the numbers. They managed to plant for Spike. Those Cypher cages, though, actually kind of worked out for Uvu, getting up so close. And the Frenzy, because it's that automatic weapon, able to spray on down. 1, 2, and that's going to be it for McTeam. We expect them to hopefully be able to win this round. They do have the economy under there. For Rip and Tear, they've actually opted to force buy.
Yeah.
They know that they need to stop it.
Don't blame them either at this point, because if you don't force buy, then it's going to be 3-11.
And starts to snowball and snowball and snowball. So they're going to take their chances here. And even on the side of McTeam, like you saw one member opting to utilize the Ghost, hoping to get the Operator the next round. So even if they could kind of pick out some weaknesses here and there, it might be what Rip and Tear need. But, I mean, it's really up to them. McTeam, they have plenty of rounds that they can even give up 1 or 2. It's not going to matter much in the long haul.
Void just going to rush straight into U-Haul. Out, KZ up. Stinger up close is actually really strong. From any sort of distance, it's not as good. Now picks up the Spectre instead.
Spike at least been planted, so now they're just going to be playing to see where the defenders are coming out from. You can see that it's a little bit clustered from here and there. They're not really grouping up, which might work in their favor, except that it's not. McTeam able to find 2 early picks, 3 early picks. Last member, Greg.
Spectre up close, unfortunately for Greg. The goal of Jokic just finishes off the round, and at this point, may as well finish off Rip and Tear. They seem done. They force bought into that round. They can't really buy into this next one, so very well should be match point coming up for McTeam.
As you said, McTeam really just in charge here for Rip and Tear. It was unfortunate Greg had a little bit of advantage in terms of most of the team members of McTeam had a lot of damage, but unable to make that spray connect and then just getting outgunned. Too many members to try and fend off. And it's a rough one on the side of Rip and Tear. I was backing them. I thought that they could do it, but it shows for McTeam. Maybe high also off their victory against Fury.
Maybe.
Nicely warmed up, feeling good. But this will be a team for us to watch. They've thoroughly impressed us with their path in the open qualifiers, with their securing of their play-ins, and hopefully now with the higher seed.
Both teams will still be teams to watch. I mean, I don't think Rip and Tear will worry too much about this. It's only the seeding match. They've still qualified. They've still had an amazing day.
They've always been a team to watch, as I said, because they've been competing for some time now, but for Mick Team, I mean, relatively not much was known for me.
You always learn and improve the best of losses.
Oh, definitely, right?
So they'll be able to take a bit out of this one.
That's what it's about. That's probably why they also keep coming back to compete, fighting new opponents. But for Mick Team, making a name here for themselves in Rise of Valor, they are rising to Valor today.
All off on A, but the rest of Rip and Tear are actually going to go for the B plant instead. Right on top, we'll take out the goal of Jokic.
This is working well for Rip and Tear.
Shortly after that, and as you said, working out very, very well. And it's going to be a 2 versus 4. So they should be able to actually win this round.
Yeah, really able to command out onto site. And also what worked out well for them was the aspect of really catching on out. First everyone in A and then rotating onto this B site. McChicken Leg trying to do what they can. This should go on to Rip and Tear, but we've seen stranger things happen. For McChicken Leg as well, I mean, they don't have to save. They know where the recon bolt came from. He will be peaked. Void will clean him up. And for now, Rip and Tear, they're not going to go to that threatened match point just yet. They're going to make McTeam work for it a little bit longer.
Well, that was the round to win, though, for Rip and Tear, to be fair. McTeam should still be able to buy into this round. Yeah, they very much will be able to. Operator and Phantoms galore.
But if they lose this one, then suddenly they've got no money. They're investing a lot into this round as well from McTeam, but you expect them to. Again, they don't mind if they have to let 1 or 2 rounds go. They've done so much in that first half to give themselves a considerable lead over Rip and Tear.
Yeah, you say that, but also I feel like we've had so many comebacks and so many comebacks through momentum that you almost don't want to allow Rip and Tear to get the next 2-3, because then they can really just snowball off of that. Then your economy is dented, and before you know it, it's going to be something like 9-11. So there goes the operator of Andy from Toriko. Chicken Leg, though, pushing through Bathroom, finds 2 quick kills. That's going to be good news for McTeam.
Absolutely will. To make sure that they have the numbers advantage coming into this. Rip and Tear, 3 members, and none of them close together just yet. Spike has been recovered, so they dictate where they'd like to take it. Greg is looking to smoke up, and it's either going to be to then rotate on. I believe they will be looking to go B. No, haven't yet committed. So playing the mind games here as well a little bit, but also trying to see if anyone's going to rotate out. Can they get another pick? 2-2 for defenses on McTeam.
It's going to be tough from here, because there's 2 on A and there's 2 on B, and you've only got 3. You obviously have to commit all 3 to one site. So you will have a slight advantage. Slight, and then obviously as soon as you make it well known where you're going, then the rest will rotate over. AZR though from U-Haul, very much accurate. Takes out Zori, gets a second one onto Greg, and he just may as well get the third one. Never mind, just jump through the teleporter with the spike, try and run away. He's Void, get over to B, but the rotation from these two, Uvu and Dingoli Jokic, was a slow one, so they were very much still around the defender side spawn and got straight back to B immediately. Match point here in the seeding match between McTeam and Rip and Tear.
That was some great team play. Just wanting to highlight as well, Hunter's Fury goes out. Everyone has to try and look or move around. Of course, you don't want to be hit by it. And then by playing in lamp to keep ducking in and out. It was, again, just great team play. Even though they didn't have the numbers in their favor, again, it was just a little bit easier for them to defend. They had the ultimates available, but they also had the angles available to be able to cover short.
Will this be our final round of the weekend here for Rise of Valor? Of course, we'll be back next weekend, Vandy. 2 more open qualifier days to be played out. 4 more teams to make their way into the play-in stages. Our drone from Scroll just going to try and clear out U-Haul. Hunter's Fury to follow up from it as well. Usual common tactic. Use the our drone. It's been a long day. Find someone, use Hunter's Fury, follow up with that. Greg takes out KZR though. Rip and Tear not going to give up without a fight at the very least, and they will be able to deny this match point and keep this trend going that you pointed out, that getting that opening match point is not that easy.
Definitely not, to try and close the game. The Hunter's Fury this time on Rip and Tear side, again, it was great team play, and it was a similar sort of idea. Bully KZR out of the lamps, and then being able to really clear out access onto that site. So you're only really contesting for half of the site, and that's mostly from Bath's Heaven. It was nicely done, but they won't have these ultimates available. As I said, for Rip and Tear, the victory of the round seems to be highly tied into whether they have some offensive ultimates available.
Who does know the two went through teleporter, but it's expecting someone to just push through marketplace in response to that. No one comes through, able to save the Phantom. 5-12, but still match point for McTeam.
That's it. They can threaten it, and they can threaten it, and they can, essentially threaten it. Because for Rip and Tear, they need to win 7 rounds in a row, and that's definitely, we have seen it done, sure, but it's definitely been more on the defender side, which they are attacking. So things feel a little bit against them if we're kind of comparing to the story of today.
Yeah, comparing at least to the story of McTeam, who won 10 in a row on that split defense in their second qualifying match. Don't think that's going to be the case here for Rip and Tear. All it takes is really just losing a player or two. Void does get Andy, but there's the immediate trade back to Muvu. Really smart pushing through Hookah. Losing that, like, for example, now it's 4v4. That's always just going to be so much better for the defender here. 2-2 both sides and similar. They can rotate quickly with a teleporter on a map like Bind.
Oh!
This changes things a little bit. Greg will take out Uven, and the immediate resurrection. And Rip and Tear should be able to make this 6-12 now.
Rip and Tear actually doing that well, so all it took was Uvu to just kind of whiff that shot. Greg sees the opportunity, Void charging out onto that side. Unfortunately, McChickenleg was there to wait for them, and that paranoia is good. McChickenleg doing work.
That paranoia was insane. McChickenleg covers up, and now with the Owl drone can spot the last one and has the information with the tracking dart. That's it, that's all over, 13-5. Oh, that paranoia was sublime. And the seeding match is all but done. Congratulations to really both of the teams, but obviously McTeam takes out the highest seed in the play-in stages.
As you said, both of them have qualified. Both of them already secured their path to the play-ins that will be played out on the 29th of August. This was just a seeding match, a little bit of extra content. As we said, they usually played off-stream, but we had some extra time. We were running ahead of schedule today, so we wanted to broadcast that all for you. But Xenox, as you said, that's recapping the day. So we can have a look at the standings as well for the rest of the day and recap ourselves. And then, as you said, unfortunately, it will be time to wrap up this day. But I think I'm a true McTeam convert now. You've converted me. McChickenleg's converted me.
Yeah, no, I backed him in all the way from day one, didn't I? True McTeam fan. But look, we'll wrap up things today, Vandy. I've got to say, really, really happy that we were able to see 2 really decent teams push on through. We've still got a couple of teams that didn't quite make it. Mr. Inc., Fury, Magic 5.
We saw them competing again today, though.
They'll eventually come back, as you can see the standings here one final time before we sign off. And so you know that there's going to be Direwolves, for instance. We didn't see them today, but they'll be back. So there's a lot of really good teams still to come back for next weekend. And for you guys at home, if you haven't signed up, you can still do so for the remaining qualifiers. There's going to be 4 more qualifiers next weekend and then the weekend after, Vandy. So great day of Valorant. It's been an absolute pleasure. Great job to everyone at Fortress Melbourne. Another really smooth day. So smooth that we even got an extra game in. How about that?
I know. Got to give ourselves all a pat on the back. It's been a truly lovely day. I've enjoyed my time casting with you again, Xenox. Thank you again so much to our production, to the players, to all the staff, to everybody at home watching again. We really do appreciate your support. We hope you can tune in again as we go through the open qualifiers again, Saturday and Sunday next week. But from now, that's all from us.